Good morning to our match umpires, Hassan Adnan and Neil Pratt. Good morning also to the Leicestershire team who are taking the field and to Captain Lewis Hill.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens from BBC Sports Online, where Glamorgan are resuming their first innings on 431 for 7. 180 runs ahead of Leicestershire on first innings.
Good morning to the Glamorgan batters, Mason Crane and Colin Ingram.
And it is that man, Colin Ingram, who earned all the plaudits last night as he ticked off milestones, both personal and county, reaching 1,000 runs in the fewest number of innings ever in the county's history, reaching his career best score and his season's best haul in county cricket as well. So congratulations to Colin Ingram, who as always was modest and trying to deflect some of the credit onto others in his post-match interview, which you can see on BBC Sports X account. Richard Ray, what is the task ahead of Leicestershire in terms of hanging on in this match?
I think a delaying action is probably at the top of their list of priorities at the moment. Just keep Glamorgan. I don't know what 180. They can still be thinking in terms of setting Glamorgan 220 perhaps to win the game, and the pitch starts to turn. Who knows? Get these wickets as quickly as possible. But it was interesting to hear your interview with Colin Ingram, and that the 200 was very much on his mind. He didn't have a he didn't have a double century in first class cricket to his name, and yeah, he did want to get over the line, and it just occasionally these little landmarks do matter to players.
Had no idea about the county record, really.
No, that's a little bit more esoteric, isn't it?
Here comes Holland then from the River Taff end, and Ingram defends the first ball of the day up to mid-on, and there is no run.
We started 8 seconds early. Good. That's good attitude.
10:59 on the board. It's quite often the case here at Sapphire Gardens. They look as though they're going by the digital clock, but then I think if they get out in the middle and everyone's ready, they go on with it.
Absolutely.
Holland, who has 4 wickets to his credit, is in to bowl, and Ingram just angles the bat down, and it is service resumed as last night as he jogs through for a single down to Scriven at third man. 432 for 7. We are long past the time for bonus points, so there'll be no hitting out or frantic attempts to take quick wickets, although Leicestershire could do with quick wickets, and wrapping this Glamorgan innings up so they can get on with the business of batting as long as possible. Or will they just bowl negatively, as Richard suggested, a containing, a holding operation, and hope that Glamorgan will waste a bit of their own time. It's your own time you're wasting, children. Holland over the wicket, the right-handed Crane, who's on 25 not out, and Crane pushes forward defensively out on the offside. The run rate is 3.56. It was over 4 on the first evening of the game. It decelerated gradually through the day yesterday. We had a really attritional period, probably either side of tea, with a couple of wickets falling as well, and then a little flurry from Ingram towards the end. Holland bowls. Crane plays it nicely into the offside. Oh, there's a misfield, and Liam Travaskis is back on the field, but won't enjoy his first touch of the ball because it went through his legs. 433 for 7. But at least his renewed presence gives Leicestershire an extra option.
Yes, I assume that should he be required, he can bowl. I don't think missing the entirety of yesterday means he has to miss
Don't believe so.
any play in terms of being allowed to bowl today.
As Holland will bowl round the wicket to Ingram, who works it away down towards fine leg. A single is duly taken. Down to Sam Wood, the strapping young fast bowler on debut, still looking for a maiden wicket. We've had 4 for Holland, 2 for Rian Ahmed, who bowled really tightly for a long period yesterday. 30 overs he's sent down. 2 for 95. As Crane is back on strike at 4-3-4 for 7, and Holland is on his way. And Crane meets that with a solid defensive bat. 4-3-4 for 7. And Richard, you were talking to Mr. Ahmed about the prowess of Mr. Ahmed Jr. Farhan.
Yes, he's a good interviewer, he is Rahan. He's got something funny to say normally. Anyway, he said, well, when I said how well Farhan had done at the age of 16 on debut, picking up 7 wickets, Rahan said, well, look, if I'd have bowled 50 overs, I'd have got all 10. With a big grin on his face. So, no, he was obviously proud. He said he knows how good he is and can be, so he wasn't, he said, particularly surprised by his return. But he also said, you know, he said he was pleased with his own bowling, and I said how well he'd bowled, certainly after lunch, and he said, well, I've really been working hard on the bowling, and you know, both the leg spin and the googly did turn, and he's opening the bowling round the wicket, tosses one up to Colin Ingram, who strokes the ball out into the offside where Rishi Patel fields at extra cover.
Well, certainly you have to work hard to get in as a spinner.
Ahmed bowls again, nice loop, and again it's a little bit too full. Again Ingram drives, this time wide of Patel, and the throw comes in from Travaskis out there. Again, it's not particularly accurate, and as a consequence Ingram and Crane can pick up a comfortable couple. Ingram has been busy this morning already. He's on to 210. In goes Ahmed, blocked back past him, through mid-on, but not past the sliding, reaching, tall Louis Kimber. Replaces a divot politely that he took up as he got across from mid-wicket to mid-on to make the stop. Ahmed is in, forward is Ingram, this time a much more comfortable stop for Kimber, who's now got a great patch of green on his left knee. It may have existed, that may be there from yesterday, but I'm not sure. In goes Ahmed. It does turn back into the left-hander, of course, it being the leg spinner, but a fraction short, and Ingram can go back and wristily work it out to deep square and take 1. Moves on to 211, the lead 186. What will Crane make of his fellow leg spinner, the right-hander? He's going to have a short leg, Rishi Patel, who came out with the pads on, so no delays in that respect. Puts on the helmet as Ahmed is in, bowls on off stump. Crane pokes it out into the offside where Kimber is the fielder. End of respectable over from Rahan Ahmed, but again, Glamorgan look purposeful, these two this morning already, just the 2 overs, but even so, 6 runs added, and they've run, as I say, with purpose.
A little bit of cooling breeze around at this early stage of the day. The crowd's down on yesterday. I find that bizarrely Saturday is rarely the best day for county championship attendances here, I suppose, because people have other cricketing interests as well as other family commitments, of course, as Ingram drives pleasantly the first ball of Holland's over. Straight to cover, and there is no run. Thank you to Neil G for your kind comments on X Twitter on our descriptions of Ingram's various milestones last night. And indeed, thank you to Richard for giving way. That so there was an all-Welsh commentary team for most of them. As the next ball is defended by Ingram, back to Holland.
I was basically sulking after Eddie said, "This isn't the first double century you've seen recently, is it?"
That was a bit below the belt, wasn't it?
The third in a week, basically, yes.
Nick Fayers on Twitter, what a great player and a great man. Colin Ingram, great servant, wonderful score, always reliable, says Rich Muckey. As Holland is in to try and get rid of Ingram, and Ingram just places it gently into the offside, takes the single that's on offer. 438 for 7. And the field converges again for Crane. Well, Leicestershire are set in their purpose. They want to bowl to the lower order batter, and they're giving Ingram the free single, as we saw for large periods of last night, to our slight bemusement. As Holland bowls and Crane is forward defending up to mid-off. There's no run.
Pitch does look very benign now, doesn't it?
It does rather. There are a few marks around, footmarks, but Leicestershire not too much in the way of left-hand batters for Crane's leg spin to find. As Holland bowls and Crane just plays it easily defensively out on the leg side, and there's no run. So if you want to contact us, NickWeb 2017 on X Twitter, or Kenneth Davis on X Twitter as well. Richard Ray 23 at gmail.com. Richard R 23 on Threads. NickWeb 2017 at gmail.com as well. All sorts of social and electronic ways. As that has beaten the defensive prod of Crane for once, went through outside off stump. A rare instance of ball beating bat in recent overs. End of the over, 438 for 7, just the single off it. Looks like we're in for more sedate cricket that we saw for periods of the after tea session last night.
It would appear so. Ahmed about to pass his century that no bowler particularly enjoys passing.
Oh dear.
2 for 98 he has from 31 overs as he goes round the wicket to Colin Ingram, who he was working it through mid-on, fairly straight. There is no mid-on. Wood jogs in from long gone, picks up and underarms the ball to his teammate. Ingram takes his single, moves on to 213. Field comes in for Mason Crane. Rahana at slip, Patel at short leg. Ahmed back over the wicket. Fraction turn, but it's slow turn from sort of middle and off to towards off, and just worked a little ungainly style by Crane, but effective enough. Ahmed is in fuller this time, and Crane looks to clip it away through the onside, but his heart wasn't really in it, I don't think. He sort of punched it away because it was there, but straight out towards mid-on. Ahmed in, bowls, forward goes Crane. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but again he could just wait and work it away behind square on the offside. Twiddles the bat in his hand. 65 balls Mason Crane has faced for his 26 as Ahmed is in, bowls to him, googly. Doesn't really turn too much. Crane inside part of the bat, which I suppose is something of a victory for the bowler. Drops it out into the onside. Back goes the sweeper on the offside, offering Crane a single through that area, and he'll take it as he cuts the shortish delivery out to the man out there and takes his one, keeps the strike. Ingram doesn't mind, Crane doesn't mind, Glamorgan don't mind. 440 for 7, the lead now 189.
Yeah, Glamorgan saw last week the value of a huge first innings lead, making it as large as possible. They were 261 behind against Derbyshire, so they're looking to turn the tables and have as large a lead as possible in their favour. It's ticking gently towards 200 as things stand. In the Test match, England 29 for 1, leading Sri Lanka by 260. Holland bowls. Crane drives pleasantly, but it's half intercepted, and they'll go through for a single as the ball bounced away from Travaskis at cover. Did well to block it, really, but it bounced towards the bowler off his outstretched hands, and they were able to get through for the single off the first ball of the over, which means that Colin Ingram is once more on strike at 4-4-1 for 7, and Leicestershire duly push players back towards the boundary. As Holland bowls, Ingram comes down the wicket, just drops it on the offside. Thought for a moment about a quick single, but it was running straight towards Kimber at cover. And there was no run. The other Division 2 matches in progress. Middlesex going well at 144 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 601 for 6 declared. Holland in, bowls to Ingram, who again plays it softly on the offside. He's possibly hoping to just drop it down and look for the single, but it's rolling rather too quickly towards Kimber as Hanscom comes out and has a word with him. At Hove, Derbyshire, well, Wayne Madsen is leading some resistance. He's got a 80, 179 for 6 after Sussex piled up 600. Holland bowls, and Ingram drives slightly uppishly into the offside. Gone through for a single. Wasn't entirely under control, but the cover fielder had dropped back a little bit, so it was relatively safe. In the women's game, Western Storm are in action today. The women's side covering this part of the world with 2 Welsh players on duty, Sophie Luff and Alex Griffiths. They are batting against South East Stars at, is that Beckham? Yeah, it is at Beckenham. As Crane drives gently towards mid-on. Sophia Smale, one of the Welsh players, was run out earlier on for 3. Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson taking the score up to 56 for 2 after 12 of their 50 overs. The women's game, of course, about to be reorganised yet again, just as the sides were gaining public conscious. They scrap them all. Crane on the defensive, and it's played up to mid-on. There's no run. 4-4-2 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan moving on gently from their overnight 4-3-1, so just 11 runs in the first quarter of an hour of play. I don't know your thoughts on the reorganisation of women's cricket. It seems entirely haphazard. No. Not obviously making a great intent.
No, it's slightly odd in the East Midlands,
Leicester,
really, with the obviously emphasis being on building the franchise based at Trent Bridge, really, which is something almost anathema to many around Leicestershire and Derby. I'm more interested in how the county is getting on. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Back goes Ingram, slightly short of a length delivery. And just works it away through mid-on. Takes the single that's there on offer. And jogs on to 215. The lead 192.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how the women's game is organised at county level next year.
Ahmed is in. Crane is forward, carefully, suspiciously almost, dropping the ball out into the onside. Travaskis, who had the day off yesterday, but well, he will have had his feet up, but for not resting as Crane pushes that straight delivery back down the pitch to Ahmed. He was indisposed, basically. Quite what was upset, I'm not sure. but he seems okay now. In goes Ahmed, tosses that one up. Crane is forward. He's being very careful this morning, well, presumably as part of a plan. Just go out there and bat as long as you can. Is that the instruction? Ahmed is in. He goes back and works a little short arm jab out towards Travaskis at mid-wicket. No run. Ahmed went over the wicket on that occasion to the right-hander, of course. Stays over and bowls. Nice flight to that one, but just a fraction wide, and Crane can step out and wristily, but not aggressively, drive it out through the offside to the sweeper, who's Tom Scriven, and take one. Keeps the strike. The game just sort of ticking over at the moment. 215 to Ingram, 29 now to Crane. The lead 193, 444 for 7, so just the 13 runs added so far this morning. The bat beaten once. Holland managing to drift one, an outswinger past the edge of Mason Crane's bat, and that's it.
A very good morning to Rena, Jason and Sparky, listening from beautiful West Wales, enjoying our commentary while watching the waves. What a perfect way to spend a Saturday morning. Let's hope the waves are clement enough to get some immersion for bathers around the Welsh coast. And the first ball of Holland's over is defended by Crane. Haven't been to the South Wales coast as often as usual this summer. There doesn't seem to be a confluence of fine weather and both myself and my wife being off work.
Is next week promising? The weather forecast isn't too bad.
I looked at next week, yes. I don't tend to trust it more than a couple of days out.
Okay.
There's Holland bowls and Crane off the back foot plays it into the covers, calls for a quick single. I thought for a moment Ingram was running in treacle, but no shy at the wickets. It was a rather adventurous single called by Crane for a man who's batted several days. Colin Ingram. 4-4-5 for 7. As Ingram slashes this one away on the offside, down towards wide third man, and will take the single. 4-4-6 for 7. Ingram to 216 not out, extending his career best. 20-year professional career, albeit played virtually no first-class cricket for best part of 5 years. He came back and played one odd game at Sussex when I think Labuschagne was away or someone was away. But apart from that, hadn't been seen in red ball, partly due to some other commitments, partly due to recovering after a knee operation, which hopefully has left him in decent shape. Looks as though it has a few years back. Now, Leicestershire are going to the 3-man wall on the leg side. It looks as though it's not quite as if Crane is taking a free kick and looking to bend it into the top corner, but it's the cricket equivalent of a wall as Holland bowls and Crane knocks it to the middle of those 3 fielders, who are, I suppose, a silly mid-on and 2 short mid-wickets. It's something that we have seen, certainly 2 short mid-wickets, but quite often here this season from Glamorgan and opponents on this square, but 3 is a little novel from Lewis Hill, looking to induce the catch on the leg side as Holland bowls, and Crane says, I can play that one back to the bowler on the offside. Mason Crane just enjoying time in the middle. Just a little bemused how his batting career hasn't flowered previously because he looks perfectly well organised for a lower order batter. Not an extravagant stroke maker, but knows how to play solidly and defensively. They're up to mid-off, end of the over, 4-4, 6 for 7. 2 singles off the over.
One confesses to a slight feeling of disappointment that the tempo of the game hasn't changed at all. You can turn up each morning hoping for slightly more sort of purpose, but at the moment it's not drifting as such, but it is very, very slow, steady progress. But it worked for Glamorgan yesterday, no question about it. And it didn't work. Leicestershire's more frenetic approach to batting certainly didn't work for them on back on Thursday. So
England have lost Ben Duckett for 24. They're 38 for 2, leading by 269 against Sri Lanka.
A little bit of delay while Rishi Patel, who's been moved from pillar to post this morning, and they've settled him at short-ish, square-ish, mid-wicket, about 3.5 pitches back, but very much in a catching position as Ahmed goes over the wicket to Ingram, and it is punched in the air, not so very far wide of Patel, in fact, just to his left hand. Say just to his left hand, a few feet away from his left hand, but it was in the air as it went past him, and in a way the fielding position almost worked. Didn't quite, unless Ingram's just gently teasing, having some fun with the Leicestershire players. He picks up a single anyway, moves on to 217, brings Crane down to face Ahmed. He's forward, poking the ball behind square on the offside. To Holland, who's at shortish third on the 45, waving now at the pavilion. He would like a drink, it would appear, of some kind. Ahmed is in. Googly goes back. Crane plays it off the pitch, works it out to Travaskis at mid-wicket. Ahmed mops his brow. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, steps past umpire Pratt and bowls. Very short, doesn't really get up, it's cut by Crane, but he can't beat Scriven, who's deepish at point. He goes back and rehearses the shot, a bit cross with himself that he didn't get that one through to the boundary. Ahmed is in, bowls to him, he brings him forward and about getting to the pitch of the ball, and again it's a poke rather than anything else from Mason Crane. It isn't entirely convincing, but it's all coming out of the middle at the moment. Ahmed is in, a little bit short, cut wristily, but this time he can't get it past Holland behind square on the offside. End of the over, just a single from it, the very first ball, which Ingram worked away. 4-4-7 for 7. The lead creeps up to 196.
A little bit more breeze than yesterday, as the Welsh flag over the pavilion is still flapping merrily in the breeze. The Glamorgan flag and Leicestershire flag. Oh, the Leicestershire flag's got a bit of life now, as Leicestershire have the first bowling change of the morning. Just mention it's very good to see Dr. Andrew Hignell here on the ground briefly this morning, and best wishes for his recovery. The Glamorgan scorer, statistician, archivist and usual PA announcer. We hope to have him back fighting fit by next season. 4:47 for 7. Here are Leicestershire. Glamorgan. 77 is the partnership. The lead over Leicestershire is 196, and Chris Wright to try to make the breakthrough. Right arm round to Ingram, who defends on the leg side. No run. The field is not quite maybe as defensive to Ingram as it has been at stages. There are 4 just about saving the single, 2 on each side of the wicket. 1 slip. Third man, deep point, fine leg, deep square leg. Right hair bouncing into Ingram, and he does hit it into that gap on the offside. As Ahmed's been posted to that side of the ground pretty permanently when he's not bowling. 4-4-8 for 7. A reminder that although they're approaching 450, it was no bonus points further involved. Score after 110 overs was 387 for 7, so the bonus points 6-2.
Amazing how close close they got really to that extra, given that there was no urgency really or hitting out, and they were only 13 short in the end.
They might have tried to be a little more busy without necessarily going ballistic. Very good morning to any of you sitting by your computers and refreshing a ticket agency account. The Oasis tickets going on sale today, which expected to be massively oversubscribed. As right in, and Crane plays that one up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Are they playing just the one date here?
2 dates here.
It's a lot of setup for just one, isn't it?
It was, though. Taylor Swift did that.
Oh, did she?
Just the one night earlier this summer.
But I suppose she is, at the moment, a class apart, isn't she?
Yes, absolutely. In terms of pulling power, as that one is driven by Crane to mid-on, though must be said that I expect large percentages of the middle-aged blokes, largely of South Wales, the south of England, to be descending on Cardiff. Just received quite a long email from Clive Ingram, Colin's dad, as right bowls to Crane, who pushes it into the offside. That was a poor single from Crane. There wasn't one there, but it was misfielded, and Colin Ingram was safely home. They tried that in the previous over. It wasn't really then, and it was even less there, or should have been even less there on that occasion.
Well, he'd given it up. He was 3 yards short when the throw went past the stumps. He'd given it up, but Travaskis, with only one stump to aim at, missed, and had he hit, well, he was out by, as I say, 3 yards.
As right on his way to finish this over is into bowl, and Colin Ingram wants a quick single this time, and it is a safer one because he just stunned the ball and took all the pace off it. 450 up at the end of the over. Thank you to Clive for your generous words, Clive Ingram. It's always been reassuring for us to know that he and his family are so happy there, and we've been fortunate to meet up with some of his Glamorgan family, colleagues and friends. Obviously, yesterday was a momentous series of milestones for him, despite the fact that I'm sure he was oblivious to most of them. He was fortunate to have Mason there, who made a special effort to rotate the strike and nail down the double ton before close of play. In 2006, his mother watched that previous high score made in Port Elizabeth, and he would have easily made 200 that day, but forwent that milestone to shepherd his batting partner to a first century, saying that he still had a long career ahead of him. 18 years later, he's managed to tick that box.
Ahmed bowls to Colin Ingram, who just leans forward and pushes the ball into the on side.
We were able to watch all the way and listen while you guys described the events.
Ahmed bowls, tosses it up, full toss, goes for the sweep. Doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, Hanscom cleans up.
And echoes Colin's remarks, not much work was done on the farm yesterday.
Ahmed bowl, drops it short. Ingram pulls him down too deep backward square, almost long leg for 4. It was a bit of a long hop from Ahmed. It was outside leg stump as well. It didn't really turn. And with right up on the 45, it was a bit of a gift. And Ingram tucked in. He picks up 4, moves on to 223. The lead now over 200, 203. Will northeast, and Glamorgan have a figure in mind? Will they want to have a little burst before lunch?
Possibly.
I think so, really, and then have a break, and then...
Yeah, maybe another hour's
surely?
batting. Maybe another hour to clear
Surely.
off. Possibly. We'll see.
Ahmed into Ingram, who drives in the air just short of mid-off. For the first time, that was a little bit of an indication that Ingram is wanting to get on with it, and it wasn't a convincing drive, nowhere near the pitch of it, and it looped rather towards mid-off. Slightly opened his stance, drops short, pulls, and pulls for 4. Ahmed. So Ingram is getting on with it now. I think there is something in mind now for Glamorgan. Ingram moves on to 227, the lead 207, and he wanders down and has a chat to Crane. He has been more, well, you'd kind of expect a man of his class on over 200 to be more purposeful than his tail-end colleague, but he has definitely been more positive than Crane this morning, who seems more intent on hanging around and providing company for Colin Ingram. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Ahmed has been a little bit loose this morning, goes in and bowls. That's a good delivery on off stump, and Ingram is respectful. He leans forward and blocks it down the pitch on the offside. End of the over 4:58 for 7, the lead 207.
And Mr. Ingram Senior says he's particularly enjoyed our visiting commentators giving the listeners and viewers insight into the history, players and goings-on of the opposing counties as well. And he wishes the best to Liam Travaskis, who is back on the field today. So thank you very much indeed, Clive Ingram, for your lengthy email. Much appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ingram. Really good to hear from you. Relatives of all the players often are listening, especially those abroad, and we get... You sometimes don't realise as a commentator or recall as a commentator how many people are actually listening and from where. Eddie Bevan joins us for the first time this morning as Chris Wright comes in from the River End and bowls a bouncer to Mason Crane, who with all the time in the world, that was a gentle bouncer, just sort of leans away from it almost contemptuously. Is that the best you got? Yeah. Wright walks away with his head down. He
wasn't a bad bouncer either.
It was straight, wasn't it? But it was a bit slow. None for 68 for Wright from 23.1 overs. Turns, runs in, bowls. Crane back on his stumps, defending again. Disconcerting amount of time on this pitch at the moment, Eddie.
Yes, it is, and Glamorgan will need to score rather quickly because, as we can see on this pitch, you can defend it. We've seen sides this season, last season, the season before, on the 4th innings, just block it out. And if Glamorgan, so we say, go into the afternoon, they're leaving themselves, their bowlers, a lot to do.
Wright is in. Crane defends back down the pitch and moving across from mid-off. Holland makes the stop. Well, yeah, it's not going to deteriorate, I don't think, the pitch in terms of, you think, well, 4th day pitch might turn a little bit, might be a bit scuffed, but
never does.
It doesn't, no. So time is a huge factor for the Glamorgan bowlers, and some early breakthroughs, perhaps from Tim van der Hoogten. In goes Wright and bowls. Crane works it out into the offside. Travaskis picks up and throws at the stumps. Again, he misses, this time by a larger amount, but this time Ingram, alert to the call, had made his ground anyway. The first time he was miles short. That time he made it. Yes, he had.
Doesn't he realise, Crane, that Ingram is 39 years of age? He's got, what has he got to his name? 221 or 220?
227.
227 it's gone up to. And, he's no spring chicken. But they need, as I said, to score quickly.
Round the wicket comes Wright and bowls to Ingram, a little bit short outside off stump. He goes back and works it nicely, pleasantly away through backward point. There is no backward point just Ahmed out there on the backward point boundary, so another comfortable single. He looks very fit though to me, Colin Ingram.
Yes,
and I guess with the way they look after them now, ice baths and no doubt a massage, and he's ready to go again, having batted all day yesterday and a fair chunk of Thursday evening as well. He came in, remember, second ball of the innings.
Right, he's been on the field all through the game except for one
Bar
ball.
one delivery. In goes right and bowls to Crane very straight. Crane just, again, minimal foot movement, blocks it back up the pitch on the off side. End of rights over. His 24th, none for 70 for him, 460 for 7. The lead 209.
Yes, and I think Mason Crane will have a lot of work as a bowler to do in this game, because he'll have watched Rian Ahmed. I noticed in your interview last night, Richard, that Ahmed said there's a little bit of bounce and a little bit of turn, which rather surprised me. I don't think it'll get any worse, but Crane is a very useful bowler, and a lot will depend on him, because after Van der Gooten has his opening spell, with all respect to the other Glamorgan bowlers, and if this pitch stays the same, it's going to be jolly hard work.
It'll be interesting to see what Leicestershire's attitude is. That they might feel, look, we have to win this game if we're going to have a chance of promotion.
They're not going to, I don't think.
So we've got to go. So I mean, that might play into Glamorgan's hands if they try and score at 4.5, 4.5 and over. Then, as they did in the first innings, they could give away a few wickets in an effort to get ahead and give themselves a chance of winning the game.
Here's Ahmed to start another over. Bowls to Ingram, who paddles him round to fine leg. He'll think of a second here because it's a long chase, and indeed he does come back for a very comfortable second run. So they are showing attacking intent despite the deep set field again. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary. Not like yesterday when we had 7, which is rather odd. As Ahmed comes in, bowls, Ingram off the back foot, punches it down to that backward point, who has to come in for it, and they just settle for a single. It came through a very busy Canton this morning, which is a little suburb of Cardiff, and I couldn't understand. I knew Cardiff City were playing home, but it's a 12:30 kick-off. So I'm rather glad to get through that crowd. Are they playing
somebody? Who are they playing?
Middlesbrough, apparently.
Middlesbrough, okay.
And there's a lot
That's
of
a fair
traffic.
That's kind to the Middlesbrough fans, isn't it? From Teesside for a 12:30 kick-off down to Cardiff.
Yes, well, they don't think, do they, the FA, when they set these fixtures. Ahmed bowls to the right-handed Crane, who pushes it up onto the offside, and there's no run.
It's the broadcasters as well, isn't it? They pick a game and say, right, we want that one in at 12:30. Police often have something to do with it as well, don't they?
They get involved, apparently. Ahmed over the wicket, bowls, and Crane drives, and it goes straight to young Sam Wood at mid-off, who we will be seeing, no doubt.
Are the Bluebirds back in blue? Didn't they have a period when they were forced to play in red?
I believe so. Yes, it's pushed away in the offside now, and what are you laughing at?
The fact that as a man from further up the Wales coast, your interest in Cardiff is detached, shall we say?
Oh no, I think you support all the Welsh sides, or you should support all the Welsh sides, except when my side are playing. And no, I wish Newport well, I wish Wrexham well, I wish Swansea well as well. Excuse the pun, but Cardiff need a win because they're lying bottom of the table, haven't won a game. And Swansea have a difficult one as well, away to West Brom, who are sitting in the top 5. So I'm rather glad it's a 12:30 kick-off, because trying to get through that crowd even at 6:30 is people wandering across and over the road. That's the end of the over, and it's 463 for 7. Ingram's 231. Crane is on 32, and the lead 212 after 40 minutes play.
Right from the river end, round the wicket to Colin Ingram. Short, pulled hard out towards deep mid-wicket. Travaskis might get there, puts in the dive. Right hand gets to the ball, but he cannot stop it. And it goes over the ropes. Ingram moves on to 235. It's so quick, the board. I wasn't sure whether glancing up whether it had actually gone on, but it has. The lead now 2-1-6. Well,
You know what, Travaskis...
made in 250 now on the cards.
Exactly. Travaskis, after his injury, looks as fit as a fiddle there, racing and diving.
Well, he was indisposed, so I
Might
don't
have
think
been
it
a
was
tummy bug or something.
exactly. Or slightly bad back, but yes, he seems perfectly fine now, in terms of movement anyway.
He'll have a bowl, I would have thought.
It's becoming more and more likely that he will.
Former Durham spinner.
Right. Past umpire Adnan. Bowls again short, again pulled. This time Travaskis a much more comfortable stop because he hit it hard down into the ground. It bounced past the reaching Patel at mid-wicket, but gently out towards Travaskis, and Ingram picks up a single, moves on to 2-3-6.
I think, Richard, that the reason that they're scoring quicker than yesterday, because I thought Scriven and Wood especially bowled a tight line, and with the deep set field it was difficult, but we've seen some of half trackers this morning which have been punished.
They've been a little looser. Right into Crane, who's working that one away off leg stump, off the back foot, down to the aforementioned Scriven, and taking one.
1 run for the 100 partnership.
Yeah. Crane 33 of their 99 that have been scored.
Yeah, he's got a couple of 50s this year, and as you said about the Leicestershire batting on the first day, every side bat to 9-10 these days, sometimes 11. What do you
Feels
think?
that way.
Chris Wright got 4,000 first class runs, isn't he?
Pretty much, yes. Coming in at number 11. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Ingram outside off stump, drives hard down into the ground. Kimber makes a slightly awkward stop as it bounces towards him. He moves to his left, but he does make the stop. Ingram stays on 2-3-6, the lead 2-1-8.
It's not like the old days, you see, when number 10 and 11, well, you used to start the engine up to roll the wicket when they were coming in. And there's a great story, and I'll tell you about that in a moment.
Right, as the sun goes behind a rare cloud, bowls outside off stump, little bit short, chopped away through the offside. Ahmed trots up the ropes.
Partnership.
And there it is, a century partnership for the 8th wicket. Crane 33 of them. The two batsmen, oh, a little hug, which is nice. How sweet. Crane will be pleased. Routine in this innings for Ingram, who's partnered everybody except Sam Northeast. In goes right, bowls short, top edge, just round the corner. Might have been a bit of glove. Hanscom's in pursuit. In fact, it's going to roll down towards Scriven, who gets there first, throws to Rahana, who takes Hanscom's place behind the stump, so didn't quite get hold of that one, but he does still pick up a single. Crane onto 34. End of the over, 471 for 7. The lead now 220. An hour and a quarter until lunch.
Yeah,
8 overs, 10 overs before lunch, just
possibly. Yeah.
And then a break.
They have been rather conservative with their declarations over the last season or so. So, yeah, this number 11, a chap named George Pope, a very fine bowler in the days you've probably heard of him, for Derbyshire, and he came down to Swansea and St Helens, came in at number 11, and they were getting ready to brush the wicket, and the umpire said, "Do you want guard, George?" To which he replied, "No, it's okay, I was here last year." And that's a lot of the number 11s used to play. As in comes the first ball of Rian Armin's over, which is cut away to backward point and fielded. And it was entertainment. We saw Chris Wright, of course, coming in this game, and he didn't block a delivery. It's a breath of fresh air to see number 11s come in like that, as Rian Armid comes in and bowls, and this is cut away, and this it runs one, and they think of a second, decide against it. Now then, I've been wondering about this, and you'd know better than me. I was telling Nick yesterday, I am convinced that Peter Hanscom, keeping wicket, is not using the modern little pads. I'm convinced he's wearing his batting pads as they used to do in the old days. What do you reckon? Ahmed bowls, driven back to the bowler. The long on, 1 run.
Loath as I am to ever disagree with you, Eddie. I'm
Well,
afraid they are wicket-keeping pads. They are slightly wider, but if he came out in those pads, his thighs would, and top of his knees to his thighs would be a bit bruised, batting-wise.
This is the googly. He came back at Crane, but he cut it confidently to backward point. It's just that
I know exactly what you mean. They
you
are
think
slightly
they're-
wider than the
Yeah.
conventional sort of wicket-keeping pads, but they are definitely short.
Right. I begged your superiority. And this is the googly, which may have come off the pad, and they go through for leg by.
In club cricket, of course, in the days when we played, then the keeper often had huge pads in there.
And county cricket,
Yes, right up to the sort of,
they were
and
good
employed
keepers.
them as well.
People like Alan Knott, Bob Taylor used to wear them. So
There were no such thing really as wicket-keeping,
No.
dedicated wicket-keeping pads as such.
Ahmed bowls, and this is driven on the offside. A good bit of fielding there. And there is the single. They are showing more urgency, you feel, this morning.
Beginning to, aren't
And,
they? Yeah. Yeah.
I think I was telling Kenneth earlier on, and I think 250 would be sort of an useful total, a very good lead, because the time that Leicestershire did get it to 250 and thought about it, it would be tomorrow, and very little chance of them winning the game.
Yeah, I agree. The key thing is Glamorgan have to give themselves time.
Yeah, which I have criticised in the past. And, how often, not only Glamorgan, but how often do you see sides leaving as a declaration 400, 420, 380?
Well,
it's never I remember Leicester did it 2 years ago, got 4 or 500.
and if they do, you say to the other side,
Very
good
well
luck.
played.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. If we can't bowl a side out in 100 overs or whatever. Leicestershire were amazed last
That's
week
against
at
the
Bristol.
Orkies, wasn't it, when you got that big score?
In goes right and bowls short, pulled. Didn't quite get all of it, Colin Ingram there. It rolls quite slowly out to Travaskis at deep mid-wicket, and he takes a single. Very nearly at Sussex, they chased down 500 last year.
That's right, yeah.
Leicestershire. So it can be done, but this is a different sort of pitch, I think, and different sort of conditions. But no.
You've got to take, if you want to try and win the championship, every side, I know, going back in the years, used to gamble, and the captains would say, as you've just said, okay, we'll give you a chance if you get it well, play, and they would say, we'll back down to 10 or 11. But nowadays, they never do that.
Sides, possibly because of the extra points for a draw, don't appear to be prepared to lose
stupid,
in order
isn't
to
it?
win. And now we're at the stage of the season now where you have to take that chance. Last week
Of course you have.
at Bristol, come back to that in a second, as right as in to Crane, who's just flicking it on its way. I think it was pad. It's rolling quite slowly down towards fine leg, intercepted by Scriven running around from long leg, suggesting it was pad indeed. Umpire Adnan raises his right knee, 2 leg buys onto the score.
Yeah, you were telling. Carry on.
Yeah, Leicester offered offered Gloucestershire at Bristol on an absolute shirt front of a pitch, 420 off 120 overs to set the game up, and Gloucestershire declined, said no, we think we can do it this way, and of course they couldn't.
Well, no.
Leicestershire batted out the game very comfortably, but it was a ridiculous decision on their part, it feels to me. Crane, thick inside edge as he tries to punch that one away through the offside off the back foot, and for a second he's not sure where it's gone. It's going out towards square leg where Kimber is the fielder. And Gloucestershire got their points for the draw from that one, as did Leicestershire, and but it could have been a win, and it could have could have been an exciting game.
You've got to think also of spectators who come, and often you just see them disappearing in the afternoon. There's nothing in the game.
Right into Crane, a very high bouncer, surely a no ball on height. Yes, it is.
No, I'm totally in agreement, and I used to talk to captains about it when it was so negative, and yes, as you've just mentioned, I also think 2 divisions doesn't help.
No.
If you had 18 counties as it used to be, it was an excellent competition then.
Wright is in and bowls. Punched away into the offside. Again, minimal foot movement from Crane, but sliding a little awkwardly across to his left. Travaskis makes the stop. Well, yes, there is the argument that, in an 18 division or an 1 table county championship, doesn't make much difference whether you finish 12th or 10th or 8th or 15th, so you can go for the win really without it having too much effect. But I suppose if promotion or relegation is a factor, then it can lead to a touch more caution in some respects. Oh, beautifully helped on its way by Crane. A short ball and he just ramped it. He leant back and helped it over the top of the wicket-keeper. Really clever little uppercut. Not really an uppercut really, just helped it on its way. Just over Hanscom and picks up 4. So Crane moves on to 39 and run rate has picked up markedly.
It has.
Over the last 5, 6, 7 overs. 484 for 7 in the lead 2-3-3.
That's a one-day shot that people have developed over the past few years. Well, not few years, the last 10, 12 years, where you've got a short delivery and it's yanked away.
Right, approaching his century, none for 85. Last ball of his 26th over, another bouncer. Crane just moves his head out of the way, lets it bounce through to Hanscom. End of the over, 136th of the innings. 81 remain today. Obviously lose a couple for the if the declaration is made during play, not during one of the intervals. 2 overs will be taken off, but we think it will be made maybe 50 minutes before lunch.
And also, Glamorgan will have ample time to have 2 new balls. The first one, and then after 80 overs, the second one. So they have double bite at the cherry, and Van der Gooten, who they rely on, will have that opportunity. So I think they've got to just be a little bit positive. In fairness, they are in the last 20 minutes or so.
And they shouldn't be afraid of having to chase, if it came to that, 150 of not many, in the final session tomorrow, because the pitch is so good. So
absolutely.
So nothing to lose in that respect.
Now, mid-off and mid-on, not right back, and Ingram might just fancy something here, because he plays that shot so well. As in comes the first ball, but it's well pitched up. It's swept down to fine leg where it's fielded and returned, and they settle for a single. Mason Crane, who hasn't batted like this in first class, well, he hasn't batted at all for the last couple of years because he's hardly been in the Hampshire side, so he's relishing this opportunity of a new county where he plays every game. And he's played except for the first game at Lord's, which is a surprise. Rian Ahmed over the wicket, bowls, and that's played defensively. There's a man there at short leg, just lurking, trusting his bowler. I wouldn't feel there for a fair amount of money, I think. You do trust your bowler. Ahmed comes in, short, clubbed away to extra cover, or cover rally. There's one of 4 men there, saving a single on the offside. 485 for 7 as Glamorgan lead by 234. Here's the next ball. That is the googly, pushed away. Pete Hanscom has had a busy, what do we have, 136 overs, isn't he? Up and down, up and down.
He has. He's very fit, isn't he?
Yeah. Here's the next ball. And this is played back at treating Ahmed with respect, and he's having a long bowl. What's he into? His 38th over, 2 for 118. What about his brother yesterday then? Extraordinary. 16 years of age, takes a 7 for.
You know what Rehan said when I interviewed him?
Yeah, he is. I hear that now. In he comes, bowls, and there's no run. End of the over. 485 for 7. What did he say?
He said he wasn't surprised. Said all the right things at first. Then with a grin he said, but on the other hand, he said, if I'd bowled 50 overs, I'd have taken all 10. He said.
A little bit of brotherly jealousy coming in there, but he must be thrilled deep down.
I think he is, yeah.
England, interesting decision not to be forced to follow on yesterday, wasn't it?
So much time left in the game again. It kind of made sense, didn't it?
Do you think the Lord's authority said, go back again?
Yeah.
Big crowd coming Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, we sold a lot of tickets for Sunday. We're not trying to influence your decision, Oliver, but
when games, test matches, I always feel for young lads who've been looking forward, going to their dad to the first time the test match, and there's no cricket. I know it must feel for them. As we have a change of bowling at the River Taff end.
we do. Tom Scriven's coming on. I'll do this over and then I'll make way. As the sun, just a little bit milky at the moment. There's a little bit more cloud around, but it is set very, very fair. Well, Ingram drawing in on yet another milestone, 241. Not out. Can he get to 250? Scriven is going to go round the wicket to him. Bowls straight, a little bit of shape back in. He just dabs it down into the onside, out towards mid-wicket where Rishi Patel is the fielder. No slips now.
No, all scattered. Most of them.
Where's Rahana gone for the first time? He's at backward point.
He remembers his dropped catch. Well, England was on. Was he 64? I think something.
Yeah,
it's a long
he
time
put his left
ago.
hand to it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Have a look back through my notes. Ingram on 64. Yes, in goes Scriven, and Ingram drops it out towards mid-on this time and takes the quick single, moves on to 242. That would have been a super catch. The better chance was probably right on that first evening, I should say.
Last over the day.
Yeah, pretty much backward square off Ahmed.
He did hit it very, very hard, straight at him, but there...
Two hands to it.
Yeah.
And he was on, at the time, 14. No, that was Carlson. He was on 62.
62, I knew it was in the 60s.
Sorry. Yeah, and then on 64 the next day.
Got two men on the drive here. He's obviously bowling a bit of reverse swing.
Or trying to. In he goes and bowls to Crane, who works it to the left of the first man, who very smartly dives to his left and makes the stop. It's Patel.
Talking about records, delighted to see Andrew Hignell in here this morning. He's hasn't been well for the last couple of months, and indeed it was up at Leicester that he was taken ill, and he's had a lot of treatment. Not coming back to work this season, but it was great to see him, and I hope he recovers fully.
Scriven over the wicket to Crane, who drives, not timing it perfectly, but he's got it into the gap. Travaskis chases back, picks it up on the slide around about a yard inside the ropes of deep extra cover, and Crane picks up a couple and gets the thumbs up from Colin Ingram. Crane on to 41, the lead 237. I think the doctor said he was hopeful to make an appearance still later this season.
Yeah. I advised him not to, but who am I? Just take it easy.
Cricket, his therapy. In goes Scriven, and a bit of a waft from
they go
Crane.
for it now.
And he misses, and it bounces through to Hanscom.
So the first hour has yielded 488. What was it overnight? We got
It was.
three.
Just closed my book in anticipation of leaving the commentary box. It was 431. So 57 added so far. In goes Scriven, bowls. Crane works it out towards point, takes a couple of steps, realises there isn't a run to be taken. So 488 for 7. We're at the top of the hour. The lead is 237. Ingram 242. Crane 41. And all is plain sailing for the Glamorgan ship at the moment.
Yes, thank you, Richard, and Kenneth Davis will join me in just a moment. To the Leicestershire listeners, perhaps, and viewers, we'll try not to be too Welsh-minded this morning, or Welsh-biased. Try not to be, but Glamorgan are in a very good position, and it's been a struggle for Leicestershire as Ryan Ahmed comes back, and he is going to have another bowl. And he is bowling to the man of the moment, Colin Ingram. As in he comes, bowls the first ball, and good length ball, which is defended back to the bowler. Morning.
Bore da.
Radar, which is good morning in Welsh to our listeners out of Wales, and it's a lovely morning here, or afternoon now, and Ahmed is in again, short. Hit away to deep backward point to Travaskis will field, and they go through for a single. 490 for 7. Ingram is 7 runs away from 250. Now we have seen a triple century this year, quadruple century 2 years ago,
Yes.
and a triple century from David Lloyd. I don't think England will stay on. I think possibly the declaration surely will be.
Well, we spoke about 250, but they could get 300 here, Ed, if they push on, because the run rate has markedly increased in the last few overs.
Yeah, going to 3.5, which is now this is interesting. Fielder, 2 men on the drive for the right-handed Crane, 2 men on the drive on the onside, 2 men on the offside. Very interesting. Nobody back mid-off or mid-on, as this is bowled and played away onto the offside. Can't understand this thinking. Is he trying to bowl it a bit quicker? He's not tossing it up at the moment. As in he comes again. Yeah, it's a quick leg break there, which is played out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, those 4 men, unorthodox, left and right.
Here he comes again and bowls short again.
Yeah.
And he doesn't time it. His pitch is slowing down. I don't know. I hope not, because if there's no pace in
Well,
it.
as you mentioned, they don't want to lose an opportunity here, Glamorgan, of declaring.
Here's the next ball, and he's really pushing it through now and forcing Crane onto the back foot. That's the end of the over. 489 for 7. Ingram 243. Crane is on 47. The lead is 238. Now, should Glamorgan declare before lunch, shall we say in half an hour's time, Tim van de Gooten will have a chance with a new ball before lunch and, of course, after lunch.
Yeah, so they might stick them in prior. But, well, they're not ticking along. They have put the foot on the accelerator in the last 5 overs, 489 for 7. They started, their overnight tally was 431. It's a commanding lead, one would say, of 238. Ingram, majestic on 243. Here comes Scriven from the River Taff end, and that's worked down to third man, and they'll take a single. Supported by Crane, who, as Edward mentioned, has had a few knocks over 50 this year. Brilliant acquisition for Glamorgan since coming from Hampshire. 3-year deal now for the spinner. Of course, he was on 100 duty, so has missed the one-day cup for the county. Scriven wheels round, coming in, right arm over the wicket from the River Taff end, past the umpire, to Crane, who works that into both men on the onside, and there's no run.
Well, I would like to see you mention a quality leg spinner, Ken, is an off spinner as well, because Kellaway, I'm sure, will develop. It would be nice to have an experienced off spinner. Carlson has been tried, but he hasn't bowled a lot this season. And to have, and you know, you go back to the days of Croft and Kosker and other sides of it.
Worked in tandem, obviously, for years.
Especially in one-day cricket as well.
In is Scriven, and that's worked into the onside. They'll take a single man coming in, and it's hauled in for a single. 491 for 7. Someone posted on, well, not Twitter, you post rather than tweet these days, given Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter on X, about the majestic and how important Ingram was to the county. We'll pick up on the point as Scriven comes around now to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's on 244, tries to cut, and it just evades the wicketkeeper and will flash all the way down to the boundary here at the Cathedral Road end for 4. Just evaded, but it was a flash, and it went all the way to the boundary. The post was that Colin Ingram is the best. Now wait, stay with me. The best foreign import that Glamorgan have had. Now we spoke about this for the website for the Welsh website. Your top 5 imports for Glamorgan. Scriven comes in around the wicket, bowls, and has a good length, and that's play and a miss from Ingram, and it goes through to wicket-keeper Hanscom. Now there was some dubious replies to the post, but I think what he meant was, yes, there were more naturally gifted players that had been obviously at Glamorgan, and obviously better players, but in terms of the service given, that's what he was on about, I think, and you can't argue with that since he's come, what, almost 10 years ago, 2015. Scriven coming around the wicket to Ingram, who's on song now, just prods that into the offside, and there's no run.
No, I take the point, but obviously Colin hasn't been involved. Obviously he's won a lot of one-day matches. He hasn't been in a championship side. He's given great service, but the point I made, I pointed on there yesterday, you take Waka Yunis, who you have to say, he didn't win it, of course, it's not.
But won games.
2 games he played, 7 for 18, 8 for 25. And if Glamorgan hadn't won 1 or 2 of that, they wouldn't have won the championship. And I dare anybody to vote against Viv Richards from what he did here.
I think what the unnamed person was going on was his the way he goes about his business, more so quiet nature. Anyway, Glamorgan, that was the end of the over. 5 for 7. Ingram 2 for 8, supported by Crane, who's there on 42. A lead of 2 for 4.
To that, Ken. Of course, up until 2 or 3 years ago, you have your best Glamorgan side ever. People love doing that, and you'll always have Ivan Jones in there as your wicket keeper. But now, of course, that has changed, and I myself, I said no. Glamorgan's best wicket keeper, Chris Cook, stroke batsman. For his contribution to one-day cricket as well as 4-day cricket, and his wonderful man with the gloves as Ryan Ahmed starts another over.
That's why we like these best 11, because there's so much debate.
You can't do it. You cannot, when you pick your best 11, you're going to leave some excellent players out. Back to the present, Crane goes, as I thought he might, hit it very hard and high, and a sail over the boundary. And when you have nobody back at mid-off or mid-on, the batsman is really going to have a go. Because what's he going to lose if he gets his pad outside the line of stump?
500 at bat.
Yeah, it does.
And a lead of 250.
Real intent being shown at the moment, and Crave goes on to 48. This partnership now for the 8th wicket is rising. Crane looks around again. That was a big blow over long on, way to our right. And it's still the same field as in comes Ahmed. Bowles tosses this one up. He's not to be tempted, and is pushed back down the pitch.
Came through Canton, did you, Ed, this morning? Not for the faint-hearted, Edward, this morning for an early kick-off.
No, exactly. A bit dubious. As Ahmed bowls and is pushed away into the covers. They go for a single because cover is rather deep. 7 runs off the over. Glamorgan's lead is 251. Now then, it's 10 past 12. I'll have a little guess at 20 past or...
What you think? They'll give them a bit
20
field
minutes
to bowl.
20 minutes with 5 overs or 4 overs.
Yeah.
Not a very nice time to start your innings. Is the next delivery, which is the googly, and beats. Now that's spun quite sharply, and Crane at the non-striker's end would have taken note of that. That's a good delivery. Ahmed is having a long bowl. He's in his 40th over, 1 ball remaining. As he's in over the wicket and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives. He's run out. He's deflected on the most unfortunate way to get out. And poor Crane is run out for 49. Good bit of fielding by the bowler. And how very, very unfortunate. As you can see from the playback here,
It was deflected on to the stumps. We'll have a look at it again.
Oof, must have been very faint, Ed,
Yeah.
but just a feather.
Just deviated, and I'm afraid he's gone. But a good partnership that, as Crane is run out for well made 49. Misses his half century. Glamorgan are going to bat on at a very good partnership, and let's quickly 502 from 378. Is a lot of runs.
Yes, desperately unlucky, one of those you can't do anything about. Backing up, and it was firmly struck by Colin Ingram, and just a faint touch by Ahmed.
Yeah, 124 that partnership. A very useful one as the next batsman comes in, and it's Fraser Sheet.
Yes, haven't seen much, well, haven't seen any because I've been on my holidays, Edward, in the last few weeks, over the pond. So
Well, he played up in Derby, and he's averaging 20 with the bat, so he certainly can hold the bat. And, you know, he's an attacking player. What did he get? But Derby, 16. And that was his only innings. No, he got a few. Yeah, 18 and 16. And the batsmen converse.
So that was the last ball of the over with Glamorgan.
251 the lead, and obviously there's a message to come out. 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, whatever. It may go on, who knows, but I'd pull out now.
Scriven is going to continue from the River Taff end. Still glorious conditions, some cloud cover in the air here in the Welsh capital, although Nick Webb informs me that he's just come in and it's slightly breezy outside.
It was breezy the first thing this morning.
And one would think that if Glamorgan are going to secure victory here, Mason Crane is going to have something to say in that regard. And it is the new man, Fraser Sheet, who takes guard. Scriven coming in, past the umpire now, bowls, and that's a good length ball, but that's worked. And there's a quick single, they'll have to shape it. There is a shy at the stumps, but backed up by Colin Ingram, and he is home, and they take a single. Sheet off the mark then, off his first ball. Ingram setting a new Glamorgan record, as you have probably heard yesterday, past 1,000 first-class runs in 13 innings, and overtaking the legendary Majid Khan in doing so.
Yeah, he played 15 innings, a terrific achievement. And he's too short of 250.
He's looking well set. The lead is 252. It's just a question now as we try and second guess when Glamorgan will, if they will, of course, declare. Coming in is Scriven round the wicket to Ingram.
Just giving him one of the
Dabs that, yes.
8 on the boundary.
Purely defensive field now for Colin Ingram. So Sheet is the new man. They're just going to target him, obviously.
We had a lot of that yesterday, and it got rather tiresome, you know, when Ingram and Crane were just taking the singles and the over rate went down, but probably justified the means. It kept the run rate not from running away.
The other totals of note: Kieran Carlson, 85, Chris Cook, 47. Scriven in with 2 unorthodox men on the onside. That's defensively prodded into the offside by Sheet, and there's no run taken. We reckon 20 minutes out there would be useful for Glamorgan prior to lunch.
Yeah.
To get to give Tim van der Hoogten a chance. So there's one slip in, mid-off, mid-on. Those 2 unorthodox men on the onside. Here is Scriven, and that's towards one of them. And there's no run. 504 for 8. Way past bonus point territory, of course. We're just looking at the run-out, the unfortunate run-out, and yes, no chance for Mason Crane to backpedal at all.
Last ball of the over, just to add to his disappointment.
Scriven wheeling round. Here he comes from the River Taff end. In bowls. Good length ball, but just straight down leg and taken by Hanscom. And there's obviously no run. Glamorgan, of course, have their eye on that one-day cup final against Somerset at Notts on the 22nd of September. Long gap between matches, Ed.
Too long.
The way modern day cricket means that the season is spaced out. Scriven starts his run up. Sheet taking guard. Here he is, and that's driven comfortably to long off, and they nonchalantly jog through for an easy single.
You know, this is exactly what we had yesterday. And if it is going, I can't see any reason why Glamorgan don't declare now. Because if you're going to just pick up singles to this, excuse me, defensive field, then you're not going to make so much progress.
Well, that was the end of the over. By the way, Glamorgan 505 for 8. The lead is 254. There's a bit of a conflab going on out in the middle. They're probably saying, well, you know, if we're going to stay out here, we may as well go for our shots, which they did when Crane and Ingram were in. They certainly picked up the pace.
Well, I say he can hold a bat sheet, so he'll see that there's a huge gap behind the bowler here. Nobody at mid-off or mid-on, so if he takes a dart here, he'd probably get away with it.
No indication from the dressing room about an imminent declaration, anyway.
And if they don't score at a quick rate, then it'll be time lost. Rian Ahmed comes in and tosses this one up, and it's got an outside edge, goes down towards third man, and they'll settle for a single. And out they scatter once again. And Ingram will look for that single to take him to 250. Rian Ahmed's figures 2 for 127 in this his 41st over.
Mentioned Swansea and Newport are away to Morecambe as well in League 2. Wrexham, of course, gosh, they can't stop winning, but they should, perhaps with the resources they have.
Here's the next ball, paddled away down towards fine leg. You'll think of two here as the Pros comes up for his 250. Yes, he's coming back. He's remarkably fit. And that is a huge landmark. 251 not out for Colin Ingram, who raises his bat to all and sundry. It's been a wonderful innings as Fraser Sheet goes up and shakes his hand. 508 for 8. 257 is the lead. Leicester City, we mustn't forget them, to our friends from Leicester.
Yes, of course.
Away to Villa, I think, today. No, home to Villa. So here's the reverse sweep coming out from Sheet. It doesn't get a bat on it.
Unsurprisingly, I was in Florida a few weeks ago, and remarkable how many people obviously now know about Wrexham.
Well, yes, they've had so much publicity, of course, from the two actors.
Yes, they're away to Peterborough. And we must congratulate TNS, of course, getting through to the European Conference for the first time. And they will be in the same group as the mighty Fiorentina from Italy.
Yeah, it's an excellent. Now,
Colin
to matters here,
50.
we have probably getting, I don't know, a helmet coming out. And Glamorgan don't need this break. But you've got shin pads, you've got a helmet. This probably, to have a man fielding close in, he has to have, of course, within a certain distance from the batsman, the fielder has to have a helmet on. And you seem to be taking plenty of time. The drinks have come out.
We spoke about Waka Yunus in that 97 campaign. Of course, interestingly, that winning campaign was sandwiched between two Leicestershire championship wins in the mid to late 90s, which was remarkable, really. Not unlike Glamorgan, didn't have much resources in terms of buying power.
No.
Mullally would have been in that side. Maddy, Darren
Maddy, yeah, fine player.
Who was the captain? Whittaker would have been the captain,
I
rather.
don't know if Paul Nixon was there, and because he had 2 spells, didn't he, at Leicester. Yes, they were a good side, and some very good batsmen, I remember. Yeah. The Foxes.
Jack Birkinshaw was involved.
Birkinshaw, an England off spinner. Now, I tell you what, James Whittaker, the Yorkshireman. Now, if I were the umpires here, I would be saying to them, right, come on, back you go to the pavilion. This, and he is having a word. 12th man's bringing up something else now. I'm sorry.
And this is where the frustration gets borne out in terms of, slowing the game down and...
Find it extraordinary if the umpires allow this.
Important, as you say, for the paying public to see a result when results are possible.
I'm sorry, but this is blatant time wasting, and the umpires should be far more strict. Absolutely ridiculous.
Few people coming into Sapphire Gardens on this third morning.
What's going on here?
Physio's coming out.
Oh yes, let's have everybody out. Well, I'm going now.
That's what pay.
Yeah, not enough. Nick's coming back.
Thank you, Edward. Edward's despaired at seeing the break that wasn't scheduled.
Yeah, maybe Ingram just needs a little bit of
running repairs, possibly.
Maybe a couple of aspirins or something. No, nothing being handed over by Georgina Ewer, the Glamorgan physio. Maybe Ingram's just feeling his exertions a little bit, having been at the crease for all of yesterday, an hour and a half of the first morning.
Yeah. Well, Edward mentioned 250. They're 257 in the lead. I mean, if they can get a move on here, what are we? 12:23 on the clock here at Sapphire Gardens. They could get up to 280, 290, and then...
You just wonder if Ingram is starting to think about, maybe I can get a 300 now. Latest from the Test match, England 105 for 3. Pope's gone for 17. Another low score for the acting captain. England lead by 3-3-6. Here's Rayan Ahmed finally back in the action, and Colin Ingram sweeping down towards fine leg. They take a single, they think about a second, they decide against. I ventured outside in just a thin polo shirt and
quickly came back in.
Yes, it's cool at this end anyway. I mean, it's a different ecosystem at the River Taff end of the ground. But
yes, that is a sun trap over there. I've seen many red faces coming from that end.
Yes, it's definitely a question of take your sun cream at that end. Sheet on strike and floats one up. It's driven back to Rayan Ahmed.
Sheet staying put in his crease, not wanting to suffer the same fate as Crane just now.
So short leg and slip for the Glamorgan number 10 from Canterbury, New Zealand, and Sheet 2 might have been caught had they had one of those fielders in close on the leg side, but lofted it gently up towards deep mid-on. They've gone through for the single, which keeps Sheet on strike, and I suppose you can't blame Glamorgan and their coach Grant Bradburn for wanting to turn on the pressure, having conceded a lead of 261 at Derby last week, and duly slid to defeat by 10 wickets. But the coach is sitting out on the covers with his he's got the full notebook today. It's quite often just a little file.
Here comes Scriven from that end of the ground, the River Taff end. That's a bouncer. That's one for the over. Goes through to keeper Hanscom. Yes, I've seen him sort of lurking with that notebook throughout the course of the season.
Colin Ingram's now been at the crease 572
Incredible.
minutes. So, yeah, closing in on 10 hours.
Scriven in to Sheet, who, that squares him up, and that's ricocheted into the offside. I think he was looking to play it into the on. And there's some muffled appeals for something.
And Ingram had a little flourish this morning, and he is being a little bit more frivolous with his shot making, but still relatively restrained. His strike rate over the innings of 68.
Scriven coming in to Sheet, who pulls aggressively, and that evades the man. Was there a slight misfield? Yes, there was. Sort of deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Rayan Ahmed got to that on the bounce, but seemed to parry it away over the
Well, it
ropes.
was whacked with some.
Yeah, he's done well to get to it, but
Yeah.
might have hoped to have done better, I guess.
But short, and the punishment was duly dished out by Sheet.
He has bowled 41 overs, Ahmed. Cut him a little slack.
Yes, off the bowling of the man coming in, Tom Scriven. And that somehow, well, he was looking to pull in the same direction, and it looped over the frustrated wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom and went all the way to the boundary. So, not where he was looking to place it, but they all count.
Yeah, the punishment goes on for the Foxes, who, well, it is a question of the psychological as well as the physical damage involved for the visitors now, who will start batting knowing that they have to bat probably 5 sessions to save the game.
Sheet moves to 12. Perhaps he's had the message to have a go, and he's played that through mid-wicket. Just a single that time to Fraser Sheet, and they come through. 519 for 8. That is a lead of 268, and we suspect that someone will come from the dressing room soon and give the order to say that is enough, boys. We'll have a bowl for 5 overs before lunch.
It would make sense, wouldn't it, to get a little bit more out of Van der Hocht and then fresh either side of the interval.
Coming round the wicket is Scriven to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's been sublime. That misses everything and misses the wicket-keeper. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary, but they should collect 2. Yes, they do. As the fielder comes round, that is Sam Wood, the bowler.
Actually, no signal.
So,
Little edge.
there was an edge. That missed just a faint feather, that was, Nick, because I
Yes.
thought those were byes.
Yeah, it looked that way, but just enough, obviously, to wrong foot Hanscom. And 2 runs ensue. 521 for 8.
Barely any demons in terms of pace bowling. You would think Mason Crane is going to have a lot to say here, as we've seen from our Ahmed, who will continue from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, 2 specialist leggies on opposing sides. Ahmed's bowled for most of the last day as Sheet back on his stumps and plays gently on the offside. Budinger is the sub-fielder wearing number 1, not with the big sun hat he was wearing most of yesterday. Short and flat from Ahmed, and flat batted through the covers by Fraser Sheet, and that's played well enough to reach the boundary.
It was a bit of a long hop, short, wide, and cut away into the offside.
Well, be interesting to see if Ingram makes any attempt to hit out and possibly get a 300. Maiden double centuries on 254, but he's watching as Fraser Sheet plays his shots and comes down the wicket and hoiks it to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think he was aiming for long off there.
Yeah, mid-on, mid-off, both about halfway up. Mid-off retreats a couple of steps as Ahmed bowls, and Sheet laps it round the corner for 4 down to fine leg. Well, Ahmed trying to avoid the straight blow, but slipped down leg side, and Sheet just turned it away. There is a short leg there, but realistically, if he got any sort of bat on that, Sheet was safe. He moves to 21, his highest score for Glamorgan in only his 3rd innings for the county. 5:29 freight the lead, 2-7-8. Ahmed in, bowls to Sheet, who opens his shoulders, smashes that one through mid-wicket for another boundary.
Yeah, they've had the order, I think.
Well, there's absolutely no pressure on Sheet. He can just play for fun, really, now, can't he? He has 25 of this partnership of 31 for the 9th wicket. Ned Leonard, the on-loan Somerset youngster, to come if necessary.
I don't think Ingram's going to get the strike to get the 300.
No, they've kept it away from him, but it's not much use when your number 10's swinging merrily.
What do you think? Do you think they're going to go for the 300 lead, and that might be that? Depends how quickly Sheet scores.
As he slaps that one away into the offside, will take the single off the last ball of the over. So 13 off the Ahmed over. 5-3-4 for 8. Thought the declaration might come now. If it doesn't come now, then
they lose, don't they? So
will they actually pull in before lunch, because we have 10 minutes off, of course, and a couple of overs.
And on comes the 12th man again.
Various Leicestershire paraphernalia being brought on
Lucky
and
Edward
off.
isn't in situ at the moment.
Sent him off to cool down after a long and not very well explained pause in proceedings.
Change of bowling. And it'll be Lewis Kimber, who made 17 with the bat in Leicestershire's first innings.
Yeah, just seen half a dozen overs of his off spin, largely around the intervals. Yeah, Sheet might fancy his chances against.
You would think, Nick, that they were just going to hit the kitchen sink at this now. Throw the kitchen sink at everything. Ingram's on 2-5. Sheet has moved on quickly to 26. Here comes Kimber's first ball, right arm over, and Sheet just respectfully just prods into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. We have seen a triple century, as Edward alluded to. In the first game of the season, Kimber coming in fullish that time, and it's to the same man at cover. 335 by Sam Northeast. Ingram's quite away from that tally, so he won't get there. Kimber, and it's the reverse sweep, and it might go all the way. Yes, it will. The man chasing after it, no desperate dive. I think it did touch the rope. I think that was 4.
Yeah, we'll see whether Wood signals it. I thought he was touching the rope and the ball.
It was a valiant effort, but from our vantage point here, you're scampering at it towards the Cathedral Road end. And a few of
the balls touched the rope there as well.
A few of the Glamorgan faithful are shouting 4, obviously.
Yeah.
But not given. Okay. 5-3-7 for 8. Sheet on 29.
Now they're sending them back to the leg side boundary for Ingram.
The 3 runs means that Ingram is on strike. Coming round is Kimber. Round the umpire, bowls full and just cut. And again, just an easy single out to the man at deep cover, which is Rian Ahmed. .287 is the lead. Now they have congregated on the Glamorgan, and that is launched, clubbed over Kimber by Sheet all the way for 4. And he is making hay quite literally in the sunshine, is Fraser Sheet. One bounce, it almost went all the way. Just seeing a few people congregating outside the Glamorgan dressing room. Will the call come, or is it going to be too late? That is the question.
There's not going to be much time before lunch, even if they pull in now. 12:36, 14 minutes.
Can they call an early lunch?
Oh, well, if they declare at 10:02 or later, then it's an early lunch. Grant Bradburn is wandering around. One Leicestershire fielder is looking for the ball under the hover cover without a great deal of purpose. I think some of the spectators need to...
I think they've got all the time in the world, haven't they?
Ball, sorry, can't find it, mate. Have they got it? Have they got it? Yes, they have, finally.
Yes, Grant Bradburn still purchased over the hovercraft towards the side screen at the River Taff end, taking notes. No prizes for guessing who's impressed him in for Glamorgan. Kimber coming over the wicket to Sheet, slower ball, and that's just a paddle to long, well, the man coming from long on. And there's another single, and just looking out for any gestures, none coming. It is 543 for 8, the end of the over.
There is a figure on white on the left of the balcony, which could be number 11, Ned Leonard.
Right.
Ready to swing the willow as well, if required.
The lead is 292, so I think they're gonna get to 300 now, and that might be that.
300 or lunch.
Because Ingram isn't going to get to 300. 255 Sheet. Well, Sheet might get to his half century in the next over, the way he's been clubbing them all around the ground.
Ahmed then to wearily enter his 43rd over. He's now got long on and mid wicket back, mid off, halfway back. Sheet turns it to the leg side, and it is a dot ball. Applause from one of Ahmed's Leicestershire teammates for stopping the punishment temporarily. Ahmed bowls, and poor ball. Sheet misses out as he looks to launch it into the grandstand. 2 dot balls, 5, 4, 3 for 8. As that one is caught at slip.
Yeah.
Sheet nudging it, looking to run it down. And are they going to continue, or are we going to see Glamorgan's number 11 emerging? Colin Ingram is staying where he is. Sheet has gone caught at slip for 34 by Rahana. 5, 4, 3 for 9.
A more than useful little cameo from Sheet, who certainly picked the pace up. As Nick said, nothing to lose in terms of the situation, but caught at first slip. Just a bit of turn there, which will interest Mason Crane. And Leonard is going to come onto the field of play. Glamorgan's last man standing. And we'll probably say to Colin Ingram, carry on, sir.
And the new Glamorgan batter, number 22, Ned.
So Sheet's 34 came off 27 deliveries and included 6 fours. Nice little cameo from him to keep things going. Dismissed in the 147th over of the innings. Leicestershire subject to a lot of punishment here.
I think we've missed the deadline now, possibly, Nick. It's
12:40. Yeah, I don't think. Well, even. Well, if wicket falls now, Leicestershire will have a couple of overs before lunch.
Well, that'd be interesting. They probably want Glamorgan just to go through to lunch now.
Yeah, Leonard, who made 15 and 1 not out. On Glamorgan debut, this only his 5th first-class game. As Ahmed bowls and Leonard tries to launch it into orbit and has got it big over mid-wicket for 4.
Well, that was a gift of a first ball for the number 11. It was a pure long hop, short, and given the treatment it deserved.
Lead 296. Yeah, Ahmed just trying too hard not to give it flight for him to be hit straight over the top, and then dropped it too short in reply. Ingram watches on from the non-striker's end on 255, not out, as the next ball is a big drive into the offside. There could be a run out if he'd hit. Leonard would have been short of his ground, but Kimber did not hit the stumps directly, and his throw could not be cleanly gathered by Rian Ahmed either. So there probably shouldn't have been a run there. Glamorgan did try a few dodgy runs early on when Mason Crane almost ran Colin Ingram out. As Leicestershire left to regret dropping Ingram late on the first evening and early on the second morning. Right off Ahmed and then Rahana off Scriven. Ingram on strike as he plays that one neatly through the offside. He's bisected a couple of fielders and will come back for 2 runs.
A pure placement, wasn't it?
That is Ingram at his best, isn't it? As the 550 comes up, he just knocks the ball exactly where he wants to, and that will be that for Glamorgan. 550 for 9 declared. Ingram 257 not out. Leonard is 5 not out, and I believe that means that there will be 7 minutes play before lunch.
So they added, what, 119 to their overnight tally. They were 431 for 7. Colin Ingram has carried his bat, unbeaten on 257. Ned Leonard was there at the end, so a career best for Colin Ingram, who was majestic over the course of 3 days.
Indeed. He faced 375 deliveries in all, hit 28 fours and 1 6, and is bouncing up the pavilion stairs with a surprising amount of energy for a man who has batted for 3 minutes short of 10 hours. Ludicrous marathon effort of endurance and absolute class from Colin Ingram. Not a huge boundary count. 118 runs in boundaries, but just knocked the ball round almost at will at times. So Glamorgan 550 for 9 declared. Play to resume at 12:53. We will take a brief break and be back then.
The bowling analysis for Leicestershire: Ian Holland, 29 overs, 1 maiden, 4 wickets for 96. Chris Wright, 26 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets for 85. Tom Scriven, 25 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 111. Sam Wood, 17 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets, 58 runs. Rian Ahmed, 43 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 151. and Louis Kimber, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 26. You'll know by now that we've reached the final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup at Trent Bridge. Sunday, 22nd of September, not long to go now. We're playing Somerset. The game starts at 11 o'clock, and we're looking forward to seeing and hearing as many Glamorgan members and supporters as possible at Trent Bridge. If you haven't booked your match ticket yet, you can do so at Nottinghamshire's website, trentbridge.co.uk, where there's also contact details for the Notts ticket office if you need to speak to them directly. We have a few coach travel options available for you, direct from Sapphire Gardens, Swansea and the Celtic Manor. They're provided by our travel partners MSG and the St Helens Buccaneers. More details are on our website, glamorgancricket.com. Now looking ahead to tomorrow, the Cardiff 10k road race will be taking place in the morning, and as a result a number of roads in and around the city centre will be closed at various times. The road closure that will affect us most on Sunday morning will be that of Cathedral Road, which will be closed to vehicles from 9 o'clock until around 11:30 tomorrow morning. So if you usually come in that way in your car, please plan ahead and think of another route to get to Sapphire Gardens. welcome back to the umpires and the Glamorgan fielders. We'll now have a mini session until lunch at 1 o'clock. Opening the batting for Leicestershire, number 26 Rishi Patel and 22 Ian Holland.
So we have a brief amount of cricket before lunch as Leicestershire start the formidable job of trying basically to bat through
Will be opening the
at least
bowling
4.5
for
sessions to try and save this match, you would have thought. No sign of relief from the weather. They have probably 2 overs to face until lunch. Glamorgan's over rate is -3, which may be a reason for concern, or at this stage of the season they might not bother about it and just think about winning the match. As Patel will take strike, accompanied as in the first innings by Ian Holland and Tim van der Hoogten to bowl, and Kenneth Davis to describe it.
Yeah, thanks, Dick. Brief being the crucial word there, because we were deliberating that they might have given themselves about 20 minutes prior to lunch, but as it is, it's going to be, what, 7 minutes, so they have to get a move on. It will be Timmy van der Hoogten to start. Here he comes, right arm over the wicket from the River Taff end, and that's defended resolutely. A few oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, 3 in, incidentally, alongside Chris Cook, as Glamorgan go in search of their first wickets. Tim van der Hoogten was the, alongside Dan Douthwaite, the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers in the first innings, 4 for 45.
Yeah, van der Hoogtens were the first 4, and Douthwaite took advantage in the middle order.
Coming round is Tim van der Hoogten. Patel on strike, and that's just prodded into the offside, and there's no run, so we'll probably just get 2 overs prior to lunch, and Leicestershire with a huge task here. They trail by 299. We were all saying, why couldn't they have just had that extra single to trail by 300? And Ingram, sublime innings. Tim van der Hoogten coming in, good length delivery, and Patel gets everything behind it, plays it to the offside. There's no run as Carlson fields at cover.
So Ingram's knock has made the top 10 of Glamorgan high scores.
And we had a stat that came in from Dr. Hignell.
Indeed, the 4th longest for Glamorgan in terms of time at the crease, 3 minutes shy of 10 hours.
Yeah, the interesting thing with that was you were telling me that it was not as long as Sam Northeast, as that's just evaded the man at third slip. Patel just, I think he'd said he would have played at that, guiding it down, and no third man obviously goes for 4 first boundary, first runs of the Leicestershire second innings, 4 for none. Yes, wasn't as long as Sam Northeast 335 at Lords.
No, I was referring to the Sam Northeast at Leicester.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, Foxes fans. Richard Ray will be back to put your side of the argument after lunch. That's the Northeast 410.
Yeah, of course.
In 2022.
Of course, the 335 was also played with a Kookaburra ball at the start of the season, where it was a flat pitch. Van der Hoogten in, played into the onside. This is flattening out as well, and sure we'll see Mason Crane in due course. 4 for none then. Leicestershire trailing by 295. and it's going to be, well, an almighty task here to save the game. So 3 slips, man in at short leg, as Van der Hoogten coming in on the attack, bowls and good length delivery. That's just squirmed into the offside, and there's a shy by Carlson, but Patel comes home safely for a single, 5 for no wicket, and we have 3 minutes to round off another over before lunch.
Yeah, so 4th longest in terms of time at the grease, reading upwards. Sam Northeast 611 minutes, Mike Powell 646 minutes for his 299 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham in 2006. And top of the tree in terms of time is our friend Steve James. 719 minutes he took for his 309 against Nottinghamshire at Colwyn Bay in 99, which was the Glamorgan top score for a couple of decades before being overtaken by Sam Northeast a couple of times, and David Lloyd. Is 313 against Derbyshire. So Fraser Sheet looking to add to his 2 wickets in the first innings. This second of 3 matches he's scheduled to play, having signed on a short-term deal from Canterbury, New Zealand, and Sheet is in to bowl to Patel, outside off stump and allowed to go through. 5 without loss, deficit 294. The over 8, a big red -3 on the scoreboards. Will they worry about it? Possibly not at this stage of the season. People are more concerned about the number of wins and a potential, if Glamorgan go on to win, 22 points minus whatever they're behind on overs. Sheet bowls. That one's got a bit of bounce and carry through to Chris Cook, left by Patel just outside off stump, but nice bit of bounce engendered by Sheet. I'll be pleased with that one. The 26-year-old played 33 first-class games in New Zealand, and this is second for Glamorgan.
Yeah, a bit of climb there through to Chris Cook.
Not among the wickets at Derby. 2 in the first innings here as he bowls a good length Yorker-ish ball that is studiously defended by Patel to Billy Root in the gully, and there is no run.
Yeah, Leicestershire 4th in the table, play 10-1, 1 lost 1, a pile of draws like Glamorgan.
Glamorgan's includes a tie as well.
Well, of course, we can't forget that tie at Cheltenham,
which is the same amount of points. Sheet bowls on leg stump. Patel takes one hand off the bat as he defends it on the leg side. 1300 up on the digital scoreboard, so 2 balls left of the lunch session here on BBC Sport Online, where Glamorgan piled up 550 for 9 declared, Ingram 257 not out. As in goes Sheet bowls, forward comes Patel, man who was big in the runs here last year, 179 on this ground, and Leicestershire could certainly do with another marathon effort from their opener, who's averaging 45 coming into the game, dismissed for 7, bowled by Van der Hoogten in the first innings. Here's the last ball of the morning session then. Reminder that we'll be back with commentary at 1:40 as Billy Root goes to stand at silly mid-off. He's already wearing a helmet. Last ball of the session then, as Sheet is on his way bowls to Patel, who turns it on the leg side. It's fielded by Leonard at square leg. And that's it for the morning's entertainment. Glamorgan 550 for 9 declared, Ingram 257 not out, Leicestershire in reply 5 without loss, trailing by 294 runs.
Which will last 40 minutes. You're very welcome to stroll around the outfield, look at the square, play softball, cricket. Please, we ask that you don't use hard balls, and please do not eat or drink on the outfield. A short list of places to go, things to see during the lunch interval. Food and drink available in the Pyramid Lounge at the back of the Thatcher's Pavilion, 10% off for the Glamorgan members there. There's a picnic area too on the lawn behind the Thatcher's Pavilion, and free to use water refill stations dotted throughout the ground. If you're looking to stretch your legs, the Glamorgan Club Shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open now just inside Gate 2 at the entrance to the stadium. Full range of Glamorgan clothing and cricket equipment for sale. And all the cool cats will be heading for the Museum of Welsh Cricket on the first floor, a National Cricket Centre where the aircon is on. The latest cricket scores from around the country in the Test at Lords, England against Sri Lanka. England 427 all out in their first innings, Sri Lanka 196. Second innings, England 141 for 4, that's a lead of 372. Vitality County Championship at Taunton, Division 1, Somerset Durham. Somerset 492 all out, Durham 336 all out in their first innings. Second innings for Somerset, 37 without loss. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire against Kent, Kent 156 all out and 243 all out. Warwickshire 420 all out in their first innings. They will need 22 to win in their second innings. Chelmsford, Essex, Worcestershire, Worcestershire 266 all out and 119 for 3. Essex 404 all out, and Worcestershire trail by 19 runs. Old Trafford, Lancashire versus Hampshire. Hampshire 389 all out in their first innings. Lancashire 200 all out and 33 for 2, trailing by 156. Trent Bridge, Surrey 525 all out in their first innings against Nottinghamshire. In reply, Notts 224 for 4, trailing by 301. Division 2, Headingley, Yorkshire, Middlesex, Yorkshire 601 for 6 declared. In reply, Middlesex first innings 230 for 3, they're still 371 behind. And at home, Sussex, Derbyshire, Sussex 607 for 8 declared, Derbyshire 260 for 8, they trail by 347.
Yes, Leicestershire 5 for no wickets going into the afternoon session. That's 294 behind Glamorgan, who declared just before lunch on 550 for 9. Colin Ingram's 257 not out, the 9th highest ever score for the county. It was the 5th longest innings in terms of time recorded, just 3 minutes short of 6 hours. A sublime performance. Mason Crane made a cautious 49. Fraser Sheet hit a quick fire 34. A cautious declaration just a couple of overs before lunch. Leicestershire 5 for no wicket. 294 runs behind. We start in around 10 minutes time, Chris. I couldn't think of anything to say in French there. Not much call for cricket terms in French. Okay.
Glamorgan County Cricket Club stands against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting your nearest steward in the strictest confidence, or text UNITE to 60650. Thank you very much, Jochen. welcome back to the umpires, the Glamorgan fielders, and the Leicestershire batters.
Prynawn da, croeso nôl I Gerddi Sophia. Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens. I am the only the third most fluent Welsh speaker of today's commentary team. Kenneth Davis and Edward Bevan will be with us during the course of the afternoon. But the match situation here is that Leicestershire are 5 for no wicket. That is 294 runs in arrears. And I can report that Kenneth Davis is still in the queue for Oasis tickets and may be there for the rest of the day. The queue may last longer than this match, to be honest. Who knows? Leicestershire 294 behind. Basically, they'll have to bat at least until tea tomorrow to save the game. Richard Ray, can they do it?
They can. Whether they're so inclined is another thing, or whether, more to the point, Glamorgan and Tim van der Hoogten let them. Van der Hoogten is in from the River End, bowl straight to Ian Holland. That's the first ball Holland has faced. He didn't face a ball prior to lunch, albeit there were only 2 overs, all absorbed by Rishi Patel. Holland pushes the first ball back up the pitch towards Van der Hoogten.
I wonder if Glamorgan might be inclined to get Mason Crane on relatively early in this innings, the leg spinner.
While the ball might just bounce a little bit for him. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls outside off stump. A leave from Holland, a very safe leave, the shouts from behind the stumps notwithstanding. It was interesting to hear Rehan Ahmed talk about bowling with the Kookaburra ball, and that as a leg spinner he actually prefers it. Seem not as pronounced as the Duke ball, but retains its shape, stays harder longer, he thought, but did manage to pick up another wicket this morning. Van der Hoogten is in on off stump, dropped out into the offside. Patel's in deep trouble. If that missed, he'd gone. Absolutely gone to the wide, and the throw was not from far away. Well, Carlson won't have many better opportunities than that to affect an immediate run out. Patel was a good yard short there, and he stays on his knees, Kieran Carlson, because he knows what an opportunity that was. It was an awful call from presumably Holland. Patel was back on his heels, and he took off in response. He knew he'd been sold down the river basically, and had the throw, albeit at a single stump, hit. Well, he was gone.
Yes, he had just about enough time, Carlson, didn't he? But as you say, the single stump was the complicating factor.
Yeah, he steadied himself and threw. Got away with it, Rishi Patel and Ian Holland. That's a decent shot for a leg before, just outside the line, possibly, as he stretched forward there. Not a big stretch forward, Rishi Patel, and it was a straight-ish delivery. We'll have a look at the replay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Inside edge onto the pad.
Possibly bat first. I wasn't sure whether that was bat or pad first, looking at the replay in real time. But enough doubt. I think it may have struck outside the line anyway.
Yes. Van der Hoogten bowling straight onto off stump. Patel leans forward, head right over the ball. Blocks it out to backward point. No run. That could have been a huge moment. Lose Patel. First over after lunch. Just the 3rd over of the innings.
Dodgy call, similar to that. We had a couple of dodgy calls between Crane and Ingram earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah,
very similar.
Hooked bowls and a big wide booming attempt at a drive from Rishi Patel, and it flies past his outside edge, and Patel swipes at the air in disappointment at his impetuosity, I suspect. 6 without loss, and Van der Hoogten, one way or another, making things happen.
Well, from my limited knowledge of Leicestershire batsmen, that looked more like a Sol Budinger shot than a Rishi Patel one. Budinger always keen to go after it, but he's on the sidelines as one of the 12th men here. As Fraser Sheet will bowl his second over, his first having been a maiden from this Cathedral Road end. And you have to say really that Leicestershire have had the unpalatable end of the stick in terms of the weather when they're fielding, because they're toiling away in the sunshine. It really was very hot yesterday, but now it's clouded over and it's relatively cool for Glamorgan to be out there in the field. Here's Sheet then, 6 for 0 Leicestershire, 293 behind, and that one looked to beat the defensive prod of Holland. Through to Cook.
A little bit of nip almost off the pitch from Fraser Sheet.
So we've had a slight recount in terms of Colin Ingram's innings, which was the 5th longest in terms of time rather than the 4th. 2 Steve James efforts go ahead of it, both at Colwyn Bay.
He didn't really get 257 not out, he got 43.
As Sheet bowls, and that again has beaten Holland outside off stump.
Lovely shape to that one. It's drifting away.
Thank you to Andrew Hignell. It was nice to see him briefly this morning. He hopes to be back for a slightly longer period later in the season. 6 for 0, and cloudy skies now. Just a faint bit of blue here and there as Sheet runs away from us. And Holland this time does get firm bat to ball. And no run. Matthew Jones, interesting article and interesting question on X Twitter. Could Ingram have been a 100 test player if he'd elected to go down a long form career? I think decision was made for him. He didn't play test cricket for South Africa, but I think that was a decision made for him by the selectors really. He played 40 various limited over internationals as Holland is forward to defend to cover. But it is quite odd that a player who was known purely for his T20 form, or mostly for his T20 form for several years, is now adapted, so he's more of a red ball and 50 over player, although he says that 50 overs has always been his favourite form of the game. But Sheet into bowl and Holland defends. I mean, we'll never know really how Colin Ingram might have done exposed to the test arena, but you would have thought there were he's probably better than quite a few people who have played test cricket. 6 for 0 under cloudy skies. NickWeb 2017 on X or NickWeb2017@gmail.com. Richard Ray 23@gmail.com. The Sheet is into bowl and it's defended by Holland and maiden over, second delivered by Sheet. At Kenneth Davis on Twitter, which does have 3 Ds in a row in the middle of it, and if you promise him a couple of Oasis tickets, he will read you out your missives in full.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just bunt him up the queue. Get a mention, I'm sure.
Yes, there's queuing for Rugby World Cup tickets a couple of years ago, and I think I had about 4 or 5 devices open at the same time.
Van der Hoogten then with a short leg and a short mid-wicket, bowls outside off stump to Patel, who leans forward and lets it bounce through to Cook behind the stumps. 3 slips, of course, alongside Cook. Point, extra cover, trying to cover both positions, Kieran Carlson. and a mid on Ingram, northeast, and Tribe, the 3 slips. And the Hookton into Patel, who is forward on off stump, pushing the ball out into the covers, and there's no run. 63.4 overs left to be bowled today. Plenty of cricket left to be played in the game. Then 96 obviously tomorrow. Leicestershire at the moment just over by over, I suspect. 10-minute period by 10-minute period. And Hookton is in slightly, squares up Patel, thick outside, edge runs out towards backward point, and he's half interested in the possibility of a single, but quickly sent back, and rightly by Holland, as point closed on the ball.
It is what the professionals will tell you, isn't it? There's no point in thinking we've got a batter day and a half. You have to think, well, we'll get through the next 10, 20, 30 minutes. Get through 20 overs maybe.
And see where we're at. Van der Hookton in to Patel. A little bit shorter this time, and Patel more comfortable as he waits for it and blocks it out towards the short mid-wicket.
It is a phrase we hear a lot in post-match interviews as we try to probe for definitive answers as to a team's tactics and get the Stonewall version of we'll get to lunch and see where we're at, or get to the close of play or whatever. We got to try.
And the Hookton is in and bowls outside off stump. Nice shape to the delivery, but a fraction too wide and going away, so Patel lets it go through to Cook behind the stumps.
There is a benefit to scoring, though. It's not just about batting out time. If Leicester could get 100, 150 ahead, with Glamorgan having relatively few overs to get them after tea tomorrow, that may just be a factor.
Yeah, I mean, the game could suddenly explode, couldn't it? In goes Van der Hookton again outside off stump. Again, Patel leaves safely. End of a maiden over. Van der Hookton, 3 overs, none for 6 for him. Sheet yet to concede a run from his spell.
Yes, there are a few signs of explosion at the moment, though, it must be said.
No.
I think the word attritional is going to come into play today, as it did last night, for a fair portion of the time, during which Leicestershire had the breaks on around the tea interval and into the evening. Again, this morning, Glamorgan had to work really hard for their runs and were quite happy to accumulate it 2, 3 and over, with Leicestershire giving away the odd single. Here comes Sheet into Holland, who will get runs here, just gently deflecting it away backward of square. It's a bit of a run round for Leonard from fine leg, and Holland is safely back for 2 to take him to 3, and the total to 8. 2 men looking to redeem themselves for low scores in the first innings, when they were both removed by the excellent Van der Hookton, as Sheet is in to bowl, and Holland will defend that one. And there is no run in the test match. England 167 for 4. Harry Brook was the 4th wicket for 37. Joe Root has made more runs, 50 off 65 deliveries. And Jamie Smith is 26 nowadays. England lead by 398. As Sheet into bowl down leg side. No contact made, through to Cook. So England's lead has in fact just gone over 400. So England bowling along merrily at best part of 5 runs and over. And that may well be a declaration decision for Ollie Pope to make this evening to have a go at Sri Lanka, even though it's only actually the third day, so there's eons of time left. 8 for naught. Sheet in to bowl. Holland plays no shot to a ball. It comes back a bit, but he did have his pad there as insurance, although that might not have saved him had he been struck on it.
It's a better line, that, isn't it? As opposed to the straight, or obviously the one going down leg side, but just the corridor, as Jeffrey was wont to refer to it.
In Division 1, Warwickshire have beaten hapless Kent by an innings and 21 runs. There's Sheet in, bowls full length, looked a bit like half volley, but didn't hit it too firmly, just trickles to mid-off. Kent 243 all out in their second innings, despite half centuries from Bell, Drummond and Everson. Main destroyer was probably the tallest man on the field, Ollie Hannon Dolby, 6 for 43, so that'll ease any Warwickshire jitters about possibly being dragged in to the relegation battle. Sheet in, bowls, Holland squared up, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Western Storm coming to the end of their existence. They made 282 for 8 in their 50 overs against South East Stars at Beckenham. Sophie Luff 58, Fran Wilson 81, Nat Wraith 68. 3 good contributions from the top order there.
Round the hooked, and then the increasingly strong wind fluttering the players' whites. Bowl straight to Patel, a little bit over pitched, and Patel leans forward and with a very nice piece of timing drives it away past Carlson, fairly straight, and out through straightish mid-off for 4. Greeted with minimal reaction from pretty much anybody on the ground.
Is the Leicestershire posse still here? That deserved a few.
The posse is, I mean, individuals are.
Right. The flags have gone today. No?
Yes, it's the footy team are at home at 3 o'clock, so
right.
they go to the football game, I believe. In goes Van der Hoogten bowls, and Patel looking to drive again, comes back a little bit on him, and he ends up rather squirting it out towards mid-on, where Leonard is the fielder.
Speaking of the football, Cardiff City are in action a couple of miles away, and when this page refreshes I'll tell you they're 1-0 down halfway through the second half to Middlesbrough.
Van der Hoogten bowls, bounces, drops just short of second slip, and that hurt Patel. Where did that come from? Leapt up at him, bottom hand, he's shaking it off, but he'll have to be probably examined. He's looking at his fingers now. It dropped just short, I think, of northeast. Mind seeing a replay on that one, because almost got his hands underneath it, but that hurt Patel, and he's in a spot of bother. That leapt up, and goodness me, he's down on his haunches at the moment. Helmet off, gloves off, bat down, and he's waiting for the arrival of Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, who has a long way to come from the pavilion. But did it carry to northeast? He's examining his left hand, so he didn't get it quite right on the end of the fingers.
So northeast was trying to maybe get his hand underneath it.
He did rather plunge forward at that.
I think that was a chance. I think it did carry. Don't know if we've got a shot from the other end that we might have a look at from the far end. Possibly not.
Well, Patel's back up on his feet, and the physio is carefully examining his fingers. Yeah, it bends, it's not broken. Rishi, you might be able to keep going okay. What's he undoing? Need a bit of extra bandage. Here we go.
Sam Northeast is marching off as well. I think he's going to get a bit of freezy spray.
I don't think it quite carried. Seemed to see it quite late. And he instinctively formed the long barrier, but he's got issues now with his fingers. He's unlikely to have to bat again in this game, so not necessarily going to be a problem if he needs to go off for a spot of treatment. He's marching off the field, shaking his left hand. Patel staying on as his right hand, some fingers on his right hand are bandaged, but Van der Hoogten causing problems again for the Leicestershire batsman.
Yes, it's not often that you see unexpected high bounce at Sapphire Gardens in the back half of a match. It's usually unexpected low bounce. The sub-fielder, if he's wearing the right number, is Alex Horton. I know, he's going off to get a helmet. Horton, who is more normally a wicket-keeper, but looks as though he might be looking to do some short leg duties. He's forgotten something. Don't forget all your protection, Alex.
He's just tucking his cap into the back of his trousers. North East having his treatment on the field, albeit not on the playing surface, on the patch of green between the rope and the stand up to the pavilion.
Should give you some other scores while we're waiting in Division 2. At Hove, Derbyshire were bowled out for 290, with Wayne Madsen hitting 138 after 4 of the top 5 were out in single figures. It's not a bad recovery from Derbyshire, but they're still in severe danger of an innings defeat. It is they are 317 runs behind Sussex on first innings.
One assumes that'll be enforced because there's not much choice really, is there, time-wise?
Time-wise, you might as well go for it. And similarly, there was a huge score for Yorkshire in the first innings at Headingley. They made 601 for 6 declared, but promotion rivals Middlesex are not going to roll over there. They've gritted their way to 263 for 3. It's a relatively sedate rate. Sam Robson made a century, Max Holden a half century.
Well, it's Rishi Patel's right thumb that bore the brunt, judging by the bandaging, which is only on his thumb.
That might make the glove a little compact inside.
Snug. Shouldn't slip around. He's fit to continue anyway, at least he's going to continue.
North East come back on.
He too, with a bandage on, in his case, on his left hand, little finger, blows on his hand. So all is well. No broken bones out there, thankfully, on either side, as Van der Hoogten is back into Patel. Bowls very straight. Patel very correct, leans forward, slightly angled bat, runs the ball out to Crane at point. This is going to be a late finish, isn't it? Because we've had a lot of delays. One way or another, we had a ridiculous delay this morning when the helmet had to be checked just before Ingram's, wasn't it? And it took forever for the physio to come out with. I don't think the message got through that.
I'm not sure. Yes, there was some confusion.
Van der Hoogten is into Patel outside off stump, allowed to slide through. It's not so very far away from off stump, and I suspect most club batsmen might have played at that. Patel, like all good first-class batsmen, fully aware where his off stump is. Let it go through.
Jamie Smith has gone for 26, like before, to Jayasuriya. England 173 for 5, lead by 404.
And the Hoogten bowls straight. Nice high left elbow from Patel, who pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler. End of the over, the 7th of the Leicestershire second innings. Not without alarm. They have got through to 12 without loss, reducing their deficit to a mere 287. Patel has 9, Holland 3.
The top of the first division of the county championship, Nottinghamshire 270 for 4 in reply to Surrey's 525, in which of course Rayan Ahmed's younger brother Farhan claimed 7 wickets on debut. Freddie McCann, the youngster is 130 not out for Notts.
The brother of Jack McCann, the Leicestershire S&C guru.
Sheet in, bowls to Holland, drives on the leg side, well stopped by a diving Dan Douthwaite, who has a joke with Tim van der Hoogten, maybe saying, look, I've saved you a long chase with that stop at mid-wicket. Van der Hoogten would presumably have been the man chasing after it had Douthwaite's dive been in vain. But Glamorgan need Van der Hoogten to save his efforts for bowling. There's Sheet in, bowls, and oohs and ahs as it goes past the edge. Holland might claim he withdrew it at the last moment, but this is a decent start from Sheet, to be fair.
It is. Again, a lovely line, and again, that just a little bit of extra bounce.
Somerset pursuing Surrey in Division 1. They're 68 for 1 in their second innings after dismissing Durham for 336 rather, so Somerset 224 runs ahead with 9 wickets left. Sheet bowls, Holland defends. Elsewhere in Division 1, where half the pack really is in potential danger of relegation alongside Kent, who lost to Warwickshire by an innings earlier. Essex against Worcestershire. Worcestershire look doomed. They're 1 run behind in their second innings with 5 wickets down. 137 for 5. 1 run behind Essex still. Slashed away by Holland. Dispatched to the point boundary. Sheet losing his radar temporarily. And Holland taking due advantage. He moves on to 7. It's 16 without loss. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire in some trouble. They are 42 for 3 in their second innings, 147 runs in arrears of Hampshire.
I don't really want to go to Old Trafford next season.
Well, there's a very convenient hotel on the ground.
There is, yes, I suppose.
16 for naught. Sheet bowls, and that one has got a bit of bounce and carry from maybe just back of a length, but Holland did well not to play at that. So as things stand, well, Kent have gone basically. Reading upwards, Lancashire 9th, 103 from 10, Notts 8, 104 from 10, Worcestershire 7, 114 from 10, and Durham 126. Should be just about safe. Sheet bowls, and Holland plays defensively on the leg side. No run. Warwickshire's win has taken them up to 132, and for the moment at least, 5th place in the table. But there's not a lot separating anyone really, apart behind Surrey, and Surrey started the round 35 points clear, so it would take a major blow up on their points part for Somerset to catch them.
Again, Van der Hoogten from the River End. Same field, 3 slips, short leg, short mid wicket. He is in and bowls very straight. Patel covers up. And there is no run. BBC Radio Leicester, remember I exist. Am I all set for a hit at 20 past? Well, I better dial in then, hadn't I? I'll finish this over.
Crack on.
In goes Van der Hoogten, and again it's defended off stump by Patel, very studiously pushing out into the offside.
3 slips. Point. Mid off. Mid on. shortish mid-wicket and a short leg. And a fine leg down on the boundary where Fraser Sheet appears to be talking to one of the Foxes staff.
Van der Hoogten bowls, looking to on-drive is Patel. Well, it's stylish follow-through, but didn't time it, and comfortable stop at mid-on for Leonard. Patel walks away and does his right glove. Will no doubt examine his, I suspect, slightly throbbing right thumb. Doesn't seem to be in any obvious discomfort though as he waits with back raised. For the arrival of Van der Hoogten, who bowls straight, worked out past mid-wicket, who turns Douthwaite and chases in pursuit with those bright orange heels on his boots. Very visible, makes him. And gets his throw away, but Patel, a turn for the second, is into double figures again this season.
Well, sedateness was in Glamorgan's favour this morning. It's now in Leicestershire's favour as they look to take some of the drama out of the game.
Van der Hoogten bowls again straight. Patel a lot of time there waiting for it. When it's not quite of a good length, it doesn't seem to gather any pace, certainly from that river end. And saw it with Crane this morning when he was on the back foot, which he tended to be. He had an awful lot of time, and Patel seemed to have time there, didn't he, just to push the delivery away to mid-wicket.
Yeah, we've got the complicating factors of the hybrid pitch and the Kookaburra ball, but we're used to things getting placid in the fourth innings here.
Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump, and Patel leaves. He dealt with that over as well as anyone has dealt with a Van der Hoogten over this game, really, let down this innings. 5 overs, none for 12 for Van der Hoogten. Indeed, of the two, Sheet has almost looked the more dangerous at times, curiously.
Yes, he's got a little bit of in-dip on occasion, hasn't he? As Glamorgan's assistant coaches David Harrison and Toby Bailey going for a wander. Richard Ray will go and update BBC Radio Leicester listeners. Edward Bevan will come in alongside me as off the back foot Holland punches to cover, and there's no run. 18 for North Leicestershire, 2-8-1 in arrears. 3 slips and a gully, conventional attacking field, with Carlson trying to cover both the cover position and the mid-off position. Sheet is in to bowl off an inside edge. Holland plays it away on the onside. They'll look at a second run. They will take a second run as Douthwaite's throw comes in. Cook doesn't bother to take the bails off. Comfortable too, 20 for naught, 2-7-9 behind, and Leicester should be fairly encouraged, Edward Bevan, by these early overs.
Yeah, I think it's a case of being patient for Glamorgan. You know, they've got so many overs to bowl. What have they got left today? 58 plus another 96 tomorrow. Just take the odd wicket, keep plugging away.
Sheet is in to bowl, and deflected down into the gully by Holland, who seems to have taken nearly all the strike from Sheet.
Yes.
No run.
Strange tactics towards the end of the innings, I thought, this morning. You know, why sent Leonard in there just to get 5 runs and then come out again? They could have had a couple more overs at Leicestershire. But it's going to be a rear guard action, and Glamorgan can't afford, of course, to have fielders round the bat. And I think after Van der Hoogten, and if he doesn't take a wicket, it'll be up. I think Crane will be the next danger man.
Sheet in, bowls. Oh, he's beaten the bat again there, and Holland is having something of a torrid time.
Yes,
Sheet's found a good line.
He has.
Just a fraction outside off stump, and it really is quite close to both stumps and outside edge on occasion.
He's close to that.
pushed at it involuntarily. It's almost a reflex action from the batter, isn't it, there?
Absolute beauty, wasn't it?
To play a ball that close to him. Made no contact. A little bit of hazy sunshine poking through as Sheep bowls, and Holland is down defensively, playing it out on the offside. Holland, a full-time Leicestershire signing after joining initially on loan from Hampshire, came into the match averaging 42 with the bat, and also, of course, opening the bowling, working hard. Most overs delivered of the seamers, 29 of them, 4 for 96.
Good signing, I would have thought there.
Holland faces up to Sheet and presses forward in defence. 20 for naught, 10 overs gone, but Leicestershire looking to soak up time as well as reduce the deficit, which is 279.
Yes, the Glamorgan's overall lead was 299, but I think both opening bowlers would have been encouraged by the occasional bounce. We saw Patel getting wrapped on the glove with one that rose very, very sharply, and if this uneven bounce can continue, Glamorgan might have some hope there. And as I said, I think Crane will get a little bit of turn. Patel did, as Van der Gooten starts another over. Comes in and bowls to Patel. Patel is forward. In fact, he's come forward to every ball he's faced, I think. And that will tell you that the full length that Van der Gooten is bowling at him. Perhaps he can drop one just a little bit short, because he gets a lot of wickets with LBWs. But patience is the game here, I think, for the home side. 3 slips there, waiting for an edge as Van der Gooten, with this rhythmical, easy run-up, comes in, bowls. Again, he comes forward, plays it out into the covers. But with Carlson hovering about there, you don't take a single. It's going to be cloudy and nowhere near as nice as yesterday.
Yeah, it's a lot cooler.
And, yeah.
Nicer for the fielders and bowlers, I guess. Football news for Leicester listeners: 3 changes in the side to take on Aston Villa. Okoli, Ayew and Skip come into the starting 11, we're told. Leicester City against Aston Villa, 3 o'clock kick-off.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again. This time he does fit half back, and no deviation there at all. Slight worry for Glamorgan will be that this Kookaburra ball does lose its shine, and if it does, and Glamorgan haven't taken any wickets, they will probably be just a little concerned. But it's a long, long way to go, nearly 2 days. In comes Van der Gooten again and bowls. Again he comes right forward, trying to nullify any sort of movement. It's a good technique that he's got, Patel.
Yes, he looks like an opening bat rather than someone pressed into service as an opening bat. Bad news for Cardiff City, they're now 2-0 down at home to Middlesbrough in the Championship. Aaron Ramsey own goal, the second. So
Aaron Ramsey own goal.
Tough start to the season for the Bluebirds, despite getting a point at Swansea last week.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls, and that's a lovely looking shot. Will get him 4 runs. Past the bowler, again stretched right forward, and there was no chance for Leonard at mid-on. And that's 4 to Richie Patel, who, as I mentioned, suffered a rap on the glove, and I thought perhaps he'd done something to it, but bravely carried on, and that was a lovely shot. He moves on to 15. 24 without loss, and Leicestershire made the same sort of start before they lost their first 2 at 22 and 27. Van der Gooten in, bowled, and carefully watched by the batsman, played away onto the offside. And I'm just thinking now that he hasn't had any sort of fortune here, Van der Gooten. Sheet is bowling very well at this end, whether to bring Leonard on neck at the far end, and when Sheet has a rest, Van der Gooten come come on at this end, just to keep a little bit of pressure on for your best bowler.
Yeah.
Overall, your best bowler, not at the moment, because Sheet is bowling very well indeed.
Yep, looking to add to his 2 wickets in the first innings. There's a man from Canterbury who will just play in the next game down at Hove. Not available for the final 2 matches at home at Sophia Gardens. As Sheet bowls, and where's that one gone? It's just bounced down in front of him, moving about 2 metres towards square leg as he was looking to play it away on the offside, and got a big thick inside edge down into the ground. Holland goes down for a bit of gardening.
Yeah, he's beaten him 2 or 3 times, and as you said last over, Nick, he's got him in a little bit of difficulty. As Billy Root comes in from the gully, and it's making it a sort of 5th slip. There's a big gap there between 3rd and 5th.
Sheet bowls, and that's wide outside off stump. Holland rightly shoulders arms, allows it to go through to Chris Cook. Holland is not happy with what the pitch is doing, as if poking it, tapping it lightly with the bat is going to make any significant difference, but it's something that batters everywhere indulge in.
Well, interesting to see them take the light roller at the interval.
Sheet bowls. Holland is forward to defend. Perhaps have they used up their 2 heavy ones, maybe?
Well, either that or they don't want to put the heavy one on because the pitch might crumble. It's probably very hard, and not a lot of sun on it today. And this is the start that obviously Leicestershire were looking for.
Sheet running away from us at the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, and Holland plays it gently up to wide mid on. Van der Hoogten is the fielder. Douthwaite is bouncing around at mid wicket, winding vigorously. He may well be next into the attack. He certainly is going through a strong warm-up.
And the beauty, as we always say with Dan Douthwaite, you never know what's going to come out of there. Absolute jaffer, or one that goes for 4. Plenty of runs to play for them.
As Sheet bowls, Holland on the back foot defends into the offside, and there is no run. Well, Douthwaite does mix it up to such an extent as sometimes is equally likely to take a wicket with one of his bad balls, in inverted commas, than the perfect Yorker.
As we saw in the first innings.
Yeah, Leicestershire did contribute to their downfall with 3 caught on the leg side in the middle order. Sheet in, bowls, forward comes Holland. Plays it out on the offside. There's no run. Sheet warming to his task. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 8. Leicestershire 24 for 0, and they're 275 runs in arrears.
Yeah, those figures you just read out, Nick, reflect how well that Sheet has been bowling. And as predicted, Dan Douthwaite is coming on there for Tim van der Gooten. Douthwaite, who took 4 in the first innings, 4 for 49 after 11. And he always has got an element of surprise, to put it kindly, about him. And he will be bowling to Patel. 1 slip has gone and reinforced the offside field. I'm not criticising a non-third man, because Glamorgan have got tons of runs to play with, and they want to attack and get fielders around the bat.
Write it down, dear listener. Edward doesn't want a third man for once.
Not at the moment. In comes the Douthwaite, bowls his first ball to Patel, and he just dabs it away. I think that hand is still hurting him, because he just touched that and took his hand away.
I think it's a no ball signalled.
Quite possibly, because he does bowl a lot of them. You're absolutely right, Nick.
Umpire turns square to us, so it's quite difficult to pick up sometimes.
28 without loss then. Leicestershire playing very watchfully and carefully as Douthwaite comes in and bows to Patel. Patel drives beautifully through extra cover to a very juicy half volley from Douthwaite, which runs away very quickly to the extra cover boundary for 4. Looks very much he's a front foot player, doesn't he, Patel? His first movement is to get right forward.
It is just nice to see a guy who's an opening bat by trade, isn't it?
Yeah, just like Glamorgan's.
Glamorgan's series of numbers 4, 5, 6 and 7 promoted to open the order.
Yeah, Douthwaite again from the river end comes in, bowls. That's driven nicely this time through mid-on for 4. Come on now, Dan.
That's a shocking start, isn't it, really? And Patel's tucked into it. That's 10 off 2 legitimate deliveries debited against Douthwaite.
Yes, you know, it's you want to put pressure, not give him 2 4s, basically. .34 without loss, and the deficit has gone down from 299. In comes Douthwaite again. Bows to Patel. This time he plays it out into the covers, just backward of square. And there's no run. Thought they might have brought Leonard on this end.
Yes,
he's all right in the first innings.
He's not 50, but there's at least one catch put down. The Douthwaite one at square leg.
It's Douthwaite again. In and bowls. An appeal for LBW, and you got him. Typical Douthwaite. 4-4, no ball, dot, wicket. We'll have a look at it.
So Glamorgan's celebrations as Douthwaite, the first change bowler, makes the breakthrough, and Patel on his way back.
Back leg.
He was trapped on the crease, didn't really stride forward. Ball angling in a little bit. Douthwaite maybe delivering from a little bit wider, and that is the breakthrough that Glamorgan wanted. Sorry we're not laughing at Leicestershire's plight, but it
this epitomises.
You never know what you're going to get. And
I'll take you back to the 1990s, Nick, and a lot of Welsh supporters will remember Darren Thomas. Now Darren, and many people underestimated, because he did end up with over 600 first-class wickets, but he would invariably start off the same way as Douthwaite. And then I remember playing Warwickshire, I think it was in Championship here, and when Hugh Morris got 233 not out that game, remember it well. Either that game or a couple of years earlier, where Darren opened the bowling, took 7 for 24, or something like that. And Douthwaite is the same, and there was the perfect delivery, nearly Yorker height. And those, I suppose, if you've got plenty of runs to play with, then that sort of bowler is very handy, but not if you want to keep the score down.
Yeah, he's taken shed loads of wickets in the one-day competitions this season.
Yeah.
And that adding to his 4 in the first innings, 12 in the Championship, been in and out of the side. But he's made a break through there as Lewis Hill arrives in the middle, made 25 in the first innings. Was in a fair while before falling leg before to Van der Hoogten.
I think we could have given it out from here. Not that we realised it was back leg, but he's only half out, as you say.
England have lost another wicket. Chris Wokes has gone for 5. Gus Atkinson looks to be starting by clubbing a few again. He's 14 off 11 balls. The first innings Centurion, or one of the first innings Centurions, the other Joe Root, could be set for another. He's 83 not out off 88 balls. England 220, 1 for 6 at 5 runs and over, give or take. Lead by 452.
Come in.
Don't think there's going to be a day 5 somehow.
Here's Douthwaite into Lewis Hill then, and bowls the first ball to him. Hill gets forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. And that wicket now will probably give Douthwaite a bit of sort of confidence that, yeah, I've got the wicket, I got a big wicket in Rishi Patel, I can settle into my groove. And if Glamorgan can take 2 before tea, perhaps 4 by the end of the day, they'll be well set then for tomorrow. Douthwaite races in towards us and bowls to Hill. My word, he left that. It was an excellent leave, rather risky, but there we are. End of an interesting over, I think we can put it that way. Douthwaite 1 for 10 of his first over, and Leicestershire are 34 for 1.
Yes, let's make a note of that. Start, no ball, 4-4 dot wicket. There we are.
Cathedral Road End, Ned Leonard.
Double change because the youngster on loan from Somerset, Ned Leonard, is going to have a blast. So Glamorgan giving all 4 seamers a go before.
Yeah,
I thought they'd turn to Crane. Yeah.
No, I thought they'd keep Sheety on.
Yeah.
You know, he's beaten the bat 3 or 4 times. And you've got a new batsman in there now.
He's bowled 6 overs, so not.
He's a first-class bowler. Come on, fit young man.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to be like that? 6, you know.
I'd like to be fit and young, certainly. and Ned Leonard is certainly fit and young, and he is 22 years old and wearing number 22. And he's bowling, and an almighty yahoo from Ian Holland.
Fancy getting out to that.
What was that all about? He didn't make contact, but that one was a bit of a half-tracker, maybe there to be hit, but...
well, if you've got out to that, I think you would wouldn't want to go back to the pavilion.
34 for 1, 265 in arrears. Leonard bowls, forced through the offsides. Better shot from Holland, but he was looking to play the ball before, and they jog back for a second run. 36 for 1. There's 4 seamers in this Glamorgan side, a little bit lighter on bowling than they were, with Callaway out through injury. The off spinner come left arm spinner. Yes, you did hear that correctly.
Yes.
Leonard bowls up in the block hole, well defended by Holland, out on the leg side, and there's no run. Certainly it is an issue in the balance of the side, isn't it? You've got Douthwaite as the all-rounder at 7, but although Carlson's claimed 7 wickets this season, it is largely confined to the 5 bowlers, and Glamorgan might need to bowl an awful lot of overs in this second innings, as Leicestershire will pick up 1 more to Ian Holland, glancing to fine leg, moves to 12, 37 for 1, and Grant Bradburn did say that having Ben Callaway for the last match at the top of the order gets you another bowler, gets you another all-rounder into the side, which ideally you would want, although Callaway hadn't opened previously. Norton 35 he scored.
It's asking a lot for a young lad.
36
his first full season, basically.
Yep, but if that's a route into the team, you're going to grab it, aren't you? You're not going to say, no, I don't fancy it.
No, Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, a bit surprised he's missed 2 in a row. As Leonard bowls and Hill defends to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. I suppose Sheet will undoubtedly play the next match, and Leonard and maybe Gorvin to come back for the last couple, and of course the one-day final, with McIlroy coming into that one-day side as well. As Leonard bowls, and he's bowled him!
Yeah.
Ned Leonard celebrates. And Glamorgan have a second breakthrough. Leicestershire's skipper has gone without scoring. 37 for 2, and it's a long way back for the Foxes now.
They keep a bit low, Nick, I think.
We'll see on the replay. May have been an inside edge as...
not all right, though.
No, it hit about halfway up the off stump. A little bit low. I don't think on first reviewing there was an inside edge. That's come back a long way. That's a very good ball, actually.
It was.
Watching it from behind, that is an excellent delivery from young Leonard. 37 for 2, fast, and didn't bounce an awful lot, but the main factor was it shot back into him, and that has moved considerably off the pitch, and well bowled young man.
Yes, and the openers gone, not the openers, Patel and Hill gone in successive overs, which is a huge boon for Glamorgan. And Rahane and their two best batsmen, of course, Rahane and Hanscom. These are the 2 wickets they will need, because Rahane, very experienced Indian test batsman. Peter Hanscom, who's played over 20 tests for Australia, they'll try and dig in, and Indian batsmen know how to bat for long periods.
Yeah, Rahane was second top scorer too. Hanscom in the first innings. 85 tests, 90 one-day internationals and 20 T20 appearances for his country, just for fun. 195 international appearances. That's quite the career for the man walking to the middle in Fox's colours at the moment.
Yes, and he owes Leicestershire a few, because he put down a catch, didn't he,
Yes.
off Colin Ingram. Ingram was 62, was it, or 64?
60 to 64, it was the one yesterday morning.
Which wasn't none too difficult, but there we are. As he goes to meet his partner, Holland, we'll say to him, there's a little bit of inconsistency. Going back to that, it did come back a long way. Surely he might have just hit something. But you'd expect him, how old is the ball? 16 overs, 14 overs old. There we are. Last ball of the over. As Douthwaite starts a new over, and bowls to Holland. Holland gets 4 runs, because that again was wide of the off stump, inviting to be hit, and Holland obliged by cutting him backward a square for 441 for 2, and Holland moves on to 14.
Slightly autumnal fields of proceedings at the moment, isn't it? This last day of August, few leaves coming off the trees as I drove in this morning.
Yeah.
And a reminder, if you are coming tomorrow, if this game does go into the 4th day, that Cathedral Road outside the ground is closed between 9 and 11:30.
Douthwaite accelerates as he comes in towards us and bowls. Better delivery, which is left outside the off stump. Now, Dan, can you bowl there all the time? Professional bowler?
Maybe he wouldn't have the same impact if he bowled in the same place all the time.
That's true. Yes. They do bat all the way down. There's an awful lot of overs to go in this game. The forecast tomorrow, just all right, because there's something coming up from the eastern side of the country. Will come late tomorrow. It'll hit South Wales apparently. Douthwaite bowls a bouncer, which sails over the batsman's head and goes through to wicketkeeper Cook.
Coming from the east, that's not very...
Well, for, and sultry sort of thundery weather. About time the east had some rain.
Cardiff City 0, Middlesbrough 2 is a final score, I'm afraid, at the Cardiff City Stadium. Who are your boys playing today, Edward?
We're away to West Brom, but they'll have to play well to get a point there.
Swansea City, of course.
Sport all 4. In comes Douthwaite and bowls to the right-handed Holland, and plays a lovely shot through extra cover for 4, a rank hop. We had a long hop and followed by a half volley, which has yielded 8 runs. Douthwaite now 1 for 18 of 10 legitimate balls.
Interesting.
Nearly went flying in his follow through. $45-2. Got along at 3 and over.
Yep. Checking the weather, I don't think there's going to be any relief for Leicestershire supporters for their team's efforts tomorrow.
The man put back 2 on the leg side with a short ball. As in comes Douthwaite bowls. That's a better one. Forces him on the back foot and he plays it out to cover.
Maximum possibility, well, the possibility of rain at any given time tomorrow, a maximum of 20% during the playing hours.
So Glamorgan will want to try and take 5 at least today. They'll be happy with 4. 5 will be a bonus.
Thank you, coach.
In comes Douthwaite. Oh, that made him shake. Bowled a quick delivery, and Holland had to rock out of the way as it went through to Chris Cook. That's the end of the over, a 45 for 2. Holland is on 20, and Rahane has yet to receive a delivery. 2 batsmen out, Patel, LBW, Douthwaite for 23. And in the following over, Hill bowled, played on to Leonard for 0.
So batting to come. Well, they do have a decent order on paper with Hanscom, Rayan Ahmed, Kimber, Travaskis, Scriven, Wood and Wright, and they did get some runs from the lower order in the first innings. Not enough, as Leonard will bowl from this Cathedral Road end. I shall describe this over before wandering off for some duties elsewhere or an early perusal of the cake tray, one of the two. 45 for 2 as Rahane on strike. Leonard bowls, forced through the offside. That'll run away for 4 runs to the cover point boundary.
Shot, isn't it? Beautiful shot, you know, played minimum of ease and well timed.
Unfussily dispatched by Rahane. Gets off the mark with that boundary. Leicestershire 49 for 2. 250 runs in arrears. Has Rahane got what it takes to save Leicestershire over the next day or so? Leonard bowls, and a similar shot, but this time a scrambling stop from Mason Crane in the point area. The low numbers of the Glamorgan side in that little part of the field. 5 Carlson, 3 Crane, 7 Root, but they're now interspersed by the highest number in the Glamorgan side. 88 Douthwaite, who comes in to reinforce the offside. 2 slips in the gully as Leonard bowls, forced through the onside this time by Rahane. A chase for Van der Hoogten up towards the wide long on boundary. Should be 3, and there are 3 runs, and it was the veteran Indian who was actually keener and quicker on that particular bit of running duties, as Holland made his way eventually back to the striker's end for the 3rd. 50 up for Leicestershire, 52 for 2. Ian Holland, the man born in the USA and has represented them. Educated in Australia, and with the nickname Dutchie because of his surname. Holland drives to mid-on, no run. Van der Hoogten, the Netherlands international, fields. Born in Sydney, New South Wales. 52 for 2.
Tim Van der Hoogten, yes, he's done well for Glamorgan.
Really has
Very
been
well.
And
Good servant.
he's stepped up so much after
year.
departures of Hogan and Nisa in successive years, as Leonard bowls and outside off stump, and there is no run. Just trying to kick our screens back into life. that's done the job. Fingers crossed. As now entirely overcast here at Sophia Gardens. Temperature must be about 10 degrees lower than yesterday. Leonard into ball, played away on the onside by Holland. There is no run at the end of the over. 52 for 2. That's enough from me. Kenneth Davis will join Edward on commentary duties.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be quite satisfied with the opening 16 overs, having picked up 2 big wickets in Patel and Hill, both very good players, and they'll just have the patience, or just patience, because wickets will fall. You sometimes have a bouncing delivery that comes off the track, and we've seen that. I thought Hill had one that jogged back alarmingly and he got the inside edge, and you never know what you're going to expect from the gentleman who's about to bowl, Dan Douthwaite, and he'll be bowling to Rahane. Hasn't faced him as yet. Afternoon, Kenneth.
Afternoon, Ed.
2 slips and a gully, and then 2 saving one on either side. A fine leg, as in comes Douthwaite and bowls to Rahane. Rahane is forward and plays defensively back down to the bowler.
Yeah, he just has that ability. He's expensive, but he's always got that ball in him, and we've already seen that in his previous over.
Seen it all season, haven't we?
Yeah.
In various
all
competitions,
forms, yeah.
I suppose it is useful in a way, because you never know what you're going to expect from
No,
him.
that is
if you're
true.
a batsman. Hop, skip and a jump as he starts his run from the river end. Bowls to Rahane. Rahane leaves outside the off stump, goes through to Cook.
Yeah, they will feel, as you mentioned, Ed, if they can get another one, well, you know, if they get 4 into the evening session, really making inroads then into the middle order.
Yeah. Couple of dot balls to start with this over Douthwaite as he comes into the right hand of Rahane. Bowls to him. Rahane drives up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Slightly overcast now.
I'm just thinking of the light if it stays like this at 6 o'clock. Wind, I think, is coming from the east, looking at the flags away. Got the Welsh dragon fluttering, the Glamorgan flag and the Leicestershire flag in the far distance. On top of this pavilion, away to our left. Here is Douthwaite. Comes racing in now and bowls. Short delivery, and Rahane perhaps thought he might have a look at it, but then drew his bat away.
You mentioned patience. Of course, there's so many runs to play with from a Glamorgan perspective. Still trailing Leicestershire by 247. And for them, it's just getting to the next interval.
Well, just trying to keep the
10
wickets
overs by 10 overs.
keep the wickets intact. That's the main objective for them. 4 dot balls from Douthwaite as he bowls to Rahane. Leaves, and cry of anguish from wicketkeeper Cook. As he left that, could easily have taken the underside of the bat. And we have seen batsmen dismissed with a periscope, and that may put your bat up in the air and it touches the end of the bat. Well, that was very close, it appears.
Just makes you think, Ed, and we've spoken about this for the last few seasons, really, at Glamorgan. You know, you talk about Van der Hoogte and Douthwaite. If they could just supplement those two with another
Overseas bowler.
or yes, a medium pace bowler, it makes such a difference.
Strike bowler is what you want. Douthwaite bowls down the leg side. That completes a maiden over and makes up for his wayward first couple of overs. So he's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 18, and it will be Leonard to continue at this, the Cathedral Road end.
Who took the wicket of Lewis Hill. Didn't trouble the scorers. We thought initially it might have stayed low, but just jagged back. So Leicestershire, if you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online, and for our friends from Leicestershire as well. The visitors are 52 for 2, with Raihane on 7. Holland, who will take strike on 20.
I think he's had 4 boundaries in that 20 from wayward deliveries.
So it will be Leonard to continue from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over, and Holland gets right behind that, and it's struck up to mid-on, and there's no run.
You said he didn't trouble the scorers. Well, he did.
Oh yes,
That was on social media, and it's a good point.
yeah,
He does. Anybody out first ball,
yes.
he does trouble because they have to write it all down.
Quite.
Or not write it all down these days. They type it or clock it on the computer.
Or exit, or whatever it's called these days.
Like they say in rugby, they exit. Total. I don't understand it.
Leonard in, bowls short ball, it's a bouncer, and over the head of Holland.
Isn't there lots of, you do a lot of rugby, lots of terms in rugby, and also cricket has crept in. As you say, it was a good exit. Well, yes, you got the ball, you put it into touch. End of.
Yeah, it becomes common theme, I think. Players pick it up from certain coaches, I think. Nick Triton will sort of agree with this. And it's taken on. Leonard in, and shortish, but Holland gets behind it, and it gets a lease of life it shouldn't get, perhaps, Ed.
He's a good 10, not a great 13.
Many used to remark when you would ask a question, perhaps they wouldn't agree with, and they would say, "Oh look, and it was a Southern Hemisphere thing."
Creeps into the game,
Yes,
doesn't
it does. Well, we are looking at Leonard coming in, bowls right arm over. That's a good ball and a good length. And
You see, I'm still trying to find out. I know I'm not hugely intelligent, but in the terms of football, a false 9, you've heard that, haven't you?
Yes,
He's
a false
playing at
9.
a false 9. What do you mean? He's either playing a number 9 on his back, or he isn't.
yes,
There we are. As years go by, things like that creep into the game.
Leonard with a mid-off, mid-on, 2 slips, Scully, point, man at cover, fullish that time, and that's worked into the onside, and the man will field at coming around from mid-wicket, hurls it back at Cook. There's no run.
It's not a great light, is it?
It's just that, as Nick mentioned, that autumnal feel.
Yeah, it's,
as the schools are back next week, of course. No doubt that'll mean we'll have an Indian summer.
Not generally.
After our indifferent summer.
I could put
This
it
year.
in better terms than that, but it's a family show.
Leonard, who has taken 1 wicket, starts his run up, bowls, good length. He's into his stride here, is Ned Leonard. That was a good over. And a maiden at
It
that,
was, yeah.
with Leicestershire on 52 for 2. They have lost. Rishi Patel, LBW, bowled Douthwaite for 23. Lewis Hill bowled Ned Leonard for none. And Raihane and Holland are there. So Leicestershire trail by 2 for 7.
Yes, and it will be Douthwaite who bowled the main the last over to continue at the River Taff end. Still the attacking field. As Douthwaite walks back to his mark. And here he is, coming in over the wicket, bowls the first ball to Raihane, who plays it away. Not really timed, and just dribbles out there to the live wire. Carlson.
Yeah. He's always interested in proceedings, is Kieran Carlson. There's always an ooh and ah from...
Oh, yes. It's good to have a man like that in the side, keeps you G'd up when things aren't going too well. There's a man on the extra cover boundary for protection. It's a bit of a surprise when you've got so many runs to play with. Douthwaite in, bowls to Raihane. Good straight delivery, which he plays gently back down.
Still the best innings that I saw this year, Ed, from talking about Carlson, that tremendous ton that he got in the T20 here against Somerset.
Oh yeah, when he's set like that, and he likes to attack at every opportunity, and he's a very good player to watch when he's on song. Here's Douthwaite in again, balls to Rahane. Rahane's forward, yeah, and his last over or so he's found his line and his length.
Unfortunately, that game was to no avail, of course, because Glamorgan had exited the... I've said the word exit there.
We're knocked out.
We're knocked out of the T20. Similar campaign to last year, really.
3 dot balls, so he has bowled 9 dot balls in his last over and a half as he comes in again. Bowls, that's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Probably the shot of the innings as Rahane leant into it and just stroked it through mid-off and up to the long-off boundary for 4. And I suppose you sense that there is a bad ball coming, and Rahane just waited and struck it for 4, and he has moved on to 11. 50 for 2 then. In comes Douthwaite, bowls. That's a better ball. He has to adjust and push forward at the last moment out into the covers.
Yeah, Nick was mentioning that the roads in this area, Pontcanna of Cardiff, will be shut for the 10k. I always think that it comes very early on in the summer. A lot of people carrying a bit of holiday weight, Ed, after going here, there and everywhere.
That's what they come for, is it?
Yeah, rather than me tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Good luck to everyone who's involved.
Absolutely. Douthwaite in, bowls to Rahane, and it sailing past.
I think there was a no ball.
A no ball signal there. As Nick mentioned, it's a bit difficult when he turns round. We can't see exactly what he's signalling. That's the second no ball he's bowled. Often you see an extra delivery take a wicket. Will it happen this ball? Douthwaite. It's coming in again. And bowls to Rahane. Tucks it away off his hip. Up towards square leg. Retains strike. And score moves on to 51 for 2. That's my
I think your TV's gone into self-destruct mode, Ed.
yeah.
I think it's the case of the old favourite, knock it off and back on again.
Yeah.
Yes, as Edward's saying, Leicestershire in a tough spot, to say the least. 59 for 2, trailing still by 240, and have lost the wickets of Patel and Hill. So there's going to be a change here, and Van der Hoogten, who started from the River Taff end, and it's not a bad option here, I don't think.
No, I think I mentioned it at the time because he only bowled, I think it was 5 overs. He got struck for a couple of 4s, and you had Sheet bowling very well, keeping the pressure on. Leonard bowled a couple of useful overs. He might go the other end, but Van der Hoogten will have a crack this in now, and he will be bowling to Rahane. He dismissed Rahane in the first innings, and he is ready now and comes in, bowls the first ball and brings Rahane forward. He was very well caught by North East at second slip off Van der Hoogten for 42 in the first innings. He was driving, caught the edge, and it flew.
4 wickets in that innings for him and Dan Douthwaite.
Yeah.
And so
There's a chat there with Ned Leonard at mid-on. Walks back to his mark. I haven't seen him bowling at this end for some time. But here he is, running away from us past umpire Adnan, and that's played nicely past mid-on. That'll run up for 4, and Despair in chase, but again beautifully timed. Like all Indian batsmen, they do play wristily and effortlessly, and he hits another boundary.
yeah, just slightly overpitched, and lovely shot though.
So after losing those 2 wickets, These two about at 24. Pretty quick time. 63 for 2. This is Tim van der Gooten. Comes in again and bowls to Rahane. Rahane is forward, plays it up, and van der Gooten himself will field.
Mentioning that Leicestershire are in 4th, just the one win for them as well. It just shows the nature of Championship cricket, doesn't it?
We'll chat about it this morning. Everybody, you know, declaration-wise, is afraid to give the other half a chance, which is a shame. Lovely stance Rahane has at the wicket as the next ball comes into him and plays it quite easily away to Carlson at cover. Yes, we talked, as I say, a lot about it. I seem to think it would be far better if we have it 18 counties, and you wouldn't have so many people changing clubs then if you had 18 counties. And that
the problem being, of course, is the structure of the season, isn't it? I mean, how
you see so many. You take this side we're looking at now. We've produced so many fine players, and they've moved away. In comes the next ball, and again Rahane defends. James Taylor used to play before he moved, and Stuart Broad, of course, began his career with Leicestershire. But again, what do you do? It's like playing football, isn't it? If someone comes to a young player and says, look, financially we can make you far better off, and you'll be recognised by the England selectors if you play First Division cricket.
Well,
I can tell them that sometimes when they say, oh, Second Division, there's some very, very fine cricketers in the Second Division. One of whose is batting now is Van der Gooten, bowls to Rahane and clips it away for 4 runs. 2 fours in that over, and Van der Gooten takes his cap and walks smartly away. He wasn't happy with himself there. Both batsmen on 20, and it is 67 for 2.
Well, you take the gap that we have in the season, Ed, between Championship games. I mean, this one is the first since, what, the start of July, is it? I mean, you know, you've got the one day and...
Oh, yeah, you have the odd game and, you know, well, there we are. What can you do? Because the one-day games, they bring in the money, which is most important, and the crowds, but I still maintain that... as far as the 100's concerned, it's family day out.
Yes, especially
children.
Since they do the double headers now. This is Douthwaite then, continuing from the River Taff end, and that's struck firmly into the offside. The man at deep cover will come around, so they'll pick up an easy 2. Douthwaite targeting a 2nd wicket after trapping Rishi Patel for LBW. Just going through the games left for Glamorgan. They're away at Hove against Sussex on the 9th of September. Yorkshire come here on the 17th, and then the final Championship game is here against Gloucestershire on the 26th. Douthwaite in, right arm over to Holland, and the man will come around at wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, sandwich in between is the one-day final between Glamorgan and Somerset at Trent Bridge, a competition Glamorgan won 3 years ago, of course. Hoping to see if history repeats itself. Depends, would be a tough ask, but here comes Douthwaite, right arm over the wicket, pulled aggressively, but that'll be cut off at deep square. And there is a single taken. Well, all depends. We'll see what kind of team Somerset.
Well, I was reading somewhere that Somerset, most people think that they will play the boys who, quite rightly,
I've taken them through already.
Likewise here, I suspect. Okay, Chris Cook might play, but
Mason Crane obviously hasn't been involved.
No,
because of
I think they'd probably say, yeah, you carry on, boys. You've got us there. We will take you back.
Mason Crane was on 100 duty. This is Douthwaite coming in from the River Taff end of the ground. Good ball, and they were interested in the slip cordon. Rahane defensively prods that out to cover where Kieran Carlson is fielding. Well, that is the base of the competition now for many counties, because they lose a hatful of players. You take that game that Glamorgan beat Surrey at the Oval, there were about 15 players absent.
Somerset at 11.
Yeah, Douthwaite. Coming in, bowls, good length, once more, good over here from Dan Douthwaite. Testing, probing, Rahane, who's there on 20, Holland on 23. Useful little rearguard partnership here for losing 2 quick wickets in consecutive overs. But still an awful lot to do. 70 for 2. Douthwaite wheeling round, starts his run-up to Rahane, and that just is left outside off stump and goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run, so Leicestershire 70 for 2, Rahane 20, Holland is 23.
Plenty of cricket left. Round, what have we got, 40 odd overs left this evening and 96 tomorrow. I'm going to take a break, and it will be Richard Ray coming back to join Kenneth.
Thank you, Ed. As these two try and consolidate and start once more after the blow of losing 2 quick wickets. Welcome back, Richard.
Good afternoon. Key period of the game now, really. Is it me?
It is
Van
you.
Ogden is in and bowls as straight as ever and
You'll have to
leaning
think
forward.
to yourself when the other person jumps up from the commentary position.
And Holland just leans forward, but Holland, who's been in great form, Rahane and Hanscom, probably the sort of 3 key wickets. If Glamorgan can take them today, then they'll be very confident of victory tomorrow, because with respect to the other Leicestershire batters, who are all in pretty decent form, they are all-rounders, and it's the weight of runs just might not be there. In goes Hanscom, that just maybe nibbles back in a touch, and Holland plays it well.
Mentioned the 10k, Richard, on tomorrow, but you've went on your morning jog. Where did it take you?
Up the Taff Trail,
Yes.
Pontcanna Fields.
Yes, lovely.
Is that the
just to
the
the
name
left
of them?
of us, yeah.
To the left, and then up past, well, to lower the tone somewhat, the big Tesco's
The very big
at the
Tesco's,
far end,
yeah.
and along the Taff Trail. In goes Van der Hoogten, straight and full. No movement for him though, and Holland just leans forward and plays it carefully out towards mid on 229 behind Leicestershire. I mean, if they're still batting at the end of today, 46 overs away, the current run rate 3.26, 50 or 60 behind. Things could happen tomorrow if they're still batting and have wickets in hand. In goes Van der Hoogten, just drags his length back a fraction, but again, arrow straight, and Holland deals with it, blocks it out into the offside where Carlson is the fielder.
Yeah, that's the key. I think if Glamorgan pick up a couple in the last session, they will be buoyed, and it would be a steep curve then, you would think, for Leicestershire.
Yeah, 4 or 5 down, and,
Yeah.
and they'll sleep pretty well, I would imagine. Glamorgan, in goes Van der Hoogten, a little bit wide, trying to chop it away. Doesn't really get up too much, Holland, and he hits it down into the ground as a consequence. And it doesn't travel very far before being intercepted at backward point by Billy Root, or running across from backward point anyway.
No, there's a few good jogging routes, and it's the benefit of really being in a smallish city. You don't feel that you're in a city centre, to be honest.
No, it's amazing, really, with the river and the
Yeah.
park, and Butte Park obviously coming right up to the city centre, and then the sea, obviously, on the other side. We'll run down there to the barrage. That's a lovely route as well. An interesting one as well. There's some really interesting bits and pieces down there. Is the Doctor Who exhibition still there? I don't know whether that's still a thing anymore.
It's still there, but it was for a while down there.
The Norwegian church, of course. As Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump, steered away nicely by Ian Holland through .44. He's played that shot well in this game, and he's benefited now to the tune of 27 runs. 225 the deficit. 46 overs remain today, so still a good session, a good hour until tea.
So that your team is Arsenal?
No,
I thought Nick mentioned that you were looking at Arsenal's score. Well, they drew anyway against Brighton.
Yes.
Many
right.
apologies.
No, my goodness me, I'm a Yorkshireman.
Oh, right.
So I look to the results of Leeds United and Hull City and teams like that.
Cardiff going down 2-0 in the early kick-off.
Not a good sign.
No.
At home to Middlesbrough.
No, they haven't started well. A certain someone in the commentary position was happier with that result. We won't name that person.
How did his lot get on? Have they played yet?
No, they're playing now. They're away to West Brom. That's going to be a difficult one.
Could be a tedious one. Now, North East has had a long chat to Ned Leonard.
Yeah, well, he has started from the Cathedral Road end. He's now switching from the Taff end, so that he is mixing things up, Sam North East. Leonard, who took the wicket of Lewis Hill, will come in from the River Taff end, right arm over the wicket, past the umpire, bowls, and that's cut, and it's a good bit of fielding at point.
Yeah, it was in the air for a while, that wasn't it? One or two hands started to go into the air. It was well short in the end of Tribe, who's moved from third slip to that backward point position, but just occasionally, well, I'll say not occasionally, Rahana gets in and sort of gets himself out with a slightly careless shot.
Leonard with probing length, bowls the good length ball again, and is fielded at cover by Kieran Carlson. I think that is the order of the day for Glamorgan, because there aren't many demons. We've seen one or two climb to Chris Cook, but all in all, it's a decent pitch. That's why I thought we might have seen more of Mason Crane. We haven't as yet.
He'll get the obligatory over before tea, won't he?
Yes.
Probably.
Mason
just
Crane,
to see.
who was one shy of a half century earlier in partnership with Colin Ingram. In comes Leonard, and that's the bouncer through to Chris Cook.
An unlucky dismissal for Mason. Thumped back very straight by Ingram, and Ahmed stuck out his right hand. Ball flicked his fingers onto the stumps.
Yeah,
Crane, no chance.
to the naked eye you could hardly see it, but it was just a feather deflected and yes, stranded. But a good cameo, well, more than a cameo. Leonard in, bowls, good length ball, and Rahane gets everything behind that, and it's out towards Tribe at point. Tribe, a bit of a breakthrough season, still been used at Cardiff Uni from Jersey, the youngster. Kellaway, of course, is injured, which is some concern, but I'm told he will be okay for the one-day final on the 22nd, because he is another promising young player from Chepstow. Here is Leonard coming in, bowls, and that's climbed and is left by Rahane, and just flies straight through to Chris Cook. The ambidextrous Ben Kellaway, who's taken wickets with right and left-hand bowling this year, and no, he is one for the future. Sam North East at second slip, trying to G up the home side, trying to get a third wicket here. Leonard in, and that's chopped down and is fielded at point by Tribe, and there's no run. That is the end of Leonard's over, and Leicestershire 74 for 2, still trailing Glamorgan by 225.
Yeah, a good maiden over. Just bowled a fraction short of a good length and kept Rahane on the back foot, hoping for a little bit of movement, and Ingram has a word with Leonard as the two pass before heading back to first slip. Van der Hoogten, unlike Leonard, is going to have 3 slips. Leonard had a couple. Carlson's got something to say. In fact, having said all that, the third slip, Tribe is coming out and going in 2 shortish mid-wicket for Holland. He's moved on to 27. The partnership now worth 37 for the third wicket. It's going to have to be worth an awful lot more. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls very good length, very straight, and Holland leans forward, blocks it out, 2 extra cover, no run.
If you are being hypercritical, Richard, this is where they probably are slightly short in the pace department, with a lot of reliance on Douthwaite and Van der Hoogten, and we've seen McIlroy during the course of the year, but he's not playing today in this game.
Van der Hoogten is in, bowls outside off stump, trying to drive it away. Not much foot movement from Holland. Missed times, it hits it down into the ground, and again a comfortable stop at extra cover.
Andy Gorvin, another one absent, who's been picking up wickets in the One-Day Cup.
Was in the squad, wasn't he? I think
Yeah.
wasn't picked for the game. I've been quite impressed by Leonard, and to a certain extent also too by Sheet during the game. Certainly in the second innings, in goes Van der Hoogten. Full again ish, good length anyway, and stayed on the back foot. Whoa, cakes.
Oh, Mr. Bevan,
Cakes
spoiling
are
us.
a sort of custard affair. Made them this morning
All the way from Trebanos.
with a strawberry perched atop.
Very inviting.
Sort of, what would you call it?
Is it a citron tart or something?
Okay, it's a lemony thing rather than custard, is it? Okay. I wasn't sure if there was a Welsh version outside off stump, played in the end, caught, steered straight to point. Van der Hoogten has his wicket. Holland just sparred at the ball, again minimal foot movement, and looped to catch straight to point. My goodness me. Well, we talked a little bit in this game about Leicestershire batsmen giving away their wickets, and Holland, who was looking reasonably secure, went for the drive. It wasn't quite there to drive. It's a good length from Van der Hoogten. He took his bottom hand off the bat and looped the simplest of catches to point, and Billy Root will not have a more straightforward catch this season. 74 for 3, and Glamorgan are chipping away here.
I wonder, Richard, did it just check on Holland? Because his right hand left the bat. It's a strange shot.
He wasn't quite there to drive, and he wasn't front foot or back foot. It would be interesting to see what he says, but I'm not sure it stopped too much. And he was leaning back slightly, just wasn't there at the pitch of the ball. His weight was on his back foot, whether he was looking to back foot drive. And now I'm sure we'll see a replay in due course.
Yes.
Oh, we might not, because the operator's not there at the moment.
Well, it was an easy looped catch for Billy Root, who didn't have to move, but that is a big blow. And we alluded to, if Glamorgan just chipped away, kept their line, kept their length, there would be an opportunity.
And it has come, and it has been taken. Now, the key partnership, you feel, if Leicestershire are going to, well, save the game, let alone get in a position to put Glamorgan under any sort of pressure in their second innings. As Peter Hanscom comes to the crease, he's been in outstanding form for the Foxes this season. He came into the game with certainly the highest aggregate, 709 runs at 64.45. What did he get in the first innings? He looks back at his notes. Well, just 46 in the first innings, and then that was a surprising dismissal. Hanscom's, he was looking very, very secure, was caught behind off the bowling of Dan Douthwaite, trying to steer the ball to third man. It was a kind of deliberate, give the wicketkeeper a catch sort of thing. Of course, it wasn't deliberate, but it was a deliberately played shot. So he will feel he probably gave it away a little bit in the first innings, Hanscom. So He's over 750 runs for the season, and he was in outstanding form in the One Day Cup as well. So, captain the side in the T20. This his last innings for Leicestershire this season. Not contracted for next season as far as I'm aware yet. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to the Australian, who drives gloriously for 4. Just over pitched on that occasion, but there was the width, and Hanscom just leant into it and played a very straight off drive for 4. Lovely way to get off the mark. 78 for 3. Well, we're seeing the replays of the off drive.
We haven't seen
Cake Boy's back, but he missed the wicket. The
Yes.
operator, bless his heart, grabbed a sandwich. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls very straight, and Cook's gauntlet started to go into the air. Flash of yellow, a flash of daffodil yellow from behind the stumps. Hanscom's bat down just in time, but applause for Van der Hoogten, who has picked up his 5th wicket of the match. 1 for 32 for him. Leicestershire 78 for 3 in deep trouble.
Yeah, and with a lot of work to do before tea, Glamorgan will try and, well, we'll believe they can pick another one off before the interval.
Yeah, break this partnership before tea, and you know the possibility of a 3-day win is beginning to raise its ugly head as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
And they will go on the attack. 2 slips alongside Chris Cook, mid-off, mid-on. There's still some protection though, deep mid-wickets, and there's a wideish fine leg, and that's a good ball by Leonard, defended resolutely by Rahane. 3rd man in as well. So not all out attack here. Slightly murky for the first time. Not the weather, not the glorious weather we had yesterday.
There's no rain forecast, is it? I'm
I
aware.
think we might be okay. Leonard coming in past the umpire, right arm over. Good length ball, and that's flushed to the covers, but it's fielded by Kieran Carlson.
Now then, light rain is expected to start in 32 minutes.
All right.
Briefly.
So we might have some.
Might have an early tea. Or
Might
something.
have a shower then.
But it will be light, and there won't be much of it.
It's okay at the moment as Leonard wheels round, taken 1 wicket already, bowls, and that's pulled aggressively. It won't go for 4, it'll be cut off by the man running around. They'll pick up an easy 2 though, as it's hauled back in by Dan Douthwaite. 80 for 3. So much will depend on these 2 now, Rahane and Peter Hanscom, who's just come in after the wicket of Lewis Hill, still trailing by 219. Leonard coming in from the River Taff end of the ground. Bowls, good length ball, and that's cut down, and Tribe comes round from point. There's no run. Just an unsettling period here for Leicestershire. They know how much is at stake with these 2 at the helm. They can ill afford to lose another one. So young Leonard coming in past the umpire and bowls, and that's short, and it's pulled, but there's protection out there, just a single for Rahane.
To come after these 2, Rahan Ahmed will almost certainly come in next, and he will not be able to help himself. He is an attacking player, and he will go for his shots, and Travaskis after that.
Who was off, of course, all of yesterday.
Louis Kimber, one or t'other, probably Kimber, I would think.
Have you got defined what that was? Was that an injury or?
No, indisposed,
Right,
I think
okay.
so.
It's just
Maybe a stomach upset or
Possibly an
something.
illness, yes. Leonard in and looked to start a stray down leg. Played back towards Leonard. There's no run. 81 for 3. Leicestershire. Spoke about the Leicestershire teams of the 90s earlier on, because we were, of course, reminiscing about Wacky Eunice in the 97 Glamorgan winning county championship winning side, and that was sandwiched between the Leicestershire wins of 96 and 98.
Yeah, indeed.
And it just goes to show, Richard, what a team can do with, as Glamorgan, with very little resources, if you compare that to other counties. But you had the likes of Maddie, Mullally was in that side, Whittaker was...
Who is here as the match referee?
Yeah.
J.J. Whittaker, Esquire, James Whittaker, former England and Leicestershire, and indeed chief selector for England for a while, wasn't he, James?
Yes.
Now keeps himself occupied in cricketing terms as a match referee. Van der Hoogten is into Rahane down the leg side, or at least onto leg stump, and Rahane just rather delicately flicks it around the corner down to wide long leg and takes one. Barely heard the ball on the bat there. Beautiful piece of timing.
It is getting
Rahane.
increasingly difficult though for certain counties, isn't it?
It does feel as though not on the same scale as the football, of course, but in certain respects a similarity in that it's them and us to a certain extent. If you've got an international being staged at your ground, as Van der Hoogten bowls straight and Hanscom stays on the back foot, blocks it out into the offside, and there is no run.
We mentioned earlier when Glamorgan beat Surrey last month in the One Day Cup, Surrey had 15 players absent, either on international duty or 100 duty. They still had Ben Folks in that side.
Yeah.
Incredible, embarrassing amount of riches they had.
Indeed, the side that Leicester lost to in the One Day Cup was their second 11 effectively, but it would have. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls straight again. Hanscom is carefully forward again, pushing the ball out into the
Rory
offside.
Burns was opening, for instance.
Indeed. But they were a very good side, although they didn't have a great time in the One Day Cup, did they?
No.
They finished bottom of the group in the end. In fact, that win at Kibworth might have been their only win. It was an emotional one for them as well. It was the day after they announced the sad death of Graham Thorpe, and obviously a lot of them knew him very well. In goes Van der Hoogten and bowls outside off stump, sneaks back in a little bit. Hanscom, who left the ball, holds the pose for a while and looks back quizzically at his stumps. Cook took the ball, diving to his left, an indication of how much it came back there. May not have been that far from Hanscom's off stump. Big smile on the face of Tim Van der Hoogten. Could have been something that Douthwaite said to him. Irrepressible character, Douthwaite. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls a little bit short of a length, and up on his back foot is Hanscom, blocking that one comfortably enough out to Carlson in the covers. Still 10.1 overs until tea, if we get them. I thought for a few moments ago we were going to get that light rain that might have been forecast, but it's just lightened up a little bit where there seems to be coming from. Van der Hoogten greying slightly at the temples, runs in and bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through very safely this time by Peter Hanscom. He remains on 4, Leicestershire 82 for 3. Just a single from the first ball of the Van der Hoogten over, 1 for 33 his figures now, and they've actually improved their over rate by 1. I'm not entirely sure how, but they have. Hurrying through their overs.
Well, they'd improve it even better if they put Crane and possibly Carlson on. I can't see Carlson coming on. Crane, I'm surprised, still hasn't been introduced to the attack.
Seamers have bowled well though for me. 82 for 3. You know, the run rate's only just over 3s. I think North East will be pretty happy with 3. I mean, and one more before tea, it'd be absolutely delighted.
It's Leonard coming in. He's taking 1 wicket. Right arm over. That's cut aggressively through the covers for 4. Just a bit too much width, but it was a glorious shot by Rahane on it like a flash. And it's sped away over the offside boundary.
Yeah. Too good a player to miss out. Yet to really make a big impact so far for Leicestershire. Ajinkya Rahane in the County Championship. Anyway, this is just his 4th innings, 12 and 6 at Bristol last week.
He's moved on to 28. Hanscom, who has just come in, is on 4, facing Leonard, who comes in, bowls, and a bit of movement there, but it's worked down to 3rd man, fielded by Mason Crane. Just a single taken, 87 for 3.
42 in the first innings, of course. So signs, from Leicestershire's point of view, hopefully, of things to come, perhaps, from the India International.
Yeah, he was caught North East bowled Timmy van der Hoogten. The 2 notable contributions coming from Rahane and Hanscom, so just shows how important this double act is. That's stray down leg, and it's worked. They look for a couple, they come back very quickly, and they will get back as the ball is thrown to Chris Cook, but they made it comfortably. So 3 balls to go of Ned Leonard's over in the 27th. Workmanlike innings so far from Rahane, but they all matter. It's about time out in the middle as far as Leicestershire is concerned. Leonard in, and that's just left. Bit of movement though from the youngster, Ned Leonard, bit of shape. He started this end from our vantage position at the Cathedral Road end. He's now moved to the River Taff end. Yeah, it's back. The light is back and forth, isn't it? It's murky, it's greyish.
We allowed the floodlights in this game?
Yeah. I've seen them. They obviously can be used as Leonard comes in. That's down leg side and worked away on the onside, and there's a couple. So just a bit of a lull in proceedings at the moment as Leicestershire, through these 2, try and steady the ship after losing 3. Patel, Holland and Hill.
I know there are certain restrictions on using the floodlights in championship games here in Cardiff. The City Council, the proximity to the city centre probably doesn't help in that respect.
No. Leonard comes in, starts his run at bowls, and again just hasn't quite got his length right in this over, and that's an easy single on the leg side.
10 off the over. A little bit expensive. Not that runs at the moment are too much of a factor, but Leicestershire now trail by 207. Or put another way, 208 needed to, well, 207 needed to make Glamorgan bat again.
Just going through a few football scores as from a Welsh perspective. Wrexham 1-0 up against Peterborough in League One. Swansea City, it's 0-0 so far against West Brom, and not forgetting Newport County are leading Morecambe by a goal to 0. And let's see if we keep going.
It's going to be Mason Crane, so your wish has been fulfilled.
Well, Leicester a goal down to Aston Villa. 35 minutes gone in that game.
They've spent quite big in the transfer window, have Leicester City, so They're hoping to stay up, obviously. I suspect if they were offered it now, that they finished sort of 16th, something like that, they'd take it. Crane then, in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls a very short ball to start with and gets away with it because he doesn't really get up too much, and Hanscom, instead of trying to, as most club batsmen would have done, wipe it into the middle of next week, just prods it around the corner straight to the man on the 45, and there is no run. Crane is in and bowls again a fraction short, and Hanscom can go back and play the leg spinner off the pitch. Say a fraction, probably best part of a foot short, really. The bearded crane sounds like a species that should be spotted on the TAF somewhere. In goes the bearded crane. That's a better delivery, a bit of loop and a nice length, and it draws Hanscom forward. He pushes the ball out into the offside.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I don't think Edward has thought that he hasn't been involved in the One Day Cup because he's been on 100 duty. Whether they'll keep faith with those that have got them there.
Bounces in and bowls, and forward again goes Hanscom, getting right to the pitch of the ball. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Bounces in, bowls, short ball, and this time Hanscom does go back and pull it around the corner. Tribe puts in the dive, and it's an admirable effort, but he can't stop the ball crossing the ropes. Gentleman in the crowd politely underarms the ball back to Asa Tribe, and Mason Crane concedes 4 from his 5th delivery. Hanscom into double figures now, on to 13. Crane sort of lifts his left knee before bouncing in and bowls onto middle stump, and Hanscom very carefully forward, head right over the ball as he blocks that out into the offside. So there wasn't much there for Crane in that over, and probably slightly lucky just to concede the 4 runs.
A few looseners in his opening over from the Cathedral Road end. Leicestershire 96 for 3. It'll still be Leonard from the far end, the River Taff end, as we approach tee. That nervy time where you dread losing another one, and even more so for Leicestershire in their predicament. Still trailing by 203. Rahane 29. Here comes Leonard. Starts his run up. Slip and a gully. And well forward is Rahane. Tribe is at point. Carlson is in his customary cover position. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket. Deep square. And there's a man at wide-ish. Fine leg, long leg. There's no cover at third man now for Leonard as a motorbike whistles past in the distance. Leonard in, bowls, and well, that was you could see that was struck on his down leg from here. It was a very optimistic appeal, if that, from none other than Kieran Carlson, who tries to be in and amongst the action continually. Kieran Carlson taking a 1 guard is Rahane on strike. That's the bouncer through to Chris Cook, tosses it up to Colin Ingram, who was the man of the moment, well, over the 3 days that he batted. Sublime, really.
257 not out.
Probably at one point eyeing a 300 and might have gone there, but it was Fraser Sheet that took it on towards the tail end, a cameo of 30 odd, and Ingram was at the other end. A good ball from Leonard, ricochets off the thigh pad, I think, and there's no run. Carlson is there. Yeah, it's just showed what a player he has been for Glamorgan. Best part of a decade. He originally came in 2015. I know he's been back and forth in various forms of the game. He played across the world, of course, Colin Ingram, but has settled, has bought a small holding in the Vale of Glamorgan around a place called Dinas Powys, and is very happy here. Leonard coming in past the umpire and bowls, and Rahane gets a stride in resolutely.
He comes from farming stock, doesn't he, from
Yeah.
what I was hearing this morning, so he's got a few acres of Wales, has he?
Yes, it's a nice part of the world, Dinas Powys. He was telling me, speaking to him, there's a few local public houses down that way, and there's a bit of character, and you're not too far from various points. Cowbridge is not far, another nice part of the world. As Leonard steams in from the River Taff end, and that was short, pulled, and just evades the man at backward square, and they come through for a single. 97 for 3, and that is the end of Ned Leonard's over. So they're nearing 100, Leicestershire, for the cost of 3 wickets.
Yeah, just a single from it. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24 for Leonard. But I suspect North East might move things around a little bit. The last 2 overs weren't particularly threatening. Crane obviously will get a couple more. Practices a few looseners, it'd be the wrong word, to Douthwaite. Blows on his right hand after every delivery. What are we waiting for now? Waiting for the bowler, it seems. Here we go. He has to step over the drainage cover. Bowls. That's a nice delivery. Pushed by a reaching Rahane. Tried to get it wide of Carlson in the covers, but Carlson flung himself to his left and made a good stop. Crane just tells Douthwaite to take a step or 2 back at mid-off before bouncing in and bowling. Good delivery again, forward. Getting to the pitch fit with an angle bat is Rahane. Ball runs out towards backward point. Root steps across the field. Has he got into his rhythm now, I suspect, hopefully, from his and Morgan's point of view. A couple of drag downs in that first over to Hanscom, but 2 on the money so far. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. It's the leg spinner, and read by Rahane, who let it go, and it turned away further into the gloves of Cook behind the stumps. Crane bowls, just drifting onto leg stump, and Rahane plays it well, gets down on one knee and sweeps it, but doesn't try and hit it too hard, makes sure he hits it down vacant square leg, and runs down to deep backward square for 1. Sweeper out there. Rahane leans on his bat. 31 he's on now. As Crane is in to Hanscom. Googly. Hanscom, I think, read it, played it well enough, but nicely bowled by Crane. As Hanscom came forward there, wasn't at the pitch, but bat was very close to the front pad, turned into the bat. Hanscom with that curious little trick he has. Fullish, driven, in the air for a foot or 2, but only a foot or 2, and well stopped by Carlson. If you watch Hanscom before each delivery, he turns his bat so that the edge is facing the bowler, and then he puts it back into position. Just a habit he has. Seems to help him with the line of the ball. End of the over. A good one actually from Crane, just the single conceded from it. 98 for 3 Leicestershire. They trail by 201 runs. I might have to go to half-time update shortly, but at least 1 more over.
Yeah, that was better stuff from Mason Crane. Honing in on line and length as Leonard continues from the River Taff end. Rahane on strike. Coming in, bowls, good length delivery, and Rahane just has to rock back a bit, but it's good forward offensive. And there's no run. Still an awful lot of cricket to be played. Some 38 minimum to be bowled today. We're in the 31st over. You sense the next wicket is so crucial. Leonard, oh, that was closer. I think that Rahane had anticipated, just jacked back a bit.
Ooh, that was a good leave, as they say.
Yes. Trusted his technique there, without question. Did Rahane, who's on 31. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Carlson is backward square. There's Leonard coming in, bowls, and fullish, and Rahane struck it firmly, but it was fielded by the bowler himself, and there's no run. 98 for 3, trailing by 201. Carlson trying to G up the troops, so to speak, here. Of course, he is the T20 captain, Kieran Carlson. Wheeling round is Leonard, who's taken 1 wicket so far, past the umpire. Bowls. As Richard will depart to do an update for Radio Leicestershire. And Nick Webb will jump in place at this pivotal moment of the match, with Glamorgan striving for another wicket, a 4th before tea. That would be invaluable, as Leonard, who took the wicket of Lewis Hill, comes in and bowls short, 1 bouncer. That is a no ball.
Schoolboy error on my part. I didn't go to the cake plate before coming in.
All gone?
I don't know.
Well,
should have popped in on the way up, shouldn't I?
Edward Bevan kindly brought these over earlier.
All right. Have I been rude to him or something? Just been on a little lap of the ground.
Yeah, well, it's looking a bit murky from our commentary box, Nick, but it's very difficult to see here, really, how bad it is. As Leonard comes in, and oh gosh, Rahane flirted with that one. It was high and wide and flew through to Chris Cook. He could easily have gloved that through to the keeper.
Yes, I think he was looking for the uppercut over the slips. No third man there. If he got any sort of bat, it might have flown away, but as you say, it might have caught the gloves or a sliver of an edge through to slip or gully.
Incidentally, I missed the 100 up for Leicestershire at the cost of 3 wickets. Leonard coming in, bowls fullish that time, and that's a decent shot. They will collect a couple. They won't go all the way to the boundary, and they well, it's only one they notch up, in fact.
Strange. In terms of the weather, I can report it's very cool in the Castell Llawn stand beneath us. It's slightly more manageable at the far end, where those Leicestershire fans, a little group of them, are located. But one brave supporter without shirt.
Wow.
A former
it's not that warm.
A former colleague of ours.
Oh gosh, I wouldn't like to guess.
I'll tell you in the interval. Yes, certainly a couple were making their way out of the ground, because it is chilly at this near end in particular, and it is getting slightly dark and distinctly autumnal away to the top right of the ground. Quite a lot of leaves on the playing surface as Crane starts new over and drops a cotton ball chance from Rahane. What a moment that could be. It was firmly hit low down, but Crane would have backed himself to take it and spilled the ball on the ground.
Well, it was firmly struck, Nick, I agree, but but it went in. He had two hands in it, and it's one that he will be disappointed that it hasn't stuck.
So a very, very big chance. As that... Oh, he's dropped another one, has he? That looked to be on the full as well, or was that on the half volley?
I don't know, it's one of those we'll have to... I don't know, he's looking around in frustration. Let's have a look.
On the replay, hammered back. No, that was another chance.
Well, well, well.
He's dropped two caught and bowled in two balls. Rahane on 32. Crane doesn't know what's going on there.
Well, what's happening in the...
He'll have to bowl him.
In the next ball.
Will this be a hat-trick of chances? It's pulled away on the leg side, and the square leg fielder there, Asa Tribe, lost sight of it for a moment. I think he was going the wrong way, eventually managed to recover. Rahane on to 33, 102 for 3. 197 runs in arrears, but Morgan really ought to have made the breakthrough there. Two chances for Mason Crane. As forward comes Hanscom, defends to point. First one was knee-high to his left. The second one just over waist-high to his right, but maybe could and should have taken both, or either would have done. Rahane survives. Hanscom on strike, gets a full toss that he puts away through the leg side very comfortably. Indeed, Mason Crane must be wishing the earth would open up.
Well, the first one, he definitely had two hands. The second one was more of a... He snatched at the second one, seemingly.
Both, well,
both
reasonably comfortable chances by professional standards.
Yes.
As he then compounded the error by bowling a full toss that was smashed for 4. Hanscom to 17, 106 for 3. Leicestershire, as that turns nicely for Mason Crane, but Rahane was... Hanscom was able to allow it to go past outside off stump. 106 for 3, and if it continues to get darker at this rate, I don't think we'll get to the anywhere near the scheduled close. What have we got? 4 overs to go until the tea interval. It's already getting...
Well, the minimum is 36 today.
Down to borderline light levels, maybe.
Change of bowling.
There's going to be a change at the River Taff end, and it is going to be Fraser Sheet, who has bowled from this near end, the Cathedral Road end.
Tidy spell first up.
Yeah. Shaped the ball nicely. Now, how much will Glamorgan and Mason Crane rue those dropped catches? We shall see. Sheet coming in past the umpire bowls, and that's easily worked into the onside. There'll be a single through mid-wicket. As you say, Nick, for someone of Mason Crane's ability, I would have thought definitely should have snapped up one of those chances.
Inexplicable, really.
Given that Rahane was the man to offer both chances, well, it could yet prove costly. There's a helicopter goes by Sophia Gardens, up at the block hole, and Hanscom gets it square, and there's a single. 108 for 3. They still trail by 191 to the visitors. This is a partnership, a workmanlike partnership of 34. Yep. After Hill fell, after Holland fell, rather, caught Billy Root. It was a strange shot, that was. I don't know if you were out on your travels.
I was watching from
then.
side on and saw the ball sort of lobbing towards
the ball
points.
seemed to check on Holland as Sheet comes in. I thought that was up-ish for a while, but safely enough through mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, and just didn't follow through with the shot really, and it looped up easily for Billy Root.
Tame way to get out, having worked so hard. 27 he made in the first 24 overs of the innings. Glamorgan have gone to the 3 men in a row, the wall on the leg side, in catching positions now between forward square leg and mid wicket, with a man in the middle as well.
Yeah, they have protection at wide fine leg, mid off, mid on, one slip, cover and point, sheet in, and that's defended by Hanscom.
Latest from the Test match, Sri Lanka 15 for no wicket, chasing 483 to beat England, for whom Joe Root got his 2nd century of the match, and no one else got much at all. 251 all out.
For a while there, it looked as if he'd be running out of partners because the wickets were tumbling. It wasn't Bazball at its best. But it's all in, I think, in terms of Bazball, as Sheet comes in. It's defended. There's no half measures.
Well, Root's always, or nearly always, apart from a few frenetic moments in the subcontinent, played a more intelligent and measured version of Bazball, in that he's been very positive. There have been a few extravagant shots along the way, but I think he's found the right balance between his own method and the method that the team are obviously keen on adopting.
Half time at West Brom, who lead Swansea by 1-0. Sheet coming in, bowls, and that's played in the offside down to point to Asa Tribe, and there's no run. End of the over. Leicestershire 109 for 3, still have all to do to save this game at the moment, with Rahane on 35, Hanscom on 18, and they trail by 190.
We will be getting an update for BBC Radio Wales in the near future, in the half-time of the football coverage.
Wrexham 2-0 up, so things going really well for the Dragons at the start of their campaign in League One.
How about the county in League Two?
They were leading away to Morecambe, and they still lead at half-time by 1-0.
And we better give Leicester City a
yes, they were behind to Aston Villa, and they are still behind.
Crane bowls, and Rahane on the back foot plays it back to the bowler, who in self-deprecation knocks it up in the air
and catches it
in mock celebration.
Yeah, 1-0 Aston Villa against Leicester at home. Leicester at home.
Crane bowls to Rahane, and he stretches forward and defends. 109 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online, with a further 2 overs to go until the tea interval after this one. And Crane twirling away. Rahane not going to give him a third chance of a caught and bowled, as he smothers that one and kills the spin, playing the ball out on the offside. I think Leicestershire are going to get a helping hand from the weather today, because I would be surprised if we got through even near to the 32 overs after tea. There's a bit of turn there for Rahane, for Crane, as Rahane stretched forward, defending on leg stump, and the ball sliced towards gully.
It's probably as gloomy as I've seen it all day.
It's probably as gloomy as it's been since about May, I would have thought. As another helmet is brought onto the field. Who's going to field where Billy Root, despite being one of the older members of the side, is the lucky recipient. Surprised they don't put the youngster Tribe under the lid. But Root is going in, where crosses the wicket, short leg. Couple of balls left in the Crane over, as he's in to bowl to Rahane on 35 not out. That's nearly a full toss, and Rahane hits it down into the ground, back to Crane, on the bounce. Carlson with a mock appeal from cover. At least Glamorgan can see the funny side of it at the moment. They may not come tomorrow, as that one's down leg side. It's run away towards fine leg. It'll be a couple of runs on the total. Buys, leg buys, runs, buys. Yeah, Cook unable to get a firm glove on it. As the weather, is it raining?
I think it's drizzling.
Bit of drizzle, maybe an early tee called. 111 for 3 with just 2 overs scheduled until the interval, but it may be taken early.
That rain dance has worked wonders, I think, Nick, and they are going off.
Indeed, so 111 for 3 at tee, 34 overs gone. Rahani has 35, Hanscom has 18. We hope to be back in 20 minutes if it's not raining at that juncture. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow.
The rain is starting. The players and umpires in the first instance are going off at tee, so we'll have at least a 20-minute break. Due to the weather, we'd be very grateful if you didn't go on.
Leicestershire 111 for 3 in their second innings, 188 runs still short of avoiding an innings defeat. Rahani, the Indian star, is 35 not out, and he's just been dropped twice off successive balls. Caught and bowled chances to the spinner Mason Crane. A wicket apiece to Dan Douthwaite, Ned Leonard and Tim van der Hoogten of the seam attack. Earlier, Colin Ingram went on to reach 257 not out before Glamorgan declared at 550 for 9. Leicestershire effectively have to bat more than 4 sessions to save it. They're 111 for 3 as an early tee.
Back of the practice pavilion. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and the Lewis Lounge is open to use by Glamorgan and Leicestershire members. That's on the second floor of the National Cricket Centre, and the club shop run by the museum is open by the 24 hours. Latest cricket scores, the test of rules, Sri Lanka, Chelsea victory there, 468 more to beat England. In Division 1 of the Vitality County Championship, Somerset 492, and in their second innings 209 for 4. That's a lead of 365 over Durham, who totalled 336 in their first innings. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire versus Kent. Warwickshire beat Kent by an innings and 21 runs. Chelmsford, Essex, Worcestershire. Worcestershire in their second innings are 254 for 6. That's a lead of 116 over Essex with 4 wickets standing. Old Trafford, Lancashire versus Hampshire. Hampshire 389 all out in their first innings. Lancashire 200 all out, following on 103 for 6, still 86 runs behind. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire versus Surrey. Nottinghamshire are 369 for 6 in their first innings. They trailed Surrey by 156 runs. Division 2, heading Yorkshire versus Middlesex. Middlesex 349 for 4. That's 252 behind Yorkshire's first innings total 601. And at home, Sussex against Derbyshire. Derbyshire following on in their second innings, they're 47 for 1. That's still 270 runs behind Sussex. Just a reminder that tomorrow the Cardiff 10k road race is taking place in the city centre in the morning, which means that Cathedral Road will be closed to all vehicle traffic between 9 o'clock and 11:30. If you'd like to watch more Glamorgan home games, membership is the most cost-effective way to support the county. On membership team are working on a range of different memberships to suit everybody for the 2025 season, whether you can make every game or not. So keep an eye on our website, glamorgancricket.com, in the coming few weeks to see our offers.
Well, here at Sapphire Gardens, we're expecting the resumption of play after tea in a minute or so, but that is not going to happen on time, so it is a delayed restart here at Sapphire Gardens. They went off 2 overs early with a bit of drizzle. There may be a light spot of rain around. Certainly the light is not very good, and the umpires now, who have been out in the middle, are heading back to the dressing room. We'll report back as and when there's any play.
Good news, weather permitting, play will recommence at 4:30. Welcome back to umpires and players alike.
Welcome back to Sapphire Gardens. I'm glad to say that drizzle that interrupted play about half an hour ago has gone, but it's very murky here. The clouds are low. We wouldn't have thought we'd had this throughout the morning when it was quite sunny. But the position here is that Leicestershire made a partial recovery. They were 74 for 3. They're now on Nelson, 111 for 3, and the two overseas players still there, Rahane, but he made 35. Hanscom has been dropped by... Rahane was dropped, rather, by Crane. 2 chances, and one of them certainly should have been held. And they've taken the score now to 111 for 3. Rahane's on 35, and Hanscom is on 18. And we are going to have Fraser Sheet to bowl from the river end, and he will be bowling to Peter Hanscom, and to carry on with commentary, it'll be Richard Ray. Sorry.
Hanscom defends that one back down the pitch, and there is no... I can't hear myself in the earphones, why he says it. There we go. These connections is a little bit loose, that one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's
lovely.
good.
I wasn't sure whether I was broadcasting there or just talking to myself, and you probably didn't notice the difference out there. 111 for 3. Yep, Rahane should have gone. Crane, first chance he had, and he fell, and it sort of jarred out of his hands, and the second two-handed to his right, about chest high. In goes Sheet and bowls. Hanscom is all care and attention as he leans forward and blocks that out into the offside. He looks the more secure of the two. Rahane a little bit, I don't know,
careless.
Slightly more frivolous. Yes, careless probably is the word. He might use the word more positive, but Hanscom defence has been very positive, and he looks as though he's digging in for the long haul. Rahane, less so. 2 short mid-wickets. As Fraser Sheet, who'd bowled well in his first spell, comes running in and bowls. Hanscom gets a fullish straight delivery, leans forward, accompanied by a howl from Kieran Carlson at extra cover. It seemed to me to come straight out of the middle of Hanscom's bat and out into the mid-off area, but Carlson...
I was watching it on the monitor here, which we have an excellent view, when he literally middled it and went out to mid-off. A rate of knots, and I thought somebody had been injured.
Yes, it did sound like Carlson had had an arrow in the behind or something, didn't it? But 111 for 3 remains the score. Sheet rushes in and bowls very full, and it's driven past Carlson, and no chance at all for Leonard at mid-off to cut that one off as it runs across the extra cover boundary for 4. Edward, look at all those brown leaves on the outfield. Suddenly it feels like autumn.
Autumn is upon us, yes, and the leaves slowly changing colour. The ones opposite us there.
One or two of the trees just starting, aren't they?
I don't know if there are any evergreens amongst that lot. But
how are you on your tree identification?
Not very good.
Okay. Just wondered about that one directly opposite us that is really starting to change colour. Go very beautiful yellow.
Yes.
Yellows, orangey yellows and greens. Sheet is in and bowls very straight again. Hanscom leans forward and off stump, plays it carefully out into the offside. Carlson, not shouting this time, comes into field. Hanscom 22 with that boundary. 46 in the first innings, and looked incredibly secure until just dabbing a catch to the wicketkeeper, almost, as I say, giving Chris Cook catching practice. Yeah. He was trying to steer it between Cook and sort of fourth slip, who was standing very wide. Sheet is in and bowls full and straight, and again Hanscom is forward and off stump, punching it out towards Leonard at mid-off. End of a pretty good over from Fraser Sheet. Just that one over pitched and slightly too wide that Hanscom drove away for 4. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15.
Excellent figures.
They
certainly.
are, and reflective of the quality of the bowling.
Our stream is showing a couple of gentlemen, and they've got shorts and t-shirts. It must be rather cold out there.
And
because
beers, it must be freezing, mustn't it?
Yeah, we wouldn't have expected it, as I say.
Perhaps
this
out of the
morning.
wind.
Forecast tomorrow, maybe a little shower at 11 o'clock, but then it should be okay. We were just discussing what would Glamorgan be happy with, and I think we thought another 1 wicket tonight, one of these overseas batsmen, and they said job done, 4 down overnight, 6 to get.
And we haven't lost any overs because of that shower, so there's
They
still
took 3,
33 overs, so, you know, one would be the least of their ambitions. You would think, you know, 2 or 3, and they'll sleep pretty easily.
It's Dan Duthwaite who has bowled at the far end, where he took his wicket, bowling to Rahane, and starts a new over and bowls to him. That's on a length, straight, and pushed away onto the onside. Typical Dan Duthwaite started his second innings by bowling a no ball, 4 wicket. Typical.
But you'd kind of take that in these circumstances, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You don't mind a few 4s if there's the odd wicket
Yeah.
taking delivery.
This is exactly what he does.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised to see him concede and then take another one. And he comes, and he's over the wicket now, and bowls. That's driven. And it's fielded by Van de Gooten, fielding at mid-on. 3 wicket takers. Duthwaite, Van de Gooten, and Leonard, who dismissed the Leicestershire captain, who played on to his stumps without scoring. That was the last wicket fall, a very good wicket. Seems it got a little bit brighter here now.
Yes, I
And
agree.
it's always a bit darker, as I said yesterday when you were in here. Here's Duthwaite again, in and bowls, and that's driven nicely, but straight to cover. And 3 dot balls for the medium pacer. Just to remind you that Glamorgan went on this morning and reached 550 for 9 before declaring. Colin Ingram was undefeated on 257. Goodness knows what his average for this season is. 100 and something. Here is Duthwaite. Comes in to the right-handed Rahane. Short, well-controlled pull down towards fine leg for a single.
I'm going to work it out for you, Eddie.
Yeah, he was 1,000 when he scored 85. And
1,000, it's 107.2.
I thought it was over 100. Not bad, is it? 5
Not bad.
centuries for the South African born left-hander, and he's 39 years of his age, and will be going on, obviously. Hanscom waits, in comes that's played off around leg stump down to fine leg, and they go through for another single. The score goes up gently to 116 for 3. Yeah.
Go on.
I'm just going to say the deficit was 299. Well, they have reduced that now, but it's still, what are we, 182 or 100?
It is 182.
Behind.
I want to know more about this little small holding that he's acquired.
In comes Duthwaite bowls. Ooh. Just got up a little. And
Didn't play it well, did he, Rahane?
no, he misjudged it completely. Morgan will hope that this pitch will deteriorate. And we have seen the odd one get up. The one that Holland got out to be played early at it and one-handed, whether that stopped him as well, or it might have been a slower ball, but the odd one, the very odd one, is misbehaving.
Apparently Duthwaite's nickname is Jugs, so I assume that's something to do with his ears, but
Or jugs of
who
beer.
knows? Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could indeed. Yes, I could be doing him a real disservice there, couldn't I? Making it personal as to his appearance when it might be nothing to do with it whatsoever. 1 for 29 from 6 for him. Fraser Sheet won't ask what his nickname is. None for 15 off 8 is going to continue from the river end. Comes racing in and bowls very straight again to Hanscom, and Hanscom blocks it back down the pitch to him. As I say, he's been quite impressive in this second innings.
Yeah, he only had the one game. He came here, and in a couple of days he was playing up at Derby. It takes a while to accumulate if you haven't played county cricket and played in this country. And he didn't take a wicket up in Derby, but then he's bowled extremely well in this game. 2 wickets in the first innings, and now very economical.
In he goes and bowls again very straight. Again Hanscom, who's patient, leans forward and pushes the ball back out to Leonard at mid-off. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see him on a pitch that offers a bit, or a ball that moves around a little bit, and maybe in the last 3 games he'll get that opportunity. Do we have one more with a Kookaburra? I think we do, don't we?
Yes.
It's 2 games at each end of the season. How it will be assessed, well, I suppose they'll do all sorts of statistical analysis and things, won't they? As in goes Sheet and bowls on off stump, dropped out into the offside.
Well,
A big stride from Hanscom.
Seen a couple of 600s in this round. We've seen a couple of 500s, 550s. So it's the batsman's friend, it appears.
Indeed.
Peter Hanscom, am I right in saying ex-Gloucester, Middlesex, and this is the 3rd?
4th, I
Fourth,
think.
is it? Is
Yeah,
another
was
fourth?
at Durham. I
Breakfast,
think he's
right.
played up at Durham.
Is he? Journeyman.
Yeah, mixed degrees of success. In goes Sheet and over pitches outside off stump, and this is what, just in this spell, this is only his 2nd over of the spell, but he's done it twice now. In the first over, just one poor ball that Hanscom was able to drive away to the boundary for 4, and he's done it again in this over, the 4th ball, over pitched, half volley. Hanscom, who will see off the good balls and put away the bad ones, does just that. He moves on to 26. Partnership now 47. Should have been broken on 101, the score, when Rahana was dropped twice in 2 balls by Mason Crane off his own bowling. Sheet is in and bowls, got his line and length back, and Hanscom is very careful, pushing the ball back down the wicket to the former Surrey League bowler, I understand.
Yeah. Played in the leagues up in the south of England somewhere. Sussex or Surrey, I don't know, one of the 2.
Surrey, both apparently.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he probably doesn't figure in who's who this season, but he might next if Glamorgan keep him on, if they see enough to something to build on. Charges in, bowl short, Paul dropped at mid-wicket, the wider of 2 mid-wickets, and his hands are on his head. Fraser Sheedy thought he had a wicket, 2-handed low to his left. It's Crane again, and he's on his back now. He hurt his left hand there, but he got 2 hands to it, and
3 catches.
my goodness, he could have had both these 2 key batsmen back in the pavilion.
Now he's hurt his left hand, not his bowling hand, but he's inspecting to see if there are any fingers left. I think there are. He may have bruised it, but I think he'll be more disappointed that he dropped a catch the 3rd time. I wonder if we can have a look.
Hit it hard, didn't he?
Seemed to be
Hanscom,
going
but
hard.
what, 1.5 foot up off the ground, 2 hands, got to it, and he'll be so disappointed.
Yes.
3 chances dropped.
Both of them could have been out. And then Glamorgan would have been halfway there.
We'd have been thinking of a 3-day finish.
Duffy to continue. He starts a new over. He bowls to Rahane. Rahane plays the ball on leg stump down to mid-wicket. Helps it on its way, and they go through for a single. So the chances are there, but they have not been taken. And Rahane is on to 37. Hanscom is on 26. So Chris Wright has got 4 counties to his name, and 4 to Hanscom. I think we had Marcus North. I think he's leading the pack. I think he must have about half a dozen. as Douthwaite comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, and Hanscom has nothing at all to do with it.
Those two have got the most between them, probably. Can't imagine anybody's actually represented 5
As regarding...
counties. I bet there's loads. Oh,
you,
go on.
you remember the name of Trevor Jesty? I'm talking about English players now. Well, he was Hampshire, Surrey, Lancashire. I think that was the end. And it was something new those days. Here's Douthwaite again. And bowls. And that's just nudged away, but there's no run. As Cook goes out to pick it up. Yeah, Jesty certainly, and A. Jones, Alan Arthur Jones, was Middlesex, Sussex, Glamorgan back in the 80s. But in the old days, you rarely had players moving from county to county. In comes Dan Douthwaite, medium fast, and bowls. And this is just touched away onto the onside. It might have come off his park. Yes, it did, says umpire Adnan. Score moves on to 123. For 3, the deficit is pretty big, 176. But Glamorgan here, well, if they don't win this game, they'll say they'll rue those 3 drop catches. Two balls left, and this comes in, and that's pulled away, and not a long way from the man at square leg, but it bisects 2 fielders, and it's 4 runs. Thought for a moment he was going there. Going back to those, kind of tells me Marcus North leads the pack with 6 counties.
Yeah, that must be a record.
Yeah.
Must be a record.
6 records. 6 counties.
Now, of course, he's in charge at Durham, isn't he?
Doing a good job too. Seems to be recruiting well.
Yes, they've brought in a fair few, haven't they? And they're making a fist of Division 1, that's for sure.
Tell you who are slipping down the ladder, and it looks as if they're going to lose today again, is Lancashire.
Yes.
But I think Kent have already gone. So that'll be interesting in the First Division. Rahane waits as in comes Douthwaite and bowls at him. He plays it with dropped wrists. They go for a quick run. And the fielder there, anxious, Tribe I think it was, to pick it up, fumbles it. End of the over, and it's 128 for 3. And this partnership developing now. They've put on 54 for this 4th wicket.
North East has a few words with Crane as he walks past him. Is that David Harrison out there? Can't quite see. Sitting on the it is. Looking very pensive, thoughtful as he sits on the... Looks very comfy, the cover, I've got to say. He's taking his weight, just.
You often see coaches or people, and I used to ask them, what are you doing walking around the ground? Because there's so much rubbish talked in that dressing room. I walked out, have a bit of peace.
And sometimes they like to get behind the bowler's arm, don't they, a bit, and get a better idea of what's going on.
Who's the coach at the bowling coach at? Is it Claude Henderson? Does both?
No, he's director of cricket. So Alfonso Thomas is the head coach, and basically the bowling coach as well.
Yeah.
James Taylor is the batting coach and assistant head coach. Fraser Sheet is in and bowls to Rahane, who drives, and good work by Sheet as he gets his right hand to it. The ball dribbles onto the stumps, but Hanscom is too old a hand to be caught that way, and his first thought is always to make sure his bat is back in his ground, and so it was.
Will be a battle, I think, for Glamorgan, as we said, because of this pitch is so unresponsive to bowlers, and it's a true bounce, and if the odd one does slightly misbehave, but basically, if you concentrate hard, you should survive.
Sheet in, bowls on off stump. Rahane dabs it out into the offside where Carlson feels, but it should be 120 for 5, really. Well, it could be 120 for 5. I say should be. That was a tough chance, but. One of the Rahane chances should have been taken for sure. for sure.
The rest of the order, Ahmed, who's made 15, Kimber, Travascus, Scriven and Wood, who can all bat.
Sheet is in, bowls straight, and the ball is played straight back to him. But they're kind of not the sort of batsman necessarily who'll dig in
For 3 or 4 hours.
for a sort of 2 sessions, 3 sessions. By
These
they
two
will
can't.
go for their shot. They might bat for that long, and if they do, they'll score a lot of runs. But they won't be able to stop themselves occasionally going for big shots. These two, as you say, have the experience, the nous and the technique to hang around for a long goal time. As Sheet is in and bowl short, pulled around the corner down to the sweeper on the deep square boundary, and 1 is taken. Rahana on to 43 now. 42 in the first innings, so this is his highest championship score, his highest first class score for Leicestershire. It's only his second game.
Yeah.
First class, only his 4th innings, so
So he just come for the last few games.
well, he played all the One Day Cup, so he
Yeah.
came for the One Day Cup and the championship games. In goes Sheet and bowls, driven by Hanscom, checks the shot because he isn't quite at the pitch of the ball and pushes it firmly out to Leonard at mid-off, who polishes the ball hard on the bottom of his Glamorgan sweater. All the players except Cook, who's probably got something thermal on underneath his Glamorgan shirt, in sweaters. Rahana and Hanscom in shirt sleeves. They're doing a bit of running. So is Sheet as he comes charging in and bowls to Hanscom, who's playing in front of his pad as he leans forward into that one, plays it firmly and carefully out towards mid-on. End of a pretty decent over from Fraser Sheet, just the 1 run conceded in it. 10 overs for 20 runs. He isn't letting his captain down at the moment.
129 for 3, deficit and 170. And I'm just wondering when we'll see Crane again, because we've had medium pace, and often batsmen get used to that sort of thing. But when you've got a spinner, as he's proved, Crane, in this innings and this afternoon, that he can get batsmen out, but it's his own fault because he's dropped 2 catches off his own bowling. Can't blame anybody for that. Douthwaite then to continue from the Cathedral Road end, and he's coming in to bowl to Rahana. Bowls to him now. Rahana plays it off his toes, and a tumbling dive at mid-wicket, but they'll only get a single as Leonard comes in from the boundary and tosses it back to Cook. 130 for 3, and Rahana moves on to 44.
Must be great to have wrists like that.
Typical. Remember one of the finest plays I ever saw, Azharuddin of India playing for Derby. Talk about wristy player. Oh, he's an absolute delight to watch.
Centuries in each of these first 3 tests
That's right.
against England.
In comes Douthwaite bowls. That is turned away to the man in front of the bat on the drive on the onside. Yes, and people like Jayawardena of Sri Lanka. There's another one. Aaron De Silva went for Kent. Remember him? He was a wonderful player.
Talking of Sri Lanka, they're 2 down.
Yes.
45.
The side they were, are they? Here's Douthwaite in and bowls. Oh, my word, that was very, very close. And Hanscom,
Thought that was through.
yeah,
Thick
good
inside
delivery.
edge.
One of the best he's bowled. We're just having a look at it again. Just stopped it in time as he came forward. And it, well,
Thick inside edge.
it might have gone past like stump, but he just got down in it. Let's have a look at it. Nearly got through. He was about to appeal, but he knew that it might have just had a nick on. Then he comes again and bowls. That's clipped away for a single down to fine leg.
So Douthwaite in this, his second spell is bowled. Better than he did his first spell, although he did get a wicket. As Rahana comes down on 44.
You don't mind this from Douthwaite. He's the sort of bowler, as we've been saying, will concede runs, but he just occasionally bowls wicket-taking deliveries, makes something happen.
He's the ideal bowler to have in this position when you're in a position of strength.
Yeah.
And he comes again. This time he bowls. And that's a tumbling stop there by the jack in the box, Kieran Carlson.
The full toss.
Yeah, he should have put that away for 4, but Rahane hit it straight at Carlson. Doesn't miss many. And bowls a leg break to Tim Badagood at mid-on.
All serene and quiet, very small crowd, and must become a rather miserable afternoon. And Douthwaite is in, straight bat from Rahane, and that is the end of the over. Overs remaining today, what have we got? 26 overs, a lot of cricket left in the day. And,
Yeah, good, best part of 2 hours, and it is 5 to 5. So if we get them all 28 left. I suppose Crane will bowl a few, won't he? And maybe Carlson, but light might be a factor.
Light might be a factor, but if you get the spinners on, probably won't be.
No.
28 overs remaining, so that is a lot of overs.
Delays while Sheet and Northeast consult. Ingram had gone to about 4th slip, big gap between himself and Cook. And it may be that they're trying to get Hanscom to repeat what he did in the first innings, try and guide the ball between them to third man. But after all that, Ingram has now gone back to a sort of more conventional, wide-ish first slip position. 2 short mid-wickets still there, though. As Sheet rushes in, bowls to Hanscom, who goes back and defends off stump into the offside. And there's no run. Deep square, still out. Hanscom will take on the short ball, but he's usually pretty good at keeping it down. There is a long leg as well. No sweeper on the offside. Just the 3 men saving one at backward point Tribe. Carlson hopping from foot to foot at extra cover. Leonard stretching from side to side, so he might be coming on before long. Sheet goes rushing in, bowls to Hanscom, fullish on the legs, clipped firmly to the wider of the 2 mid-wickets, who is now Billy Root. So Crane, who was there, he's been sent out to deep square, I think. He's standing on the other side of the rope. I think he's on the pitch, as in he's a participant at the moment. Just keeping an eye on him, whether he went off for some treatment or not. No, he has walked back on. In goes Sheet, and leg side delivery that is turned by Hanscom down to long leg, and one is taken. Van der Hoogten, the fielder down there. I say relegated Crane. It might be just he might have sore hands now, so they don't want to make an injury worse or make an injury out of a bruise. Sheet, it's quite a straight run. In he comes, bowls to Rahane. Again, very straight Rahane. No big stride. Back foot in the crease and just leans forward and plays the ball almost gently. Caresses it out towards mid-wicket. Northeast claps his hands, having fielded the ball.
Weather permitting, 126 more overs to bowl. It's a lot of overs to get through if they bowl the full 27 this evening. So Glamorgan have all the opportunities, and they've got a cushion of 167 runs. They were just looking for one mistake. Well, they've had 3 mistakes so far, which they failed to capitalise.
Sheet is in. Rahane again turns his wrists as he pushes that one off middle out towards mid-wicket where Root fields. North East went to square leg for that delivery, so it's a slightly more conventional looking field.
Sheet would be very pleased. One ball to go is his 11th over, 0 for 21.
He's been much more accurate than he was in the first innings, but yet to pick up a wicket, he has a look of a sort. He looks a bit like Tim Murtagh. Doesn't bowl like him. In he goes and bowls. Ooh, almost squares up Rahane. Comes off a thick outside edge. Carlson runs back from extra cover to field, hurls the ball at the stumps, and Cook can't get there. But good work behind at square leg by North East means there are no overthrows. One taken by Rahane, but well bowled again. Fraser Sheet, who leans on his knees. It's the end of his over, but that last ball was a good one.
It was.
5 o'clock.
Yes.
As we can see, hashtag this is Wales.
Cymru Wales, Welsh Wales. Yes.
It's a nice clock.
It is. It will be Mr. Douthwaite to continue. Figures of what's he got? 1 for 32 as he comes in now and bowls. One that's
again.
Nearly played on by Rahane. Douthwaite is causing some problems for both batsmen here. That was well pitched up, and the batsman, he got forward to it as we watched the replay. And then inside edge, exactly as Hanscom a couple of overs ago. That could easily have got through.
Could. Almost squeezed on. Oof, that was close.
Very, very close. Causing problems. Batsmen think, yeah, we're going to knuckle down here. As in comes Douthwaite and bowls to Rahane. Rahane drives this time, but it's to mid-on, intercepted there. At mid-on. Who was that fielding there? Is that Horton?
At mid-on, it's the 12th man. Yes.
Horton, yeah. One of the reserve team
Alex Horton.
keepers. Played for Young England, but Glamorgan seemed to have 3 or 4 young wicket keepers alternating. Douthwaite bowls, and this is driven straight but parried away. No ball called by Adnan. 2 more added to the score. And the score remains, so adds up to 135 for 3. Rahane's on 45 as he waits now for Douthwaite, who bowls up in the block hole, digs it out and plays it up to mid-off. Run rate is 3.25, so solid is the partnership here. Much needed by Leicestershire if they're to avoid defeat and their slim promotion chances.
Yeah, no, absolutely key. It is hard to see how they're going to get in a position to
They won't
win the
this,
game.
no.
In theory, if they're 150 ahead going into tea on the final day, you never quite know. But yeah, very hard to see.
Douthwaite bowls on the back foot is played by Rahane. Well, an accurate spell here now. And there is no slip. Douthwaite has asked his captain, or the captain has said to himself, I'm going to, on the drive there with this fashion that Glamorgan have used recently, you have 2 men on the drive on the onside. There's a huge gap there because Chris Cook, poor chap's got nobody to talk to. From all the slips down to 3rd man, there's not a single fielder. As Douthwaite comes in and bowls again. That rises outside the off stump through to Cook. And this apart from that no ball. 1 more and it'll be a maiden over minus the 2, if you know what I mean.
I like a bowler whose body language you can sort of read. He's very expressive, Douthwaite.
Yeah, he works hard, very determined young. Well, I say young, he's been with Glamorgan for about 6 years now.
as he turns at the end of this quite economical run and comes in.
Go!
Bows to Rahane and is clipped away down towards fine leg for a single.
Another full toss. He bowls a few, the young man.
Yeah.
Trying to bowl Yorkers, perhaps.
Nick is back and is going to attempt to take a wicket for his country.
For his country, do I say? Yeah, Douthwaite. February the 8th, 1997, he was born in Kingston upon Thames. So,
Yeah, Surrey.
27 then.
Surrey boy. I played one game for Warwickshire. Bizarrely, it was a List A game against, I think, West Indies A or an international A side. Douthwaite got 30-odd not out in no time, took 3 wickets opening the bowling and never played for Warwickshire again.
Was never seen again.
Very peculiar. Picked up from by Glamorgan from the Cardiff MCCU setup.
And Fraser Sheet will continue this economical spell from the river end with a short straight mid-on, this time bowls very straight to Rahane, who has been much more cautious, much more restrained since those 2 chances that he gave to Mason Crane before tea. Looks to have settled back into a essentially defensive rhythm, which he has to do. They cannot afford, Leicestershire, for these two to be parted before the close if they have hopes of saving the game. Sheet is in, bowls onto the legs of Rahane, just leans forward and helps it down to long leg by Van der Hoogten. Throws, makes life very difficult, could be an overthrow. Hanscom was ready, but the alert Carlson went sprinting back. He threw on the bounce to Cook, who couldn't take it on the half volley, deflected it off his gloves, and Carlson had a bit of work to do to prevent the overthrows.
Yes, June the Tea Lady reinforces that point with regard to Rahane. He has the ability to bat forever. That could well affect the game's outcome. Though she's promoted now, she's Professor June the Tea Lady.
Is she? Good on her. Well done. The Professor of Tea. There'll be some, won't there? I'm sure. In whose Sheet and bowls on the legs of Hanscom and just waits for it and turns it down to deep backward square and walks the single.
Dowlais Tup, in response to my comments about the autumnal feel, says we'll break out the thermals for the next 2 games.
Yes.
You do worry, don't you, if it's cool, breezy and quite miserable on the last day of August. What's it going to be like by the end of September, because we're playing virtually the whole month?
I know, we used to, my club, it always used to be the best time to play.
Yeah, it can
almost.
be.
It always used to be dry up on the east coast. As Sheet is in, bowls, Rahane turns it. You can take it that if he turns it, it's wristily and pushes it out to square leg, where Ingram is the fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it was 3 summers ago we had a glorious last week of the season in South London, Surrey against Glamorgan, when we had one of those conference years. But it's just a shame the cricket was very, very dull.
Sheet bowls short and gets in position to hook, but pulls out of it. Rahane, which sort of confirms the impression we've had post-tea when he's been much more circumspect.
Yes, that game at the Oval saw Ollie Pope back for half the game and Chris Cook for the other half, I think. A couple of double centuries, 1,400 runs for 10 wickets over the course of 4 days.
That sounds like fun.
Eddie Byram took 2 wickets, and he says it's the only time you'll ever interview me about my bowling. Bowling some dodgy spin to fill in the time.
Sheet bowls straight. Might just have held that back a touch, but Rahane read it comfortably enough and pushed it back down the pitch to him. Was the Marchant Delanga game not in September at Grace Road? We seem to remember we have a few
I had the impression
late
that
games.
Was mid-season,
I'll be wrong,
possibly.
I'm sure.
But that's just off the top of my head. The game in which Marchand de Lange clubbed 90 and got within one blow of winning the game, but Leicestershire hung on by 3 runs or something.
Yeah, well, he went for that one blow, didn't he? And
Yeah.
it landed in the hands of... It was off
Someone
Parkinson.
in front of the sight screen.
Was it Gavin Griffiths who took the catch?
No idea.
Trying to remember now. Had a lot of time to think about it, as I remember. Or was it Parkinson who took the catch off Griffiths? Something like that. Should remember. I know Callum was involved, one end or the other. 138 for 3, 161 the deficit, 25 overs remain, potentially to be bowled today, although I note that the umpires did consult just then.
I don't think they're going to be bowled by the seamers. Might be an instruction to bowl spin or nothing as Douthwaite bowls down leg side. That's glanced away for 4 off. Bat just past a diving Chris Cook. Anscombe moves to 33, 142 for 3. How far was that one away? No, it landed just short, as well as wide of Chris Cook. There's a bit of a cooling draft into the commentary box now, isn't there? Don't think we're quite at the point to shut the window yet, but we might. Are they examining the ball or the light now?
Foxy Phil tells me that Parky took the catch off Ben Rain.
Thank you, Foxy Phil.
Thank you. I wonder whether they're going to take them off now. It has gone a bit gloomy, hasn't it?
It's not looking good at the moment.
Off
And
we go.
we're going to go off now. 24.5 overs theoretically remaining when Bad Light stops play. Leicestershire 142 for 3 with Rahani 47 and Anscombe on 33.
Sam Northeast wants... Glamorgan not happy about this particularly. Northeast wants an explanation here. Why can't we bowl spin?
Yeah, they didn't appear to have been offered that option, but since we're at the start of a Douthwaite over, unless Douthwaite wants to send down a few twirlers. And there's a few teapots around on the Glamorgan side.
Yeah,
Leicestershire's
not happy, are they?
batters are marching off, accompanied by Billy Root, who's giving them a little bit of company on the way off. And Glamorgan, Kieran Carlson, I think, is making that point
Why
that
can't we
you
bowl
suggest, why can't we bowl spin? So a ripple of applause. Leicestershire have done a job, if that's it for the evening. 142 for 3. They've got to nearly halfway off the deficit. And we're going to have at least a hold-up. Glamorgan dragging themselves off very, very reluctantly. A couple of ground staff wandering on in case they're instructed to put the hover cover on. But Glamorgan's fielders now congregating on the boundary edge, ready to leap back into action and if there is any improvement in play. Kenneth Davis is alongside me.
Present might be brief for Nick.
Fairly marginal light decision, that.
Yes, well, it is gloomy, as it has been throughout the course of the afternoon. We had that break prior to tea, which was taken early, but Glamorgan have still congregated just on the left side of us by the boundary. Umpire's still out in the middle, so it might be brief and they might be out there soon.
In the Premier League, Leicester City defeated 2-1 at home by Aston Villa. In the Championship, Cardiff City defeated 2-0 at home by Middlesbrough. Swansea City lost 1-0 at West Brom. League 1 saw Wrexham 2-0 winners at Peterborough. And League 2 saw Newport County hold on for 1-0 victory at Morecambe. Up to date with the main football. Tell you they're off last time I saw in the test match for bad light at Lords as well, so it's not just the Welsh capital, it's the English capital as well. Sri Lanka 53 for 2 in their second innings, requiring a further 430 wickets to Atkinson and to Stone. Joe Root scored his second century earlier on. This is unusual, the entire Glamorgan side camped on the boundary, or at least for a few moments.
Yeah, they obviously are confident that they'll be out soon, although, as mentioned, it is murky, and they are now sort of ambling towards the changing rooms up the stairs. And as we've mentioned, predicted early on that we wouldn't get our full quota in at all this evening, Nick, and which will aid Leicestershire's cause, no doubts.
Yeah, the weather forecast's okay for tomorrow. Not meant to be rain, but then there wasn't meant to be rain today. So Leicestershire will probably have to bat, well, 157 behind. It'll take them, say, a session and a bit to clear that off if they can. And
you do sense if Glamorgan can get one of the pair that are still in at the moment, there could be a flurry to follow.
Yeah, Richard was suggesting there are players who can bat, but not necessarily players who can defend and grit it out for a long time. But we shall see. For the moment, it is match suspended, so Leicestershire 142 for 3, 157 runs in arrears. Rahane and Hanscom together to give them hope. We will be back as and when there is any play, and there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales in around 10 minutes' time. 142 for 3, Leicestershire, as you say, 157 behind. We await to see whether that'll be it for the day. Glamorgan left the field very reluctantly. They want to press home their victory chances, but they could have broken the key partnership of Rahane, the Indian star, and Hanscom, the Australian Tasman. Both men have been dropped by Mason Crane. Wickets to Douthwaite, Van der Hoogten and Leonard. Earlier, Colin Ingram took his overnight score to 257 not out. That is the 9th highest ever in Glamorgan history. Leicestershire 142 for 3. Bad light stop play. Cheers, no stop.
good news, hopefully, fingers crossed. Weather permitting, we will start again at 5:37. We lose 2 overs due to this delay.
Welcome back to BBC Sport Online here at Sapphire Gardens, where the good stroke bad news, depending on whether you're supporting Glamorgan or Leicestershire, is that we're about to resume play. It doesn't appear to be a lot lighter than when the players went off some virtually half an hour ago, but we are going to have some play, and it would appear that they've only technically lost a couple of overs. I can't believe that, because presumably you can add on half an hour since we're before 6 o'clock. The intricacies of the cricket regulations permanently baffle me.
I can't quite work out, Nick, how it's lighter now than what it was when we took that enforced break.
And we've got 5 balls from Dan Douthwaite's over, so it can't be non-stop spin, so it is safe to resume
Safe
with
for 5 balls, and then
Glamorgan might go down the spin route to buy themselves a bit of extra time tonight, I guess, as Douthwaite will recommence his 10th over and be bowling to Hanscom on 33 not out. Glamorgan have dropped both players, and Douthwaite is in to bowl to Hanscom, who defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. So there's a slip. Apart from that, few attacking players. Cover is in. Bizarrely, point is out. And there might be a bit of leg theory because it's a 5-4 leg side field. As Douthwaite is on his way away from us and bowls, and Hanscom hurried into that one. Douthwaite seems to have got a little bit of wheels in this spell. He's hurried the batters on more than one occasion. Rahane 47 not out off 97 deliveries as things stand.
He's got that ability, isn't he, Dan Douthwaite, to lure the batsman into a sort of false shot. We saw that earlier on. There was a few that just was squeezed out.
Douthwaite in, bowls, and well, it was a low full toss. He was looking for the Yorker. He was looking for the Yorker, just missed it by a couple of inches, and Hanscom dug it out. Might have jarred his hands a little bit on that one. I'm pleasantly surprised that a few dozen people have stayed in the ground after not a very pleasant afternoon weather-wise. As Douthwaite in again, bowls a short delivery that Hanscom turns away from, and it is a no ball. Not the first bowled by Douthwaite. There's a very small group of Leicestershire supporters up at the River Taff end.
Trying to see what it's like tomorrow, Nick. It's yeah, there's no rain. I think we'll be okay tomorrow.
Douthwaite in from the Cathedral Road end, and played off the back foot by Hanscom to cover, where Billy Root threatens to throw down the stumps should either batter have moved an inch, but they have not. So theoretically 22 overs might be bowled this evening. That's not going to happen.
No.
It's barely playable as things stand. As Douthwaite bowls, that's the Yorker that he was looking for, but it's well dealt with by Hanscom. So just the no ball in the 5 balls for +5 legitimate dot balls. 6 off the over though, because there was a 4 around about half an hour ago at the start of the over. 144 for 3. 44 overs remain. 44 have been bowled. 22 probably won't remain, but they're up on the board anyway. Shining brightly, and are we going to see double spin? No. Is it Van der Hoogten marking his run?
Which is a surprise.
Van der Hoogten to bowl from the river.
I thought they would have had to turn to spin, given the break that we had, but it is going to be Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. So we'll see if the enforced break has given Van der Hoogten some rest and recuperation. Rahane, though, on 47, he should have been caught twice by Mason Crane. But in comes Van der Hoogten, what looked, Nick, from a shortened run up there. To see that again.
Heavy workload, isn't he?
And it was, anyway, worked into the offside, and there's no run. Rahane's on 47, Hanscom 33. Let's just have a look.
Wouldn't be surprised if Van der Hoogten's running on fumes at this stage of the season.
Well,
he's played in virtually everything since
I just thought it
round 7 of
looked
the
shorter than he normally came up from. Maybe wrong.
Maybe it's just darker.
Yes, quite. Van der Hoogten in, and it's a strong forward offensive from Rahane, and it's fielded by the bowler. And 144 for 3. Earlier, If you missed it, then it was, well, a sublime knock from Colin Ingram, who was not out, 255 in the end, as Glamorgan declared. Van der Hoogten in, and again it's defended into the offside by Rahane. And at the end, Ned Leonard was there. Fraser Sheet made a quick fire 30-odd to add to the score. And it means that Leicestershire now trail by 155, having lost 3 wickets. Van der Hoogten, again, good over this. He's got his line and length honed in on Rahane. Just prodded out to cover where Kieran Carlson fields.
I think I'm going to claim responsibility for the players getting back on, because I had
already
written my close of play.
I'd
written my close of play report. Let's be honest about these things.
Well, it didn't look as if they were going to come back on, and
it doesn't look as though it's any better. And they're going off.
Oh, they're going off again.
By the look of it.
Ah, that surely is it now.
That's just bizarre.
Well, there's been a few bizarre.
They're coming together anyway.
Decisions. Well, the batsmen are going to make a beeline for the changing rooms. They're not coming back on for obvious reasons, and that is going to be that. I think. Is it going to be Stumps going over to explain to the bowler Timmy van der Hoogten and Kieran Carlson that play isn't possible, and are the bail's going to be dislodged? Well, Tim van der Hoogten feigned to do it himself. There's a bit of a conflab going on between Leonard and van der Hoogten and Kieran Carlson.
It strikes me that the umpiring has not been hugely decisive here, because they've taken the players off. All right, they've made a reading, but it can only have been very fractionally better when they came back on again, under pressure from Glamorgan. Who knows whether they've been offered the opportunity to stay on bowling spin. There's a long conversation going on, or has been going on, between van der Hoogten and Mr. Pratt.
Well, Stumps as yet haven't been dislodged. So we will await further instruction, but it is odd. We mentioned it's still gloomy out there. It hasn't improved.
This is slightly
but
farcical.
it is farcical, because we've had so many interruptions as well early on. If you remember, this morning we had the 12th man coming on, we had substitutes, this, that, the other. There's been so many, but it does. You can see how people get frustrated, Nick. Easily.
Yeah, there was a long break that looked as though it had been called by Leicestershire. It may have been Ingram having a helmet check after the ball flicked him, but Glamorgan trudging off, not hugely happy.
No.
10 balls bowled, 1 no ball added to the score.
Yes, they'll be very frustrated, because they'll be trying to make inroads into the middle order, with Rahane and Hanscom having frustrated them. Good little partnership of 70 developed since the loss of the 3rd wicket, which was Ian Holland. Since then, well, we had those 2 clear-cut opportunities of caught and bowled by Mason Crane, which were put down.
Yeah, strange really. He's obviously impressed with bat and ball this season, and certainly looks no slouch in the field, but inexplicable he'd have caught at least one of those, probably 99 times out of 100.
Colin Ingram is in deep conversation with the umpires now out there.
Come on, umps. But you can hardly blame Rahane and Hanscom. They marched off as soon as the umpires showed signs of getting out their light meters.
And they're in survival mode, aren't they? They need to get through 3 sessions tomorrow. Still an awful lot of work for them to do, but at least they've, well, I won't say given themselves a glimmer, but their rear guard action has at least steadied the ship this afternoon. Ingram still in conversation.
Put the floodlights in my car on. I'll hold up my mobile phone.
Yes.
It's too dark out there now, and it's not going to get any better, is it? So we've had 10 balls since the resumption, and the only added addition to the score was a no ball. Colin Ingram continues to have discussions with Hassan Adnan, whether discussing the excellence of Ingram's knock, the best place to go for dinner, or
Yes.
why they appeared for,
or talking about agricultural duties in Dinas Powys, possibly.
yes. There we are. Well, I'm not sure whether Colin Ingram's parents at home in South Africa are still with us, but I go about your other duties if I were you, because this looks extremely unlikely to reoccur. The umpires are bringing out their notebooks. I don't think they're going to take Ingram's name and show them a yellow card.
A few of the, most now have persevered. Far side are even departing.
Have the Foxes posse gone? No? Oh, there's still a few of them, handful of them.
A few trudging off at the river end. It is dark out there now. Unlikely, you would suggest, at this point, with it being, 9 minutes to 6.
Ingram probably telling them, I've just had a call from my better half in Dinas Powys. It's glorious sunshine there and it's heading our way. Dinas Powys, by the way, for Leicestershire listeners, is just on the outskirts of Cardiff, about 5 miles away.
Yeah, so frustrating end to the day, which started with Colin Ingram, of course, in tandem with Mason Crane.
Yep, taking their stand to 132. Crane was run out for 49 at the non-strikers end by Rian Ahmed, who eventually got rid of Fraser Sheet after he'd biffed 34 off 27 balls. Colin Ingram, 257 not out. Whatever happens tomorrow, this game will be memorable for Ingram's efforts. Leicestershire will be hoping it is memorable for a long defensive effort. As before, we will be back if anything further transpires. It seems unlikely. So it appears that we will have no more cricket here at Sapphire Gardens this evening. Leicestershire 144 for 3, 155 runs behind, and we will be back with coverage at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, weather and light permitting, as the Foxes fight for survival. Nostar.